Chapter 876. The study of warding spells is really miraculous. Just the ripples of God power, divine sense, and simple objects can be combined to form all sorts of minor spell formations. They can gather energy, increase speed, defend, attack, and even cause spatial fluctuations. All of those minor spell formations can be combined to form a grand warding spell formation, a warding spell formation, a powerful defensive spell formation, a powerful offensive spell formation, and even the power of heaven and earth to attack enemies. The ancestor who created the study of restriction is too awesome. Inside the Xianling cave abode, Yi Qinghan sat in a small hall. The surrounding heaven and earth yuan qi gathered above his head, and the entire hall was filled with cold wind. Beside him, the Wind Emperor sat quietly at the side, guarding him. Yi Qinghan had already been in seclusion for a year. There were a total of 120 billion small formations, and in this 1 year, he had comprehended and mastered them. He could set up 30 million of them with a wave of his hand. Some of these small formations were very simple. He only needed to simulate them once and he could set them up immediately. But some were very profound. He had to ponder for dozens of days and simulate tens of thousands of times before he could master them. Most importantly, some of the small formations were only for auxiliary purposes. As there was no theoretical basis, it was difficult to understand them. What was the point of setting them up? So it was especially difficult to comprehend them. But Yi Qinghan felt very satisfied. The more he learned, the more excited he became. And many of these small formations were related to the principles of heaven and earth. Yi Qinghan believed that as long as he comprehended restriction, it would be much easier to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth in the future. In a year, he mastered 30 million small formations. Yi Qinghan was very proud. He knew that even Empress Yu wouldn't comprehend as fast as him. Even Mo Xiaoxiao might not be as fast as him in some small formations. He had two souls. One was a godly king realm soul strength. The other was a soul jade and a soul silent state. With all these things added together, his comprehension speed reached a terrifying level. While he was comprehending restriction, he also discovered something that made him very excited. The basic knowledge that he had learned in his previous life, the scientific theories that were not very useful, were playing a very important role here. This was also why he thought that Mo Xiaoxiao's comprehension speed wasn't as fast as his. For example, the people in his previous life all understood the conservation of energy and Newton's 3 laws. For example, physics, chemistry, biology, and mathematics. No one in this world understood these things, and no one would learn them. Although Yi Qinghan was not very proficient, he had been an orphan in his previous life, so his studies were quite steady. The knowledge provided him with great help in comprehending the art of forbidding. Some of the things that the people of this world needed to comprehend for a long time were extremely simple in his eyes. And the strength of my soul has increased a little. Continue to work hard and try to comprehend all the small formations within 3 years. By then, my soul strength will probably reach the 2nd level of Divine King Realm. At that time, I will be able to read those 4 manuals. I wonder what kind of heaven-defying secret manual it will be. Yi Qinghan pondered for a while in his soul, then continued to meditate on the complicated process of learning the small formation. The inner sea of the Star Sea. Within the inner sea, there were not many islands. It was not like other places, which were densely packed with small islands. There were only 10 islands in the inner sea, and 9 of them were as big as the Peach Blossom Island. If one looked down from an altitude of 1,000,000 miles, one would see that the 9 islands were in the shape of a long snake. They were like 9 real dragons with their heads facing inward. In the direction of these dragon heads was a super large circular island. Supreme Island. 9 dragons guarding a pearl. This was the most peculiar terrain in the entire divinity. Over the past tens of millions of years, many islands would sink and many more would emerge. However, the terrain of the inner sea of the Star Sea had never changed. This matter was very strange, very strange. However, there were many strange things in the divinity. For example, the Apotheosis Valley, which was one of the 4 forbidden lands, and the Nepha's Abyss, which was one of the 4 forbidden lands. The Nepha's Abyss was within Supreme Island. The Nepha's Abyss was the continent's #1 forbidden land, and it was also the continent's #1 treasure land. Of course, this treasure land had always been a forbidden land before the Star Monarch was born. 10 million years ago, the Star Monarch walked out of the Nepha's Abyss. At the 9th level, no one in the entire Star Sea could contend against him. According to the legends, the South Mountain Monarch and the Star Monarch had a battle, and it was said that the Star Monarch was defeated. Other than the Monarch, no one knew what was inside the Nepha's Abyss. However, many people knew that after the Star Monarch, many people entered the Nepha's Abyss. In the end, 4 people came out, and all of them were 9th level monarchs. Later on, they unified their respective continents. In addition to the original monarchs, there were 8 monarchs on the continent. Of course, including Lord Devour, there were 9 monarchs now. The last monarch was a divine king who rarely showed himself. Ever since the Star Monarch ordered the islands to be sealed, no one dared to enter or leave the inner sea. Today, however, there were countless chariots flying rapidly in the low sea. The fire lions pulling the chariots seemed to be very familiar with the surrounding terrain. They skillfully avoided the spatial cracks and unstable spaces. They flew at high speed and were several times faster than the super dragon boats. The chariots did not stop at the 9 real dragon-like islands. They flew straight for Supreme Island. Supreme Island was very big, about a third of the size of the ethereal continent. A super large rainbow barrier lit up on such a big island. The light of the barrier could be seen from 1,000,000 miles away. When these fire lion chariots were approaching Supreme Island, they did not continue flying toward the rainbow barrier. Instead, they flew toward the blood-red sea of stars. The fire lion chariots, which were covered in raging flames, also lit up with a fiery red barrier. After traveling hundreds of thousands of miles into the sea, the chariots entered a super-large cave abode. The cave abode was also lit up with a barrier. It was obvious that ordinary people could not enter. There was nothing in the cave abode. There was only a dazzling teleportation array. The chariots stopped, and 21 people walked down. All of them were wearing war god robes. Their leader was His Highness Li Tian. "You guys wait here. I'm going back to see my father." His Highness Li Tian did not look good. His eyes were filled with helplessness and anger. He took out a token and stepped into the teleportation array. "Greetings, Your Highness." With a flash of brilliance from the transportation formation, Li Tian appeared in a majestic black city. There weren't many people on the black stone plaza. There were only a few hundred guards wearing the war god's robe. However, these guards were all 6th-grade war gods. Li Tian nodded his head indifferently and flew toward a majestic mansion on the left of the plaza. Eventually, he came to a study room in the backyard of the mansion. There was someone in the study room. He was also wearing a war god robe, but his robe was embroidered with gold. His figure and appearance were strange. He was unusually fat and his face was round. He looked like a Maitreya Buddha. "Father." Li Tian walked in and knelt down heavily. Then, he lowered his head in silence. The fatty who was sitting in the study room did not say anything. He just drank his tea calmly and looked at Li Tian with a smile. After a while, he said, "You got into trouble and there's nothing you can do? You're back to look for me?" Chapter 877. Li Tian lifted his head to look at the chubby middle-aged man. Although he was smiling, the fear in his eyes intensified. He said shamefully, "Father, Li Tian knows his mistake. Li Tian shouldn't have sent out the star token without permission. I shouldn't have acted out of spite for a woman and asked for punishment." The smile on the chubby middle-aged man's face didn't diminish. He took a sip of tea and said slowly, "You still don't understand. What does the star token represent? It represents the will of the monarch. It's fine for you to act out of spite for a woman. It's fine for you to send out the star token without permission. But, since you send out the star token, you have to do it beautifully. Mo Xiao Xiao is a supremacy, but you forgot her other identity. She is a soul cultivator. Soul cultivators have the strangest methods. If I'm not wrong, she has already returned to the Soul Devourer manor. What did you do wrong? Your mistake was not investigating clearly before sending out the star token. Also, you've been searching for more than a year and only caught 3 demonic beasts. Don't you understand? You have fallen into their trap of luring the tiger away from the mountain. Those 3 demonic beasts were given to you as a gift. Father, what should we do? Once the star token is sent out, if there's no result, when the monarch comes out of seclusion. Li Tian's face started to turn pale. He knew very well how cold-blooded and heartless the star monarch was. Although his father was the #1 supremacy under the monarch, if the monarch was enraged, his father wouldn't be able to protect him. The chubby middle-aged man revealed a disappointed expression, but the smile on his face deepened. He stared at Li Tian with a burning gaze. You're so flustered over such a small matter? What else can you do in the future? The ancient saying is right. Only those who grow up from the grassroots will be formidable. Those who rely on their ancestors will never grow up. Forget it, listen carefully. First, continue to search. Place your target in the cave abodes under the sea, especially those with restrictions. Search more. Second, take some thunder god roar and teleportation spirit teleportation formation from the inner mansion and secretly send them to the Blood Knight Sea's Eternal Universe army. I'll send a message to him and ask him to take action. As for the rest, you just have to wait for the news. When Li Tian saw that his father had finally made a move, he was incomparably invigorated. However, he was still in a daze when he heard the 2 pieces of information. He asked suspiciously, Father, didn't you say that Mo Xiao Xiao might have returned? Why did they have to go through so much trouble to search for it? They had been searching for a year now, and many people were just trying to cope with the search. Also, why did the Eternal Universe Legion make a move? If they make a move, who are they going to make a move against? Idiot. The obese middle-aged man finally couldn't help but swear. He waved his hand and didn't explain. He coldly said, think about it yourself. Get out. Go and arrange it properly. If you can't even arrange this well, you don't need to come back. Li Tian wiped the cold sweat off his face and hurriedly got up and walked out. He didn't stay in the mansion and walked out with a gloomy expression. Finally, he was teleported to the teleportation formation at the bottom of the sea. He boarded the war chariot and flew towards the southern sea. Soul-devouring manor, City Lord's mansion rooftop. Lord Jiu pushed the door open, looking at the rooftop. He was a little surprised. Besides Lord Devour, there was another person on the rooftop. It was a beautiful woman wearing a green robe. Mo Xiao Xiao. All right, I got it. You can leave now. Lord Devour didn't turn his head or look at Mo Xiao Xiao. He just faintly waved his hand at her. Mo Xiao Xiao smiled at Lord Jiu and disappeared in the air. Lord Jiu hesitated for a while and couldn't help but be curious. She walked over and smiled at Lord Devour. Lord Mo is back. Lord Devour lifted his head to look at Lord Jiu's charming face. He smiled and said, Ah Jiu, can't you say something? Hee hee. Lord Jiu smiled embarrassedly and said, Lord, Xiao Han and the others are back too. Lord Devour seemed to be in a good mood today. He kept smiling and answered straightforwardly, No. Yu Qingsheng and the others have gone to the Fire Dragon continent. Yi Sihan has also gone back. Xiao Han is alone in the Star Sea. Ah. Lord Jiu's face changed and she exclaimed, The Star Sea is so dangerous now. How can Lord Mo leave Xiao Han alone in the Star Sea? Right now, the entire Starry Sea is chasing after him. Lord Devour smiled faintly. I said that I won't care about his life or death. Lord Devour, don't lie to me. Lord Jiu said hurriedly, Last time, when Xiao Han was in danger, you stood here and watched the wandering sea for a whole night. Obviously, you were worried about him. Moreover, Xiao Han escaped easily that time. Lord Devour, you must have given him some treasures. Or, you knew that he could get out of danger. Humph. Yi Qinghan has the power of the origin. If he can't kill a void-gouging beast, he's just a piece of trash. Lord Devourer snorted and looked at the wandering sea in the distance. He sighed deeply and said, "Ah, Jiu, you don't understand. Let me tell you this. If a young eagle only has his mother to protect him, he will never learn to fly. He will never be able to soar above the 9 heavens. If I keep helping Yi Qinghan will have the thought that if something happens, he will come to me to solve it. Then, he will never progress and he will never reach the peak. That's why I chose to let him go. Either he grows up or he dies. Although it's cruel, this world is cruel. If he can't grow up, perhaps in the end, we will all die. The people of the soul-devouring palace will die. The people of the fiery dragon city will die. The people of the fiery dragon continent will die." What? Lord Devourer's words frightened Nine-Tailed Fox. At the same time, she was very skeptical. She asked, "Lord, are you worried about your enemy? You're a level 9 expert now. Who in this world can hurt you? Moreover, although Xiao Han's soul isn't like ours, how can you be sure that he can help you resist the enemy that you can't? First of all, I'm not a level 9 expert. Second, even a level 9 expert isn't invincible. I've told you about this. Third, I have a feeling that Yi Qinghan can do it. He's a man who can create miracles." Lord Devourer's faint words had frightened Nine-Tailed Fox more and more. She was even more bewildered. Right when she was about to ask more, suddenly, she saw a cold light shoot out of Lord Devourer's eyes. Then, a light flashed in front of her. She found that the two of them had appeared in the teleportation formation of the soul-devouring city. She was familiar with this teleportation formation. It was the teleportation formation to the fiery dragon city. But, why did Lord Devourer rush to the fiery dragon city? Did something happen to the city? When the light of the teleportation formation faded away, Nine-Tailed Fox looked around. Her beautiful eyes widened, her beautiful face discolored. She couldn't believe what she had just seen. Was this the beautiful fiery dragon city? The entire fiery dragon city couldn't be considered a city anymore. It was more accurate to say that it was a pile of ruins. Tens of millions of buildings in the fiery dragon city had collapsed. Flowers, trees, and flowers were all broken. There were countless severed limbs and corpses beneath the limestone. There were also countless divine crystals and space rings floating in the air. The divine crystals gave off a multicolored light that shone on the ruins, dazzling everyone's eyes. Harumph! Killing people and destroying the city. How dare you! Lord Devourer didn't show any emotion. He just glanced at the fiery dragon city, said coldly, and then disappeared. Chapter 878. This, what is going on? Lord Jiu blinked. He could not believe it. The beautiful fiery dragon city, the city that the two sovereigns had sworn to protect, was reduced to ruins just like that? Looking at the countless divine crystals in the sky, Lord Jiu did not know how many people had died. Tens of thousands? Hundreds of thousands? Millions? Because Fiery Dragon City was guarded by two sovereigns, countless families had settled here. In a short period of time, with the addition of Yi Qinghan's hundreds of thousands of subordinates, the population of the city had reached more than 1 million. But this time, almost all of them were dead. Swish! A group of people flew over from afar. There were not many of them, only about 100. Nine-Tailed Fox heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Lei Jin was fine, the ranked 7 beast was not dead, and Little Smoke was not dead either. But those who survived were all powerhouses. Needless to say, the hundreds of thousands of Yi family soldiers were all dead. City Lord Lei, what is going on? Who attacked us? Nine-Tailed Fox hurried over. Seeing Lei Jin's pale face, he must have used the Thunder God's protection. Otherwise, he would not have survived. I am not sure. After a loud noise, the city's shield was suddenly broken. Then, countless black balls were thrown over, and there was a huge explosion in the city. In addition, many people came this time. There were at least hundreds of rank 7 peak and thousands of rank 7 powerhouses. If I did not have the thunder god's protection, we would all be dead. Lei Zhen had a lingering fear in his heart, but his eyes were filled with anger. Little Fireworks' face was pale with fright. Feng Qi and the others were also filled with anger, but they had nowhere to vent it because they had no idea who they were attacking. Moreover, after a round of attack, these people all teleported away through the temporary teleportation formation. Their divine senses could not lock onto them. Swish! Countless teleportation formations lit up at the same time. The city was destroyed, but the teleportation formations were undamaged. With such a drastic change, of course, countless people were teleported over. Li He nodded at Lord Jiu, then looked at the endless stream of city lords teleporting over. He said to Lei Zhen and the others, "Lord Jiu, Lady Jia Wu sent me a message, asking you to bring Lei Zhen and the others to the Soul Devourer Manor. She will arrange the rest." Xiao! More and more teleportation arrays lit up. There weren't many people in each teleportation array, but most of them were prefecture masters and important figures of the various prefectures. In less than an hour, almost all 108 prefectures had sent people. Only then did Li He loudly say, "Pass down the sovereign's decree and Lady Jia Wu's orders. All the experts of 6th grade War God and above in the prefecture are to gather at Longyang City and Black Star City, then march towards the Bloody Night Sea." Lord Monarch and Lord Jia Wu said that there is another god bandit in the Blood Sea this time. There is no need for us to return. Blood Night Sea's god bandits? Lei Zhen's killing intent soared. He patted Little Fireworks' shoulder and said to Lord Jiu, "Lord Jiu, please take my daughter to Soul Devourer City. We won't be going. If I don't make the Blood Sea redder than the Starry Sea, my name won't be Lei Zhen." Feng Qi looked at the remaining Flame Dragon City warriors and roared, "An eye for an eye. A debt of blood must be paid with blood." All the Flame Dragon City warriors roared. This time, not just the warriors of the Misty Continent would be going. Even if they didn't go, they would kill their way into the Blood Night Sea once they found out who attacked them. Lord Jiu pulled Little Firework into the teleportation formation. What happened next was beyond her and Little Firework's control. If Lord Devourer and Misty Lord were enraged, the Blood Night Sea would not be spared. Half a day later, Longyang Prefecture's Black Star City, which was next to the Blood Night Sea, gathered tens of thousands of powerful warriors. These tens of thousands of people weren't ordinary warriors. They were all war gods above 6th grade. With such a powerful force, if they suddenly attacked any continent, they could flatten half of the continent within a few days. In just 3 days, the Blood Night Sea, which was 10 times the size of Longyang Prefecture, was wiped out by the enraged Misty Continent army. Besides a few warriors who could prove their identities, the remaining millions of god bandits were all slaughtered. However, many of the Blood Night Sea's god bandit groups disappeared mysteriously. This time, they only killed small fish. At most, half of the powerful warriors who attacked the city were killed. The rest were all gone. The Misty Continent's army knew that many of these experts had escaped to the Star Sea, and some had escaped to the Blood Night Continent, which was south of the Misty Continent. However, they didn't dare to cross the border. After sweeping the Blood Night Sea one more time, the Misty Continent ordered them to return home embarrassedly. Just let it go. On the rooftop of the soul-devouring manor, Lei Zhen tried to keep his voice calm. However, he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. He looked at Lord Devourer and asked. Lord Devourer said leisurely, "What else do you want to do? Bring people to the Star Sea? Enter the Blood Night Continent? I can say this clearly. Lord Devourer will not let all the continent's experts attack the Star Sea or the Blood Night Continent just because of this. However, if you bring hundreds of people, I guarantee that in less than half a month, all of you will be dead." Lei Zhen spat out a mouthful of turbid air. He also understood that the ethereal sovereign had done this much for him. However, he still felt angry. A moment later, he controlled his emotions and said, "Why are the Blood Night Sea's god bandits attacking Flame Dragon City? Do you know the reason, Lord? I will investigate this. Don't worry about this. I will make arrangements." Lord Devour stood up and looked at Lei Jin. "Don't bother about this. Go back and rebuild Flame Dragon City. This time, I will send people to build an array formation for you. It was my negligence last time. Even a few supremacies can't break the protective shield in a short period of time. Don't worry." Lei Jin retreated helplessly. Lord Zhou asked, "Lord, you really don't know why they attacked Flame Dragon City?" "Of course I know." Lord Devour sighed and said, "Li Kong really thinks that I don't know about the Blood Night Sea's god bandits. Are they his subordinates? Li Kong? Surnamed Li? Could they be from Paragon Island?" Lord Zhou was shocked. Then, he immediately understood. Flame Dragon City only had a grudge with some people from the Floating Mist Continent. However, the people from the Floating Mist Continent didn't dare to take revenge. The only explanation was that they were from the Star Sea. Yi Qinghan had made them lose face. They were making use of this incident to regain their face. Or rather, to force Yi Qinghan out. Lord Devour walked forward and looked at the wandering sea. He said helplessly, "Actually, many people have guessed this. Lei Jin must have guessed it too. However, I can't and won't do anything. If they want to take revenge, they can only rely on Yi Qinghan and the people from Flame Dragon City. The people below can do whatever they want, but Lord Devour and I cannot do anything. Otherwise, it will be a disaster for the Floating Mist Continent. It will be a disaster for the entire divine world." Lord Zhou's face was full of anxiety. He said to Lord Devour, "What about Little Han? If he knows about this, he will definitely go crazy. If he is forced out, he will definitely die. How can he fight against the Star Sea with such a small number of people?" Lord Devour turned around and said, "We have no choice. If he can't bear it and is forced out, this is his fate." Chapter 879. The news of Yen Dragon City's destruction soon spread throughout the entire divine realm. A city was not important. What was important was the people guarding the city and the mastermind behind it. The people guarding the city were needless to say. Because of the establishment of Yen Dragon City, the divine realm had one more 9th grade war god. It was hard not to attract attention. The Blood Night Sea was located between the ethereal continent and the Star Sea. It was a lawless zone, and the god bandits there were very strong. But some people in the divine realm knew that the god bandits there actually belonged to some big shot on Paragon Island. Ever since the 8 sovereigns gathered on Paragon Island millions of years ago and established the iron law of the divine realm, there had not been any large-scale war. This incident at Yen Dragon City attracted the attention of all the major factions in the divine realm. They were all guessing if this incident would cause a war between the Star Sea and the ethereal continent. The ethereal continent had 2 sovereigns. This had already changed the power structure of the divine realm. But the Star Sovereign was recognized as the strongest person in the divine realm. Most importantly, the Star Sovereign had another identity, the Pavilion Master of the Battle God Pavilion. If the 2 factions started a war, it would change the power structure of the entire divine realm. Why didn't the powerful martial artists in the divine realm pay attention? But what made the major factions in the divine realm happy and disappointed was that the Ethereal Sovereign and the Dancing Butterfly Sovereign only sent their troops to sweep the Blood Night Sea once and then did nothing. The scouts from the various continents also discovered that Yen Dragon City had started to rebuild. It was said that the Ethereal Sovereign and the Dancing Butterfly Sovereign provided divine stones. Since they started to rebuild the city, it meant that the Ethereal Sovereign and the Dancing Butterfly Sovereign had swallowed their anger. Many people were guessing if the 2 sovereigns had stopped fighting on the surface and started a war in secret. But many people also felt that it was reasonable for the 2 sovereigns to not do anything. After all, the ones who did it were not from the Star Sea. There was no evidence. If the Misty Continent were to send out their army, it would mean that the Misty Continent was being unreasonable. If they were to incur the wrath of the master of the stellar pavilion and issue a war god pavilion master order, even though the war gods of the firmament might not necessarily accept the challenge, if there were only 3 of them, the misty continent would be in deep trouble. The martial artists and god bandits of the Star Sea, however, were all invigorated and filled with joy. Everyone in the Star Sea felt as if their faces were lit up. Look, they attacked their inner city, destroyed an entire city, and killed millions of people, but now they are completely fine. What did this mean? This meant that the people of the Misty Continent were afraid of the Star Sea. Of course, the various islands in the Star Sea were also starting to get nervous. They were afraid that the ethereal continent would play some tricks in the dark. For example, they might send people to pretend to be god bandits and slaughter 30 to 50 islands. However, 3 years had passed, and the people of the divine world were astonished to find that the Misty Continent had not taken any action. The Sea of Stars was calm, and even the number of demons descending had decreased. The Misty Continent had really endured. Supreme Island, Lee Manor. Li Tian had just returned from the Peach Blossom Island. There wasn't much of a smile on his face. Instead, it was a little gloomy. By now, he naturally understood the meaning of his father Li Kong's instructions. Li Kong's meaning was very clear. Yi Qinghan was still in the Star Sea. Destroying the Fire Dragon City was actually just to force Yi Qinghan out. Of course, it was also to force Mo Xiaoxiao or those related to Yi Qinghan to come to the Star Sea for revenge. However, Yi Qinghan didn't come out. None of those related to Yi Qinghan came out. Although the Star Sea had regained some face, it wasn't completely recovered. Therefore, he still didn't look too good. This young godly king's temper is different from what the voice transmission said. He can actually endure this? Li Kong, who was still as fat as before, had a smile on his face. As there was too much fat on his face, his eyes squinted into a line when he smiled. No one could see the coldness in his eyes. Li Tian knelt on the ground respectfully and said, "Father, there are too many myriad god caves in the Star Sea. For the past 3 years, I have sent people to search the entire South Sea. However, there should still be many places that we missed. We found dozens of cave abodes with spirit beasts, and some transcendent great god artifacts and treasures. However, there is still no news. Father, why are you so sure that Yi Qinghan must still be in the Star Sea? I have checked the War God Pavilion's information on the ethereal continent. Yi Qinghan definitely didn't return to the ethereal continent. He also didn't appear in the other 5 continents. If he isn't in the Star Sea, then where is he?" Li Kong lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Then, a cold look shot out from his eyes. Even this can't force him out? This kid can really endure. Father. What should we do now? Could it be that, forget it? Li Tian was silent and a little discouraged. Forget it? Li Kong laughed again. However, this time, his smile was cold no matter how one looked at it. He looked at Li Tian and said, "You must remember, the Star Medallion should not be issued. Once it is issued, there must be an explanation. The destruction of Fiery Dragon City isn't considered an explanation. The Sovereign once said that if we don't move, we must not move. If we move, we must go all out. The final outcome isn't important. However, we must make a stance to tell the world that the prestige of Supreme Island is not to be challenged." Li Tian hurriedly replied, "Yes. Li Tian has learned his lesson. Father, what should we do next? Isn't Yi Qinghan the overlord of the Fiery Dragon Plain? Go and arrange for some 7th grade war gods to tear through space and destroy the Fiery Dragon continent. Remember to leave a few people alive, people who can pass the message." The smile on Li Kong's face became colder and colder. The entire room was filled with coldness. After a moment, he instructed, "Take note, this has to be done covertly. It's best to arrange for those who have enmity with Yi Qinghan to do it. Be clean and don't leave behind any evidence. The ethereal monarch in Jiawu, that be *TCH, won't dare to move without evidence. I think Yi Qinghan, that bastard, can you still tolerate the death of everyone in the plane? Yi Qinghan couldn't tolerate it. In fact, Yi Qinghan didn't even know what was happening outside. He had been in seclusion and his soul was in a silent state. If the Wind Emperor didn't wake him up, he wouldn't wake up at all. Over the past 3 years, another 3 groups of people had searched this place. However, they were all taken down by the Wind Emperor. After that, the 3 of them became Wushan's soul slaves. The Wind Emperor and the others were soul slaves and couldn't accept the soul fire of others, but Wushan could. Through these 3 people, Wushan and the Wind Emperor learned a lot of things. After Wushan knew that the fiery dragon city was destroyed, he almost roused Yi Qinghan. However, he was stopped by the Wind Emperor. The Wind Emperor was very clear that if Yi Qinghan woke up and knew about this, he would definitely go berserk. Once Yi Qinghan went berserk, they would all die. Therefore, the Wind Emperor guarded Yi Qinghan day and night, afraid that he would be startled awake. He hoped that Yi Qinghan would stay in seclusion for as long as possible. I've finally finished comprehending the 120 billion small spirit designs. I almost fainted, however, the Wind Emperor's wish was shattered. In the 4th year after Yi Qinghan's seclusion, he suddenly opened his eyes and laughed. He was extremely happy and relaxed. Congratulations, Master. The Wind Emperor bowed respectfully. However, his eyes flickered. He didn't know if he should tell Yi Qinghan about the fiery dragon city. There are so many messages. Yi Qinghan nodded slightly. Then, with a flip of his hand, a communication jade talisman appeared. There were many messages on it. Chapter 880. The messages came from 2 people. One was Su Longxiang, and the other was Little Firework. Su Longxiang's message was mainly about the situation in the Star Sea. For example, the search in the Star Sea had intensified recently. There was also another piece of news that he had found out. It vaguely pointed out that the Flame Dragon City incident was actually instigated by people from the Star Sea. The god bandits from the Blood Night Sea were currently at the satellite islets beside Paragon Island. Yi Qinghan was still a little confused after reading his message. But when he saw Little Firework's message, his face darkened. He started to emit a formless murderous aura. Even the Wind Emperor felt a chill down his spine. After the Flame Dragon City incident, Lord Devourer gave a gag order. Anyone who could contact Yi Qinghan could not send messages to him. But someone was worried about his safety and secretly sent a message to him. Firework. After Firework sent the message, Yi Qinghan did not reply. Firework became even more anxious and started to send messages to Yi Qinghan continuously. In the end, Firework told Yi Qinghan everything. After reading the message, Yi Qinghan closed his eyes. His body started to tremble. He clenched his fists tightly. His sharp nails pierced deep into his palms, tearing his skin and causing blood to flow. But Yi Qinghan did not care at all. 1 million people. More than 1 million people died. More than 100,000 Yi family soldiers. Many of them stayed willingly. They were all citizens of the Flame Dragon City. Many of them started to immigrate to the Flame Dragon City. But because of him, all of them died. This was a huge grudge. Yi Qinghan was a very reasonable person. I did something wrong, and you came at me. If you could kill me, that was your capability. I had no complaints. But you touched the people behind me. This touched Yi Qinghan's reverse scale. Yi Qinghan had never been so angry in his life. Li Kong had completely infuriated him this time. Yi Qinghan suddenly opened his eyes, raised his head, and let out a long howl. His furious voice reverberated in the cave, causing the entire cave to tremble slightly. It also caused the souls of all the experts in the cave to tremble. Xiao! All of the soul slaves rushed towards the small hall. Wu Shan's face was filled with anxiety. When they rushed into the small hall, they realized that there were no enemies inside. When they looked at Yi Qinghan, they felt a deep chill in their souls. At this moment, Yi Qinghan's robe and hair were fluttering without any wind. His handsome face was filled with ferocity, and his eyes were bloodshot. Blue veins were bulging on the exposed skin on his face and hands. The invisible killing intent emitted from his body froze the air in the small hall. His entire person was like a devil god that had descended. It was so terrifying that it made people feel a chill in the depths of their souls. I, Yi Qinghan, swear to the Divine Emperor Supreme today that if I don't take revenge for this, I'm willing to stay in the Netherworld realm forever. If I don't make the Starry Sea pay 100-fold, I'm not a man. The chilling words were almost like a roar. At this moment, Yi Qinghan no longer looked like a person in the eyes of the crowd. Instead, he looked like a lone wolf in a hopeless situation. A lone wolf that was injured. A lone wolf whose hatred had ignited the deepest killing intent in his heart. Master, please calm down. City Lord. Don't be rash. All of Wind Emperor Wu Shan's people knelt down at the same time and looked worriedly at Yi Qinghan. They were afraid that Yi Qinghan would rush out in a rage. He would be blinded by hatred and filled with rage. Like a moth flying into a flame, he would be smashed into pieces in the end. Yi Qinghan didn't say anything and closed his eyes once again. The endless murderous aura in his body also began to slowly retract. His body no longer trembled as fiercely as before, and the malevolent expression on his face gradually faded. He remained silent and just stood there for a long time. Get up. I'm not a fool to think that we can fight against the entire Starry Sea with just these few of us. A gentleman's revenge is a dish best served cold. Don't worry. Without absolute confidence, I won't make a move. But, if I have absolute confidence, I will make the seawater of the entire Starry Sea redder by 100 times. Yi Qinghan left these words indifferently and disappeared on the spot. Only then did everyone heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, their respect for Yi Qinghan deepened. This had nothing to do with strength. It was just a pure feeling. Just a moment ago, everyone felt a sense of danger. Even Wind Emperor had an indescribable feeling when Yi Qinghan roared. He felt that Yi Qinghan could easily kill him. Although he did not understand where this feeling came from, he believed that this young divine king, who could always create miracles, might really cause a bloodbath in the Starry Sea one day. Yi Qinghan flashed into War Imperial Palace. Then, he sat alone in the huge hall in a daze. He did not move at all. He just sat on a stone stool with his head buried in it. His hands were in his hair. He was in an indescribable state. There was guilt, there was sadness, there was anger. After sitting alone in the hall for 10 days and 10 nights, Yi Qinghan finally stood up. There was no expression on his face. There was only calmness. He spent 10 days and 10 nights suppressing all kinds of emotions in the deepest part of his heart. Revenge was a long and extremely dangerous road. He could not let his emotions affect his judgment. He had to calmly move forward step by step until the debt of blood was repaid, or perish. In the War Imperial Palace, Yi Qinghan opened the connection between himself and Carefree Pavilion and began to transmit his voice to Elder Lu. Elder Lu was the guardian of Carefree Pavilion. He could understand the matters of the Flame Dragon continent through him. There was nothing going on in the Flame Dragon continent. Yi Sihan and Peach Blossom were also very comfortable. However, the girls could not contact him and were slightly worried. Yi Qinghan transmitted his voice to Elder Lu and asked him to bring Yu Qingsheng and the others to the Divine Realm to stay for a period of time. Yu Qingsheng and the others arrived very quickly. Yi Qinghan instructed the Wind Emperor and the others not to reveal anything about the Flame Dragon City. He only said that he had been in seclusion for 4 years to comprehend the restrictions. As for Mo Xiaoxiao's departure, Yi Qinghan once again made up a white lie, saying that he had gone out to investigate the situation. Yu Qingsheng and the others discovered that Yi Qinghan's condition was good. After staying in the War Imperial Palace for a month, they reluctantly returned to the Flame Dragon continent under Yi Qinghan's request. After the 4 of them left, Yi Qinghan immediately entered the War Imperial Palace and went directly to the small hall where the secret manuals were stored. Looking at the books that were emitting a faint blue light, Yi Qinghan's heart was burning with passion. He slowly extended his hand and the restrictions on the secret manuals were easily removed. The 4 books were taken by Yi Qinghan. There were 4 booklets, 2 brown and 2 golden. The secret manuals were taken, but Yi Qinghan discovered that he had been tricked by the War Emperor. Yi Qinghan casually opened the 2 brown secret manuals, but he couldn't open the other 2 golden ones. It was obvious that there was a restriction on the secret manuals. Without reaching a higher level of strength, he wouldn't be able to open them. Yi Qinghan embarrassedly put the 2 golden books back. He began to flip through the other 2 brown books. One was indeed a high-level restriction, and the other was a kind of secret skill, Battle Saint's secret skill. Chapter 881. Yi Qinghan didn't care about that secret technique. Instead, he picked up the high-grade restriction and flipped through it. When he flipped to the middle and saw that there was indeed an escape technique, his whole body relaxed. After carefully reading the introduction of the escape technique, Yi Qinghan started to get excited. There was an introduction on it. As long as one comprehended this secret technique, one would be able to escape instantly. Even a supremacy's divine sense wouldn't be able to detect it, unless it was a soul cultivator at the supremacy level or a monarch level. Yi Qinghan was very clear about the supremacies of the Star Sea. He had once discussed with Mo Xiao and Xiao Lihe that none of them were soul cultivators. There were only 3 soul cultivators at the supremacy level in the entire divine realm, but none in the Star Sea. Wait. Isn't this a restriction? How did it become a secret technique? As he flipped through it, Yi Qinghan suddenly realized something. Wasn't this a high-grade restriction? How did it become a secret technique? What else was a secret technique? He had only heard of secrets, secret techniques, and secret manuals. This was the first time he had heard of a secret technique. Yi Qinghan pondered for a while and then decided to memorize the entire secret technique and slowly comprehend it. This time, it didn't take long. In just 1 month, Yi Qinghan had memorized everything. At the same time, he also understood why this escape technique wasn't called an escape restriction. According to the high-grade restriction, actually, in this world, all methods that could attack, defend, and generate various abilities were called restrictions in ancient times. There were 2 ways for martial artists to generate various abilities. First, martial artists used their own strength to generate various abilities. This was the ancient Shenzua's secret technique, such as divine force attacks or soul attacks. Second, martial artists used external objects to attack, defend, and so on. This was called a secret technique. However, the people of the divine realm like to call the second type of secret technique as a restriction. For example, the barriers of every city, the violent lightning that killed Emperor Yun in Sealed God Valley, and the heavy pressure that Yi Qinghan used to make the white-browed venerable unable to lift his head. These were all restrictions, but in the ancient times, they were called secret techniques because they borrowed the power of external objects. According to the books, many people in ancient times preferred to use all kinds of secret techniques. They borrowed external objects, the power of heaven and earth, and all kinds of magical things to trigger all kinds of magical abilities. But now, martial artists paid more attention to their own cultivation, allowing themselves to reach a very powerful level, thereby allowing the laws of heaven and earth to bestow them with all kinds of mystical powers. For example, the power of origin, teleportation, and willpower. Of course, Yi Qinghan preferred to focus more on his own cultivation. Borrowing external objects was never the way to go. But at this moment, he had no choice but to come into contact with external objects. So, he chose to start comprehending the escape secret technique. The principle behind the evasion technique was very simple. The general idea was to use various methods to distort the space around one's body. Or, it could also be said to form an invisible barrier around one's body so that the enemy's divine sense would not be able to detect it, thus achieving the goal of concealment. The principle was simple, but when Yi Qinghan tried to comprehend it, he frowned deeply. It was easy to distort space, vibrate space, and even create some small cracks in space. However, it was very difficult to distort the space to a certain degree. Furthermore, if one were to stand on the spot without moving, it would be meaningless whether one could hide or not. If one wanted to move at high speed and still maintain the evasion technique, it would be extremely difficult. I only need 10 heart formation stones. That's easy. The star stone is currently the best heart formation stone in the immortal realm. But the divine power released from the body needs to be released at the same time, and it needs to be released continuously according to 108 different patterns. Moreover, the divine sense needs to take shape and mediate in the middle. It seems that to successfully cultivate this evasion technique, I'm afraid it will take a lot of time. Moreover, to be proficient in using it, I'm afraid I'll have to practice it hundreds of millions of times, right? If one's soul isn't strong, they'll probably go crazy from cultivating it. Yi Qinghan sighed inwardly. This thing was indeed not something an ordinary person could cultivate. But he did not retreat. He had always liked to become stronger when he met strong opponents, let alone in the current situation where he had no other way out. Without thinking too much, he directly left the War Imperial Hall. Then, he transmitted a message to the Wind Emperor and immediately entered a state of soul stillness. He started to comprehend, simulate, and experiment. With the evasion technique, at least, his safety could be guaranteed. With his safety guaranteed, he could think of a way to take revenge. What was worth mentioning was that after 4 years of cultivation, the intensity of Yi Qinghan's soul was beyond Yi Qinghan's estimation. It still hadn't reached the second level of God-King realm. Yi Qinghan's soul had reached 2/3 of the first level of God-King realm. Now, after 4 years of continuous growth, and with the help of the soul jade, he was still a little bit away from reaching the second level of God-King realm. It was clear that it was really hard to improve the soul. However, Yi Qinghan didn't find it strange. If it was easy to improve the soul defense divine tool wouldn't be so precious in the divine world. Soul cultivators had the soul stillness great technique. Otherwise, if they wanted to improve their soul with treasures and spirit fruits, it would be as difficult as reaching the sky. Xiao He cultivated diligently. Day and night, he refined the soul fruits that Lord Devourer gave him. But after so many years and nearly 100 fruits, the intensity of his soul was still not as strong as Yi Qinghan's. This made Xiao He very depressed. But this time, Xiao He acted out of character and didn't come out to play. He made up his mind that he wouldn't come out until he finished refining the soul fruits. The mysterious spirit cave abode became safer with the help of the 3 spies. Although there were people who came to search occasionally, the 3 spies sent the news in advance. Wind Emperor and the rest immediately deployed. As a result, the spies became stronger and stronger. The soul slaves in Wushan's hands also increased. 2 years later, the search in the South Sea of Star Sea started to weaken. Li Kong was very clear that the myriad god caves terrain was too complicated. Such a search would definitely not find anything. Only a portion of the people were withdrawn. But the spies still covered the entire Star Sea. Li Tian stayed quietly in the Peach Blossom Lodge, waiting for news from the Star Sea, waiting for news from the Fire Dragon Plain. The Flame Dragon continent became more prosperous than before. Because of the existence of Tsang City, no one dared to make a move. Yi Qingyu, Yi Qinggu, Yi Tianlong, and the rest all refined the God Emperor's divine crystal. Although the martial artists who refined the divine crystal were not strong, a God Emperor was a God Emperor. No one in the Flame Dragon continent could contend against them. Especially after the news that Yi Qinghan built a city in the divine realm and had countless experts as subordinates spread, Yi Qinghan was even conferred as the only true god by the people of the continent. Without the disaster of war, everyone lived a prosperous and peaceful life. The return of Yu Qingcheng and the rest made the people of the continent more interested in martial arts. Tsang City had ordered that as long as one reached a certain realm, they would be bestowed with spiritual herbs, spiritual fruits, divine pills, divine weapons, and so on. In the future, after Yi Qinghan settled the matters in the divine realm, he would bring the divine realm's martial artists to the Flame Dragon City. Cultivating to become a true god, then roaming the divine realm like the Frost Arch. Just like the Frost Arch, the 2 words Flame Dragon would resound throughout the entire divine realm. This became the most noble goal of every Flame Dragon citizen. Of course, other than Tsang City, there was another sacred ground in the continent. Or rather, it was a forbidden ground, the dark forest. Tsang City had long given the order that no one was allowed to venture 10,000 miles into the dark forest, or they would be the enemy of Tsang City. In the depths of the dark forest, there was a dark castle. The castle was very beautiful and huge. However, such a huge castle had not been inhabited for a long time. There was only a snow-white rabbit that liked to sleep under the grape trellis. The rabbit was snow-white, without a single strand of mixed hair. It curled up under the grape trellis with its eyes tightly shut. From afar, it looked like a snowball. Suddenly, at this moment, the rabbit opened its eyes abruptly and looked straight at the sky. Its ruby-like eyes emitted a cold intent. At this moment, the entire dark castle stopped blowing. At the same time, the back mountain of the Yi family, the Cold Heart Pavilion, the Demon God Mountain, the Barbarian God Mountain, and everywhere else in the continent. Countless God Realm warriors flew out from the mansions and caves where they were cultivating. All of them looked at the sky with stern faces. The sky was cloudless, and the sun was high in the sky. However, in the next second, a massive black hole appeared. Countless warriors with intimidating auras flew out of the black hole, coldly scanning the flame dragon continent. They were like the Grim Reaper's messengers that appeared from the cold void, ready to capture people's souls. The Divine Realm's warriors are here. They are all 7th grade war gods. Yu Qingqing didn't show any panic on her face, but she was anxious. She teleported directly, appearing on the castle in the dark forest. She said to the rabbit that was emitting a cold aura, "Madam, please send a message to Lord Devour. Or else, the flame dragon continent will be finished." Chapter 882. I got it. The snow-white rabbit's mouth twitched, but it didn't show any emotion. Its eyes were cold. After saying a few words, it quieted down. "My lord." Yu Qingqing was worried. She couldn't maintain her transcendent aura anymore. She said hurriedly, "Can Lord Devour come back in time?" "You should go back." The rabbit didn't answer her. It said faintly with an unquestionable tone, "Go back and tell the members of the Yi family castle not to send messages to Yi Qinghan." Yu Qingqing was surprised. She had never seen this rabbit before. However, Lord Devour appeared after he went to the god world. It didn't have any demonic energy or god energy, just like an ordinary rabbit. However, its tone was exactly the same as Lord Devour's, overbearing. Yu Qingqing had no choice but to teleport back. She hurriedly gave instructions to everyone and sent a message to Elder Lu of the Carefree Pavilion, asking him to close the door here. This way, even if the Flame Dragon continent was destroyed, no one would be able to trace it back to Yi Qinghan from the Carefree Pavilion. More and more warriors appeared in the sky. All of them were 7th grade war gods. There were more than 20 of them, and more were coming. The brutal aura shrouded the entire Fire Dragon continent. Billions of residents of the Fire Dragon continent looked at the black gate in the sky in bewilderment. They didn't understand why the Fire Dragon continent was so powerful now. Why did creatures from the alien planes still dare to come here? However, they weren't afraid. They thought that as long as their true god was here, those creatures from the alien planes couldn't hurt them. They weren't afraid. All the god realm experts of the continent were scared. Yi Qinghan had brought back a lot of divine crystals, which helped the Emperor Realm and Saint Realm warriors who didn't have the potential to break through to the god realm. In recent years, thanks to Yi Qinghan's elixirs, some warriors who had comprehended the principle had become god realm. However, they all felt that even if all the experts of the continent joined hands, they wouldn't be able to defeat one of them. Swoosh! Countless god-tier warriors started to teleport towards the back mountain of the Yi family. At this moment, they knew that only the sacred land of the continent, Tsang City, could save them. The 7th grade war god in the sky paid no attention to the god-level warriors on the continent who were teleporting here and there. He only looked at the warriors on the continent with disdain, as if he was looking at a group of ants. Hee, you really think highly of us. They actually dispatched 37th grade war gods, and 5 of them were at the peak of 7th grade. Are these people planning to destroy the flame dragon plane? Yi Tianlong looked at Yi Qingniu and Yi Baihu bitterly. Although they could all refine divine crystals to become god emperors like them could be killed with a flick of a finger. They were not on the same level. Right now, there were already several tens of divine-level cultivators gathered at the back of the mountain. However, so what if there were 10 billion heavenly gods at their level? They didn't dare place their hopes on Yi Qinghan. Even if the rabbit didn't, he would still get Elder Lu to close the portal. Now, he could only count on the White Rabbit to send a message to the divine world, and then Lord Devour would come back. But, would Lord Devour come back? Could he come back so soon? The answer was no. When those 7th grade war gods, who were shrouded in black armor and whose faces couldn't be seen clearly, all teleported to the sky above Tsang City, those experts didn't say anything. They released their divine power and smashed down on Tsang City with their giant hands. Lord Devour still didn't show up. Instead, it was a rabbit. Many god-level warriors recognized this rabbit. It was the White Rabbit that was sleeping on the dark castle. At this moment, the White Rabbit suddenly released a snow-white god's domain, which enveloped the entire Tsang City. Then, a pair of ruby-like eyes shot out beams of red light. They were as fast as lightning, and many people couldn't even see them clearly. How powerful were the energy attacks of 27th grade war gods? Even the protective shield built by the Flame Dragon City couldn't withstand dozens of rounds of attacks from these people. However, under the snow-white protective shield of the rabbit, countless sparks blossomed above Tsang City. Although it was daytime, it was extremely beautiful. A cloud rose above Tsang City. Countless hills and ancient trees outside Tsang City were instantly razed to the ground, and thick smoke billowed. However, when the smoke settled, the snow-white protective shield still shrouded the sky above Tsang City. Tsang City still stood there, and the beautiful Tsang City formed a sharp contrast with the apocalyptic scenery outside. Countless god-level warriors in the mountain behind the Yi family opened their eyes wide, and their mouths were wide open. Their expressions were as if they had just seen the funniest joke in the world. Even Peach Blossom, who had seen many things, couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at the ordinary-looking rabbit. In the next second, something even more bizarre happened. The 7th grade war gods in the sky started to fall to the ground one by one, like falling dust, like kites with broken strings. They floated down, leaving behind a pile of divine crystals and spatial rings, which glittered in the air. There were many country bumpkins in the Flame Dragon continent, but there was no lack of people who had seen the world. For example, Yu Qingsheng and the other 3, and Peach Blossom. Thousands of warriors gathered outside Flame Dragon City. Later on, many venerables appeared, and 2 of the most powerful 9th grade war gods appeared. Although Yu Qingsheng and the others later entered the War Imperial Palace, they had heard the details of the grand occasion. Peach Blossom was at the God King realm, and his father was a venerable whose name shook the Star Sea. However, they couldn't figure out what was going on. It wasn't difficult to block the energy attacks of 37th grade war gods, and even a venerable could do it. However, to kill 37th grade war gods at the same time, even an ordinary venerable couldn't do it, right? Moreover, no one had ever seen or heard of this rabbit's methods. How powerful was this rabbit? Venerable? Soul cultivator? 9th grade? The rabbit didn't give an answer, and disappeared in a flash, along with the divine crystals and spatial rings in the sky. The apocalyptic crisis was over, but no one could have imagined that it was an ordinary-looking rabbit that saved the people of the continent in the end. Send a message to Yi Qinghan, and tell him what happened here. Also, tell him that I'm protecting this place, and he can do whatever he wants. The rabbit sent a strange message at the end. Originally, it asked Yu Qingsheng not to tell Yi Qinghan, and now it wanted to tell him? Divine World, Soul Devourer Manor, City Master's Mansion Rooftop. Lord Devourer stood indifferently in the pavilion on the rooftop. The sea breeze messed up his black hair, fluttered his fiery red skirt, and revealed his curvaceous body. Nine-tailed Fox stood quietly behind him, not knowing why Lord Devourer opened the protective cover of the rooftop and wanted to enjoy the wind. Ajo, you don't know, but someone dared to send dozens of 7th-grade war gods to our hometown, and attempted to destroy the world. Lord Devourer suddenly opened his mouth, startling Nine-Tailed Fox. Her eyes were immediately filled with anxiety, anger, and worry. However, when she recalled that Lord Devourer was still standing there quietly, and that although there was anger in his tone, he was still calm, she assumed that he had already dealt with it. Thus, she didn't talk, continuing to look at Lord Devourer, waiting for him to continue. Lord Devourer liked Lady Geo a lot because she was a good listener, standing at the peak of the warriors. Lord Devourer had a lot of things to say, but no one could tell him. It was lonely at the top, and all emperors were lonely. Lord Devourer kept silent for a while, then continued, "Unfortunately, they're all dead. They wanted to force Yi Qinghan out, so I gave them what they wanted. However, I think the one they forced out would be Yi Qinghan, the one that the entire Star Sea is afraid of. Let's wait and see. The Star Sea is going to be really lively and fun." Lady Geo couldn't help but ask, "My lord, I don't understand one thing. Why do you have so much confidence in Yi Qinghan? Do you really believe that Yi Qinghan can resist the entire Star Sea alone?" "To be honest, I don't have faith in him." Lord Devourer lifted his head, looking at the sky. "I have faith in the Soul Emperor and the Master of the Apotheosis Valley. How could the descendant chosen by the two eccentrics be ordinary? Although Yi Qinghan can't resist the Star Sea now, one day, he will make the Star Sea tremble." Chapter 883. Stellar Sea Peach Blossom Island. Li Tian had been living on the island for a long time, but there was still no news of Yi Qinghan. At the same time, there was no news from the Flame Dragon continent either. Li Tian could no longer sit still. He let Peach Blossom Venerable continue the search while he led his men to the southwest region of the Stellar Sea. There were not many islands in the southwest region of the Stellar Sea. There was only one main island and some smaller islands. But at this moment, countless experts had gathered in the southwest region of the Stellar Sea. More than 10 venerables had come, and these venerables were from different continents. The Soul Emperor Pavilion had reopened after 10,000 years. The Soul Emperor was the most legendary person in the divine realm in the past million years. He was a soul-devouring beast, and his strength was at the peak of grade 7. But with a treasure, he could suppress grade 8 venerables. He had endless wealth, and his treasures were as many as a mountain. He was an artifact refiner. The fury of the dancing butterfly was successfully refined by him. Moreover, he loved adventure. He explored the myriad god cave below the Stellar Sea the most, and went to many mystic realms that many people in the divine realm had never heard of. He and the Misty Monarch were sworn brothers, and he was a guest of the Grace Monarch. He also had a good relationship with several monarchs. He was the undisputed #1 god emperor in the divine realm. Of course, this #1 god emperor did not include venerables and invincible war gods. But his status was definitely higher than the venerables. Unfortunately, he died in the end. He placed all of his treasures in the Soul Emperor Pavilion. He also set up restrictions that forbade those above grade 5 from entering. If they forced their way in, the Soul Emperor Pavilion would self-destruct. The Misty Monarch and several other monarchs respected his dying wish, and sent several venerables to guard the Soul Emperor Island. Although there were amazing treasures inside, only the fated could obtain them. The Soul Emperor Pavilion opened once every 10,000 years, and could be entered with the Soul Emperor Sword. Each sword could allow 3 people to enter for a maximum of 3 years. There were many treasures in the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Over the years, countless transcendent grade divine artifacts had appeared. There were also countless other mystical treasures. Most importantly, there were 9 levels of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Until now, no one had been able to enter the 8th and 9th levels. Just the 7th floor alone was already filled with such treasures. No one dared to imagine what would be in the last 2 floors. 11 of the 12 divine swords had been unearthed. Among them, the Star Sea had obtained 3, the Ethereal Continent had obtained 3, and the other continents had obtained 1 each. There was also a divine sword that had been unearthed. It was with Yi Qinghan, but Yi Qinghan had no intention of participating in the treasure hunt, nor did he have the time to do so. Of course, he did not dare to do so at this moment. He had been in seclusion all this time, comprehending the escape secret technique. The principle behind the secret technique was very simple. Yi Qinghan's comprehension speed was also very fast. However, he had been in seclusion for a few years now, yet he was still in seclusion. The Wind Emperor sat beside him. Because of the Soul Emperor Pavilion's treasure hunt, the Stellar Sea's search had weakened even further. It was safe to stay in the profound spirit cave abode, but it was a little boring. He did not know what Yi Qinghan was comprehending. He also didn't think that Yi Qinghan could make any big breakthrough in a short period of time. Thus, he asked Tian Chen and the rest to stand guard at the side while he went into seclusion. The Wind Emperor did not understand, but Tian Chen's face was full of hope. He saw with his own eyes that Yi Qinghan used the power source to kill the powerful monster in this cave abode. He did not know where Yi Qinghan's power source came from, but the more strange Yi Qinghan was, the more excited he was. He had an inexplicable anticipation in his heart. Perhaps Yi Qinghan would make a big breakthrough, and then slaughter in the Stellar Sea, so that they could also feel proud. Suddenly, Tian Chen's eyes lit up because he realized that Yi Qinghan's body was emitting countless divine powers. These divine powers revolved around his body in a strange trajectory. Then, Yi Qinghan suddenly disappeared in front of his eyes. Just when he thought that Yi Qinghan had entered the War Imperial Palace, his eyes suddenly opened and he exclaimed, startling everyone in the small hall. Tian Chen quickly turned his head in disbelief and found that Yi Qinghan was indeed standing not far behind him, his face full of excitement. Teleportation? Tian Chen cried out in horror. Yi Qinghan was still in the Divine King realm, but he had the power source. Now, he could actually teleport? Was this master going to defy the heavens? All of you, lock onto me with your divine senses. See if you can find me. Yi Qinghan's body emitted countless divine powers again. These divine powers revolved around his body quickly, and then his body disappeared in the air again. It was silent and very strange. The Wind Emperor and the others finally came to their senses. They spread out their divine senses but still could not find Yi Qinghan. Finally, they saw Yi Qinghan's body suddenly appear in the hall outside. Master, didn't he enter the War Imperial Palace? He can teleport? That's not right. The speed of teleportation shouldn't be so slow, right? What's going on? The Wind Emperor was in a daze. He exchanged glances with everyone else before they all rushed into the hall. Were you able to lock onto me with your divine senses just now? Yi Qinghan looked at the crowd and asked immediately. After a few years of enlightenment, the evasion mystic technique had reached the great accomplishment stage. Now, he was eager to know the effect of this thing. This was something that he had been studying for nearly a decade. We can't lock onto you. Master, how did you do it? Before the Wind Emperor could speak, Yi Qinghan already knew the answer when he saw the crowd's expression. He rubbed his hands together and said angrily, the evasion mystic technique has reached the great accomplishment stage. It's time for the Stellar Sea to collect some interest. Without explaining to the crowd, Yi Qinghan once again experimented in the Xianling cave abode. Although he knew this thing, he had to practice it to the point of perfection. Otherwise, if it suddenly failed, it would be fatal. After everyone's divine senses locked onto him, Yi Qinghan began to run around the cave abode. He revealed himself from time to time, and hid himself from time to time. Without a moment's pause, he practiced non-stop. After practicing for a whole month and exploding dozens of star stones, Yi Qinghan finally stopped practicing. He finally confirmed some things. This evasion mystic technique was indeed undetectable by 7th grade war gods. As for 8th grade venerables, it was still uncertain. Each evasion mystic technique could last for a day. After a day, the energy of the star stones would be exhausted and explode. Currently, Yi Qinghan could maintain the evasion mystic technique without failure at half the speed. If the speed was too fast, he would lose control and fail the evasion mystic technique. But even so, it was enough to make the Wind Emperor and the others so shocked that their eyeballs fell to the ground. Although this thing was not as powerful as teleportation, it was also a sharp weapon for killing and escaping. Imagine a person following you, but you were unaware of it. Then, this person suddenly attacked you. Could you dodge it? Fine. Even if your mind sensed danger. But if he followed you, for example, when you were drinking, or when you were having fun with a woman, and suddenly attacked when your mind was at its most relaxed, could you block it? Master is in too much danger now. Tianchen secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Others might not know, but there were 3 people among them who clearly knew that Yi Qinghan possessed origin energy. If Yi Qinghan launched a sneak attack, even if a venerable was slow in dodging or reacting, he would still die. A divine king realm warrior could actually kill a venerable in a second. That was too terrifying. Of course, Tianchen was only thinking about it. He also knew that it was unrealistic. A venerable possessed origin energy and could teleport. Once he sensed danger, he could immediately use origin energy to protect himself or teleport. Who could hurt him? Chapter 884. Do you know what's the heart formation stone that's even better than the star stone? Yi Qinghan was very satisfied with other aspects, but he was very dissatisfied with the fact that he could only hide for a day. His speed was very fast. Even at half his speed, he could travel 1,000,000 miles in a day. Although 1,000,000 miles was very far, supremacies could instantly teleport over. The stellar sea was unstable, and supremacies did not dare to teleport too far. But what if there were supremacies nearby? After he exchanged for the star stone, wouldn't he be dismembered? Wu Shan and the rest did not understand, but the Wind Emperor thought of one. There's one, the Dragon Blood Stone. The older, the better. But it's very difficult to buy. Ordinary places don't have it, but the War God Pavilion definitely has it. Master, you can ask Su Longxiang to buy it. Yi Qinghan immediately sent a message to Su Longxiang, asking him to come over and give him some divine stones to buy it. At the same time, he was prepared to practice here for a period of time to see if he could increase his speed when hiding. It would be safer this way. With everything planned, Yi Qinghan opened the carefree pavilion and prepared to contact Yi Qinggu and the rest to see the situation of the Fire Dragon continent. But, Elder Lu immediately sent a message. Yi Qinghan's expression changed instantly. The Fire Dragon continent was under attack. Can you be more shameless? Yi Qinghan gritted his teeth and shouted. Through the information from Su Longxiang and several spies, Yi Qinghan knew very well that the person in charge of this matter was not the Peach Blossom Venerable, but Li Tian of the Supreme Island. Previously, the Fire Dragon City was destroyed, and this time, the Fire Dragon continent was under attack. Even if it was the Peach Blossom Venerable, he would not be able to do it. Needless to say, Li Tian and the Supreme Island were behind it. Yi Qinghan also felt a special meaning from the rabbit's words. Although this rabbit's strength surprised him, Yi Qinghan felt that it was Lord Devour who sent this message. I'll help you protect the rear, and you can do it boldly. Lord Devour is encouraging me to open fire. Now that the Flame Dragon continent was safe and sound and the rear had been stabilized, Yi Qinghan had nothing to worry about anymore. Since that's the case, let's open fire. Su Longxiang came very quickly. Recently, because Li Tian had gone to Seoul the Arch Island, the search had weakened. Therefore, he could easily sneak his way here. Yi Qinghan tossed him a nameless Godstone card, and the amount on the card caused Su Longxiang's body to tremble again. A month later, Su Longxiang brought back several hundred dragon blood stones, but they were divided into 2 types. One was 1,000,000 years old, and the other was only 500,000 years old. Yi Qinghan immediately gave it a try and found that the 500,000-year-old dragon blood stone could hide for 3 days, and the 1,000,000-year-old dragon blood stone could hide for 10 days. After practicing in the cave for another 3 months, Yi Qinghan felt that his speed had already reached 2/3 of his full speed in the state of evading. He could not bear it any longer and immediately decided to set off. When they heard that Yi Qinghan was going to kill people for revenge, all the soul slaves fell silent. They did not agree with it. After all, although Yi Qinghan could hide, it was still very dangerous. However, as Yi Qinghan's sole slaves, they did not dare to raise any objections. City Lord, I think it's better for you to cultivate for a period of time. After all, it's safer that way. Wu Shan spoke and reminded tactfully. Yi Qinghan also knew that it was dangerous, but after cultivating for so many years, his soul had just broken through to the second level of God-King realm. He did not know how many years it would take to break through to the God-Arch realm. The Flame Dragon continent was under attack, and he could not sit still anymore. It was as if there was a bone spike stuck in his throat, making him restless. If his thoughts were not clear and his heart could not calm down, how could he cultivate? He waved his hand and shouted, "You don't have to persuade me. If you want to go, follow me. Regardless of success or failure, each of you will be a soul slave for 100,000 years. If you don't want to go, just stay here. I won't force you." Although Yi Qinghan said so, no one dared to not go. Firstly, without Yi Qinghan's spatial artifact, they would definitely not be able to escape. Secondly, if they went this time, they would be able to reduce their soul slave by 100,000 years. If they did not go, it was not impossible to infuriate Yi Qinghan and destroy their souls directly. After going to another small hall, Yi Qinghan kept the dozens of 6th-grade demonic beasts and the Wind Emperor and the rest into the War Emperor Palace. Then, he escaped. As he escaped into the distance, he started to transmit his voice to Su Longxiang to find out the current situation of the Star Sea's personnel. The situation was quickly figured out. Because Li Tian had gone to Soul Emperor Island, the factions of the Southern Sea and the top 10 god bandit groups had stopped their search. They only sent out some small teams to deal with the situation. The only ones who were still searching were the hundreds of thousands of Star Army that Li Kong transferred from the Supreme Island and the 9 Guardians Island. Of course, there were also the Peach Blossom Venerable subordinates. Star Army? Let's start with you. Since you want to kill me, then you should be prepared to be killed. Yi Qinghan quickly set his target. He would kill the army directly under Li Tian. This would make him lose more face and drive him crazy. Yi Qinghan did not dare to advance under the sea. Evading martial artists could not detect him. If the demonic beasts under the sea had special abilities that could detect him, then it would be troublesome. Floating directly to the surface, Yi Qinghan began to fly rapidly. His target was the northern part of the South Sea, the section near the inland sea. After flying for a short while, Yi Qinghan saw 5 dragon boats speeding toward him. Yi Qinghan stopped in the air and looked down nervously. He did not dare to release his divine sense and just stood there quietly. The 5 dragon boats quickly passed by. Yi Qinghan heaved a sigh of relief. Such a large dragon boat definitely had a 7th-grade war god on board. Reality proved that a 7th-grade war god was indeed unable to discover the secret technique of concealment. Yi Qinghan began to fly rapidly. This time, he used a million-year-old dragon blood stone, which could hide for 10 days. Along the way, he encountered many search teams. Some were private soldiers from various islands, and some were Star Army soldiers wearing war god robes and black helmets. However, Yi Qinghan did not make a move and continued to advance quickly. Until 10 days later, when the dragon blood stone was about to explode, Yi Qinghan finally stopped and chose to dive into the deep sea. He revealed himself and quickly exchanged for the dragon blood stone before continuing forward. In the evading state, he could not use his divine power recklessly other than flying. Once he attacked or entered the War Imperial Palace, he would immediately reveal himself. Therefore, Yi Qinghan had to reveal himself to exchange for the dragon blood stone. A month later, Yi Qinghan had already flown several trillion miles to the north. Finally, he hid near a place called Dragon Tooth Island. According to Su Longxiang's information, there were no large islands within a radius of several thousand miles. This Dragon Tooth Island was a nearby supply island. Su Longxiang had once stayed here for a period of time. The reason why Yi Qinghan chose this place was that the islands with venerables were very far away from this place. It was impossible for venerables to arrive in an instant. This was the first battle, so Yi Qinghan had to be more cautious. Everyone, prepare for battle. A day later, when a dragon boat was rapidly approaching Dragon Tooth Island, Yi Qinghan made his move. He flew toward Dragon Tooth Island and transmitted his voice to the Wind Emperor and the others in the War Imperial Palace. Chapter 885. The Dragon Tooth Island was not large. When the dragon boat approached, the shield of the island was instantly opened. Yi Qinghan could see the layout of the entire island at a glance. A team of warriors flew down from the dragon boat, led by a 6th-grade war god. They were all members of the Star Army. There were nearly 100 of them, including more than 10 6th-grade war gods, and the rest were 5th-grade war gods. Yi Qinghan did not dare to spread out his divine sense. He just quietly followed them into the island. There were dozens of pavilions on the island, all neatly built on the island. After the team of Star Army walked in, nearly 100 Star Army soldiers flew out from the pavilions and entered the dragon boat. Apparently, it was time to change shifts. Is the fiery dragon city lord in the Sea of Stars or not? What's the point of searching like this? Humph. This bastard city lord, if he hadn't been caught, would have eaten his flesh alive. Because of him, I have to wander on the sea for a year every other year. My body is rusty. Next time you see His Highness, ask him to arrange for people to destroy the fiery dragon city again. Shoo! Do you want to die? How dare you say that? Stop talking and go in. I haven't enjoyed myself for a year. I heard that a batch of cat girls was sent here. As the Star Army flew fast, they shouted unscrupulously. On the other hand, Yi Qinghan, who was following behind him, was burning with rage. He quickly stopped, afraid that they would sense his murderous intent. After calming himself down, Yi Qinghan followed them again and finally entered the building complex. Swish! A figure flashed out of the pavilion. The Star Army immediately knelt to a man in front of them and said respectfully, "Greetings, Your Excellency." Well, rest for a year and continue the search. Pay attention next time. His Highness will be back from the Soul Emperor Pavilion soon. If anyone dares to slack off again, don't blame me for being rude. This person was obviously a 7th-grade war god. Yi Qinghan observed with his naked eyes and estimated that this person was at most in the upper 7th grade. He was greatly reassured. The 7th-grade war god's body flashed and disappeared into a room. The Star Army immediately rushed toward the largest pavilion. Yi Qinghan did not follow. Instead, he quietly snuck into the loft of the 7th-grade war god. There were many rooms in the loft, but only one of them was tightly shut. Evidently, he was alone. After that, Yi Qinghan began to search the nearby rooms, but there was no one there. When he walked into the largest pavilion that the Star Army had just entered, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. In the hall of the room, nearly 100 soldiers of the Star Army were inside. Apart from them, there were also hundreds of women. The women were all naked, and the soldiers of the Star Army were all naked. They were actually having sex in the hall in broad daylight, and they were a group of promiscuous people. On the floor, on the tables, on the chairs, and on the walls, there were naked human figures everywhere. The scene was extremely erotic, and even a little disgusting. Because he actually saw several cat girls licking each other, and several men licking each other. Is this Star Army the offspring of wild beasts? Yi Qinghan did not dare to look anymore. He was afraid that his murderous aura would be accidentally exposed. He forcefully suppressed the urge to vomit and began to search the surroundings. In the end, he confirmed that there were only this group of warriors, a 7th-grade war god, and several servants on the island. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Yi Qinghan did not have any scruples. He rushed into the hall, roared, and waved his hand. The Wind Emperor, dozens of experts, and dozens of demonic beasts all appeared on the scene. All of them had their divine energy and demonic energy in their bodies. The weapons in their hands were shining with cold divine weapons. Each of them and each demonic beast targeted different warriors and violently attacked them. When the Wind Emperor and the others appeared, Yi Qinghan's body instantly disappeared, and then he quietly flew to the side to watch the battle. The battle in the hall was not fierce. Rather than a battle, it would be more accurate to call it a massacre. One side was ready to attack and suddenly appeared. The other side was the most relaxed state of mind. In an instant, all the warriors were killed. More than 100 divine gems floated in the air, and dozens of catgirls were also implicated. The number of people on Yi Qinghan's side was almost the same as that of the Star Army, and their strength was generally much higher. 49 demonic beasts, all at the peak of the 6th grade, and the Wind Emperor was more familiar with the 7th grade realm. Who could resist each one of them? Swish! How dare you! The 7th grade war god was instantly awakened. He immediately rushed out and roared at the hellish scene in the hall. However, he did not move forward. Instead, he quickly retreated. The enemy had a 7th grade war god and so many peak of the 6th grade. He was not a fool. Of course, he chose to escape and send a message at once. However, as he flew through the air, he suddenly bumped into something. Then, he saw a hand emitting a white stream of air. It was like the claw of a demon. It appeared out of thin air and easily crushed his divine crystal. How could you be a venerable? Before the 7th grade war god died, he stared at the face that was plastered all over the star sea, and said in disbelief. Yi Qinghan had the origin energy, and suddenly appeared. He subconsciously thought that Yi Qinghan was a venerable. City Lord, what's in your hand? Master, how could you have the origin energy? Except for Tian Chen and the other two, who had already seen it, the rest of the people looked at the white air current in Yi Qinghan's hand in shock. They looked at the cyan figure in the sky and the lifeless body falling down. They could not believe it. What are you waiting for? Do you want to die? Destroy this island for me. Go. Yi Qinghan did not explain and shouted in a deep voice. Everyone quickly came to their senses. However, dozens of soul slaves grabbed the 20 surviving catgirls in their hands. Yi Qinghan glanced at them indifferently and did not blame them. The Wind Emperor made the first move. His divine energy transformed into a giant palm and slammed down on the buildings. Rumble. With a series of loud noises, all the buildings were razed to the ground. The heart formation stone of the island's barrier was also destroyed, and the barrier on the island dissipated instantly. Swish! Yi Qinghan quickly flew down. Then, he grabbed countless heads from the ruins and quickly placed them on an empty ground. Finally, he ordered all the catgirls to stop resisting and put them into the War Emperor Palace. Then, he activated the escape form and dashed away. Buzz! Less than an hour after Yi Qinghan left, the sky above Dragon Tooth Island trembled, and a venerable teleported out. Then, several venerables teleported over one after another. When the Peach Blossom Venerable teleported over, the entire Dragon Tooth Island was surrounded by countless Star Army soldiers. There were more than 10 venerables inside, and all of them looked terrible. The Peach Blossom Venerable swept his eyes across and saw the countless heads on the ground. His expression also instantly became extremely unsightly. These heads were arranged according to some special patterns and finally formed 2 big words: revenge. Many things were transmitted through countless communication jade talismans. The star sea shook again. After that 7th grade war god discovered the Wind Emperor and the demonic beasts, he immediately sent a message. Now that these people had severed limbs, it was easy to see that many people had died at the hands of the demonic beasts. The 2 big words of human heads on the ground were more like a blatant declaration from Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan was still in the Star Sea, and he still dared to openly kill the Star Army. It was one thing to kill people, but he still dared to leave words. Countless venerables and experts on Dragon Tooth Island felt like they had been slapped heavily in the face again. Yi Qinghan was clearly taking revenge. He was clearly declaring war on the entire Star Sea. Search, mobilize everyone, find him, and then crush him into pieces. All the venerables were enraged. They opened up their divine senses and teleported in all directions. Countless messages were sent to the nearby martial artists, god bandits, and the Star Army. The Star Sea was instantly stirred up. Chapter 886. The entire Star Ocean began to move. Countless people gathered in the direction of Dragon Teeth Island. Li Tian Royal Highness was far away in Supreme Island, and there was no one in charge of the Southern Sea. However, countless warriors and god bandits were rushing towards Dragon Teeth Island. Yi Qinghan had thoroughly infuriated them this time. The Star Army represented the Star Ocean. Killing people was not a big deal, but using a human head as a sign was an undisguised provocation. It was an undisguised declaration of war. The experts of the various prefectures who roamed the Starry Sea did not belong to the Starry Sea, but the people of the various islands and the god bandits who roamed the Starry Sea all year round took pride in the people of the Starry Sea and the Starry Sea Sovereign. Li Kong sent people to destroy Flame Dragon City. They did not feel that it was wrong to harm the innocent. They only felt that they were proud. The Star Ocean was like a powerful lion. They did not feel that it was overboard when they stepped on others. However, if a wild wolf howled at it, it would be infuriated. In just half a month, the number of experts near Dragon Teeth Island had reached several billion. With so many people and over 10 paragons, they had turned the 5 million kilometers of sea region around Dragon Teeth Island upside down. However, Yi Qinghan had mysteriously disappeared. No one discovered any trace of him. Even the warriors and demonic beasts under him could not find a single strand of hair. This made everyone feel flabbergasted. Logically speaking, even if that Imo Xiao Xiao came to help him and teleported him, with so many paragons rushing over from all directions, it should be impossible for them to not find any trace of him, right? 2 months later, the 18 paragons gathered at Dragon Teeth Island again. They had been searching continuously for 2 months. This made them mentally exhausted. Since they could not find him after 2 months, it would be futile for them to continue searching. Hence, everyone decided to guard Dragon Teeth Island and wait for news after the thorough search by several billion warriors. Peach Blossom, where exactly is this convenient in-law of yours hiding? A minor god king could actually avoid the search of so many people? Truly awesome. Venerable Flying Snow had a mischievous expression. Looking at the helpless Venerable Peach Blossom, he started making fun of him. Paragon Peach Blossom's expression instantly turned ashen. He glared and furiously roared, "This daddy doesn't have such in-laws. Old man Flying Snow, if you dare to continue making such jokes, I'll definitely fall out with you." The venerable ones beside them quickly came over to smooth things over. They had not found Yi Qinghan yet, so if their own people were to cause a ruckus, then they would become a laughing stock. A brown-skinned paragon said, "All right, let's not talk about it anymore. Fei Shue, if you are angry, don't vent it on Taoyuan." Finding that little bastard made everyone uncomfortable. "Let's find him." "Find him? How do we find them?" Fei Shue's snow-white hair fluttered in the wind. Her face was filled with anger as she said, "With so many people, even a flying bird can be found. This little bastard, could it be that he flew into the sky or entered the ground?" Sigh, the few venerables sighed deeply. With such an intensive search, it was impossible for anyone to hide in the spatial artifact. This meant that either Yi Qinghan had already escaped from under their noses, or he was hiding somewhere. But where else could he hide? Many venerables sat cross-legged. They no longer thought about it and began meditating. Venerable Flying Snow and Venerable Peach Blossom helplessly closed their eyes and waited for news. 3 days later, the 18 venerables opened their eyes at the same time. Their eyes were filled with excitement. They could feel their communication jade talismans vibrating. What could possibly happen at this moment that could send a message to them at the same time? There was only one thing: they had discovered the whereabouts of Yi Qinghan. Nevertheless, when everyone took out their communication jade talismans, the expressions of the 18 venerables turned ashen. Especially Venerable Flying Snow, whose expression was so black that water could be seen. The 18 of them glanced at each other before disappearing from Dragon Tooth Island. That's right, they had indeed discovered the whereabouts of Yi Qinghan. But the location was several 100 million kilometers away on Flying Rain Island. The scenery within Flying Snow Island was too beautiful, causing every pavilion to be extremely expensive. Venerable Flying Snow's clan had a huge population. Hence, he arranged for all the branch family disciples to stay on Flying Rain Island. But it was at this moment that something happened on Flying Rain Island. An hour later, all the venerables teleported to the Flying Rain Island with all their might using their divine power. Flying Rain Island was already surrounded by the Star Army and the nearby experts who came after hearing the news. After Venerable Flying Snow teleported over, he saw a scene that nearly made him explode. All the pavilions on Flying Rain Island had turned into ruins. The public square was filled with human heads, and there were still two huge words, revenge. What made Venerable Flying Snow let out a sigh of relief was that the majority of the civilians on Flying Snow Island were fine. Very few of those Heaven God Realm God Generals and God Kings died. Most of those who died were the protectors on the island. They were all God Emperors, a total of 700 to 800 of them. Clearly, Yi Qinghan did not kill these weak civilians. But this seemingly benevolent action of Yi Qinghan deeply infuriated Venerable Flying Snow. In the eyes of Venerable Flying Snow, Yi Qinghan was looking down on him. He furiously looked around before roaring out, "Fei Li is dead? Get the hell out of here. All the people guarding Flying Snow Island are dead?" Venerable, young Master Fei Li led a team to Dragon Tooth Island half a month ago. He took away more than half of the 7th grade war gods. A subordinate immediately reported and explained. Before Venerable Flying Snow left, he asked young Master Fei Li to guard Flying Snow Island. He also left behind more than 10 7th grade war gods, including 3 peak 7th grade war gods. Who would have thought that young Master Fei Li would take these experts away, leaving behind only 5 7th grade war gods to guard the island? The 5 7th grade war gods received the news when something happened on Flying Rain Island, but they did not dare to leave Flying Snow Island. They were afraid that Yi Qinghan would bring his men to Flying Snow Island once the protective barrier was opened. Wouldn't Venerable Flying Snow kill them when he returned? Idiot. The Venerables by the side sighed. They immediately teleported out and started searching with Flying Rain Island as the center with their divine senses. Venerable Flying Snow was so angry that his whole body was trembling. He slapped this subordinate and sent him flying. Then, he quickly gave a few orders and teleported in all directions. The warriors on Dragon Tooth Island received the news here. They immediately formed a fan shape and surrounded this place. A team of warriors was formed every few dozen kilometers. Every team had an expert with the law of space. They spread out and searched like a net. But, they searched for a month. There was still no news. Yi Qinghan mysteriously disappeared in the Starry Sea. 2 months later, in the south of Flying Snow Island, more than 300 warriors of the Star Army were massacred. Their heads were arranged into 2 big words, revenge. 3 months later, in the vicinity of Dragon Tooth Island, a team of Star Army was attacked. More than 300 warriors died. They only managed to kill one of Yi Qinghan's subordinates. More than 100 warriors escaped. 4 months later, in the border between the South Sea and the West Sea, a search team of more than 600 warriors was massacred. Not a single one escaped. Yi Qinghan's crazy massacre and strange whereabouts shocked the entire Starry Sea. It was said that even Venerable Li Kong was infuriated by the news from Venerable Island. Countless venerables from the North Sea, East Sea, and West Sea began to rush over. Countless warriors of the Star Army began to gather in the South Sea. 7 months later. After a few years, the Soul Emperor Pavilion's treasure hunt ended. Just as young Master Li Tian walked out of Soul Emperor Island with a disappointed expression and a pile of ordinary treasures. He had received countless messages. The most recent one was from an island 5 million kilometers away from Soul Emperor Island where the Star Army was stationed. It had just been massacred by Yi Qinghan and more than 500 warriors of the Star Army died. Li Tian raised his head and looked at the blood-red sea. After carefully reading the message, he grinned. However, this grin was incomparably ferocious. His eyes revealed a fighting spirit as he looked up at the sky. His body revealed a boundless killing intent as he laughed cruelly. Very good. Yi Qinghan, you have guts. I'm not afraid of you killing people. I'm only afraid that you won't attack. The more people you kill, the more you will incur the wrath of the Starry Sea. I'd like to see how you fight against the entire Starry Sea alone. Now, let's have some fun. Chapter 887. Li Tian didn't rush to the island immediately, not because he was afraid of Yi Qinghan. He had 27th grade war gods with him, and 5 of them were at the pinnacle of the 7th grade. Moreover, they were super bodyguards specially trained by the Supreme Island to protect important people. They were experts in joint attacks, and even a supremacy wouldn't be able to kill them in a short time. After staying in the Soul Emperor Pavilion for a few years, he didn't know much about the outside world. He needed to understand the overall situation, so he had to consult Supremacy Li Kong. He didn't reap many treasures on this trip, but in the past few years, his state of mind had undergone a huge change. Yi Qinghan continued to attack, and he even said that it was for revenge. It was obvious that he wouldn't stop anytime soon. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry and brought his men to the Supreme Island in the Flaming Lion chariot. The colorful shield outside the Supreme Island was still shining, and the island was still in a sealed state. Li Tian and his men charged into the deep sea and teleported to the Supreme Island. He was very calm this time, and he even smiled at the guards on the square. The guards were shocked and thought that they saw the wrong person. Father, I'm back. In a small hall, Li Tian saw Li Kong. Although he also knelt on one knee, he had a faint smile on his face, and he was much calmer. Not bad. Li Kong still looked like a Maitreya Buddha. He was gratified to see Li Tian and praised, "You've improved. It wasn't a waste of my effort to withstand the pressure and let you go out to train. Thank you for your effort, father. I've learned a lot. One will never grow up without going through hardships." Li Tian's eyes were filled with battle intent. He looked into the sky and said slowly, "This time is an even greater challenge and training for me." Great! Li Kong shouted, not concealing his joy at Li Tian's transformation. He waved his hand and threw out a token. Other than the Supreme Island, you can command everyone in the Star Ocean. Regardless of success or failure, just remember to stay alive. Thank you, father. Li Tian stared at the token in his hand. He knew that he had finally gained the recognition of Li Kong. Previously, the star token was a one-time use token. However, this one was permanent. There were only 3 of such tokens in the entire Star Sea. It represented the will of the Star Sovereign and could command the masses in the Star Sea. The smile on Li Kong's face began to freeze, and his expression became solemn as he instructed, "Remember a few points. First, this is your subordinates' trouble. It's fine no matter how much trouble they make. We can't interfere. I interfered previously because of your incompetence, and you didn't leave any evidence. That was why they couldn't move the people from Supreme Island. Yi Qinghan was killed by you because he was incompetent. The Misty Continent won't have much of a reaction. Similarly, if you were killed by Yi Qinghan, I wouldn't be able to do anything for you. Secondly, the Misty Continent didn't do anything. It was fine to do it once, but if it was done twice, the Misty Sovereign wouldn't do anything, but that crazy woman Jia Wu would definitely secretly send people to do it. At that time, the Starry Sea would definitely fall into chaos. If you incur the wrath of the monarch, no one can save you. Thirdly, there are experts in the Fire Dragon Plane. Don't send people to die. Settle the battle between you and Yi Qinghan in the Starry Sea. Since he chose to start the battle, his personality could be seen from various information. He won't let this matter rest. In the end, either he dies, or you die. Go, I hope you won't disappoint me." Li Tian knelt down and kowtowed to Li Kong 3 times. Then, he turned around and strode outside resolutely. He was very clear that this was the biggest challenge of his life. If he succeeded, his mental state would undergo a perfect transformation, and he would have the chance to reach the peak in this life. If he failed, he might be permanently dispirited, or die. When Li Tian arrived at Peach Blossom Island, a new battle situation appeared. 2 teams of Starry Army were slaughtered, and more than 1,000 people died. The 2 battles started tens of millions of miles apart. Over 20 supremacies and tens of billions of Starry Sea martial artists were toyed with by Yi Qinghan. When the main force went to the south, Yi Qinghan started slaughtering in the east, west, and north. When the main force went to the place where he slaughtered, he appeared from another place. Every time he slaughtered, he chose a precise target. It was always a team of Starry Army with less than 1,000 people. Moreover, each team had at most 1 7th grade war god. Teams with 2 7th grade war gods would never make a move. Li Tian studied all kinds of information on Peach Blossom Island for several days and finally confirmed a very strange thing. Yi Qinghan could teleport. In other words, Yi Qinghan could evade the detection of everyone's divine senses and disappear quietly. What made Li Tian slightly relieved was that Imo Xiaoxiao didn't appear. The combat strength of Yi Qinghan's subordinates was calculated. 1 7th grade war god, over 66th grade pinnacle experts, and over 26th grade experts. There was another point that Li Tian couldn't figure out. According to the description of the escaped martial artists, it seemed like Yi Qinghan had the ability to kill a 7th grade war god instantly. Li Tian snorted disdainfully at this point. Every aspect of Yi Qinghan's information showed that he was only at the Divine King realm. Even if he was a soul cultivator and had a soul-devouring beast, it was already heaven-defying for him to be able to kill a god emperor. The might of a god emperor was a barrier that Divine King realm martial artists would never be able to overcome. Even a soul cultivator at the pinnacle of the Divine King realm could at most kill a 5th grade war god. In the history of the Divine Realm, the only freak that appeared was the Soul Emperor. With a treasure, he suppressed a venerable at the pinnacle of 7th grade. Ordinary venerables wouldn't dare to confront him head-on. If Yi Qinghan could kill a 7th grade war god with his Divine King realm cultivation, wouldn't he be several times more freakish than the Soul Emperor? This definitely subverted the concept of martial artists. Of course, Yi Qinghan could kill a 7th grade war god. Furthermore, for close to a year, Yi Qinghan led the Wind Emperor and the rest to battle from north to south. The few times Yi Qinghan attacked, the Wind Emperor and the rest had already raised his strength to the level of a venerable. If Yi Qinghan didn't attack, every time he attacked, he would definitely kill a 7th grade war god. Over the past year, the number of 7th grade war gods that died in the hands of Yi Qinghan had already reached close to 10. At this moment, Yi Qinghan was leading the Wind Emperor and the rest towards the north. In the past year, he had killed thousands of martial artists and caused chaos in the entire South Sea of Stars. However, Yi Qinghan didn't have much arrogance on his face. Instead, he became even more taciturn. He was very clear that the reason he was able to kill so many experts so smoothly was not because of his strength. Yi Qinghan didn't explain the misunderstanding of the Wind Emperor and the rest. He knew very well that he was still a god king, just a slightly abnormal god king. He didn't think that he had the strength to kill a 7th grade war god casually. If he were to face them head-on, even an ordinary god emperor could easily kill him, let alone a 7th grade war god. It was true that he had origin energy, but this origin energy couldn't compare to a venerable. A venerable could instantly use origin energy. However, he had to control his divine sense with incomparable difficulty, and move the origin energy from the bridge in the Sea of Souls into his body. Every time, it took a long time, and there was no guarantee of success. There was even one time when his soul trembled so violently that his concealment technique was exposed. Fortunately, at that time, he was a little far from that 7th grade war god, so he immediately used concealment technique. If he didn't have concealment technique, any god emperor would be able to kill him before he could move the origin energy to his palm. Origin energy couldn't be kept in the body forever, or else it would easily dissipate. If it was stored in the soul, the Sea of Souls could continuously nourish the origin energy. Furthermore, Yi Qinghan's origin energy was too little, and could only cover his palm. The origin energy of a venerable could cover his entire body. They were simply not on the same level. Chapter 888. After moving stealthily for several days, Yi Qinghan arrived at the East Sea. He stopped and sneered at the south. "Huh, continue your search in the South Sea. I won't play with you anymore. East Sea Stellar Army, I'm coming." Yi Qinghan was very clear that these few operations were largely due to the efforts of those spies. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Guyu was walking the guerrilla warfare route of Grandpa Mao. However, there were too many people in the South Sea of the Stars. If one walked by the river often, one's shoes would be wet one day. Yi Qinghan understood this, so he spent more than 4 months rushing to the East Sea of the Stars. The East Sea of the Stars was about the same size as the South Sea, but there were 2 more main islands. Of course, there was Rain Butterfly Island, which was close to the ethereal continent. It had always been independent and did not listen to orders from either side. The other 4 main islands were close to the South Sea and lined up in a straight line to the north. There were many small islands to the north of the main island, and they were densely packed. The South Sea was in chaos, and the East Sea had sent many people there. Therefore, Yi Qinghan did not encounter a large search party in the East Sea. Recently, because of the commotion caused by Yi Qinghan's matter, there were fewer cultivators from the various continents coming to the Starry Sea to adventure. Along the way, Yi Qinghan only met a few dozen groups, which he avoided. Finally, Yi Qinghan stopped at an uninhabited deserted island. He needed to find an absolutely safe place, such as the mysterious spirit's cave abode, to ensure his escape route, and then start the battle. Millions of people from Fiery Dragon City had died. He swore a divine emperor blood oath that he would make the Stars Sea pay 100-fold. He was not making empty promises. He was prepared to use many years to accomplish this magnificent feat that would forever be recorded in the history of the divine realm. He wanted to kill 100 million experts to pay tribute to those who died in Fiery Dragon City. He did not contact anyone from Rain Butterfly Island. Although Yin Ling, and Upia Piao were trustworthy, he did not want to owe anyone. He still owed Yin Ling, 2 favors, and she was too strange, even, somewhat abnormal. He did not want to interact too much with her. Wind Emperor, come out. Let's go find Myriad God's cave. Yi Qinghan wasn't familiar with the Eastern Sea, and he didn't have any spies. He could only rely on himself and let the Wind Monarch come out. Then, the 2 of them dove into the deep sea. There were many Myriad God caves in the Eastern Sea, but given the Wind Emperor and Yi Qinghan's strength, they didn't dare to dive too deep. They only dared to linger in the depths of the sea within 1,000,000 meters. If they went any deeper, the demonic beasts and spirit beasts would be extremely powerful. The 2 of them weren't confident that they could escape unscathed. Master, all the nearby Myriad God caves have been explored. A few with restrictions have been destroyed. There are too few isolated cave abodes like the mysterious spirit cave abode that still have restrictions. The reason why Myriad God Cave is called Myriad God Cave is because there are either no cave abodes or at least 10,000. The Wind Emperor sighed helplessly while Yi Qinghan's face was also filled with helplessness. There were too many cultivators searching for treasures in the Stellar Sea. They had explored the depths of the sea for millions of meters. In many cave abodes, even the ordinary gems used for illumination had been dug away. There were also many places that Yi Qinghan could clearly see had restrictions, but the heart formation stones had all been dug away. It would be harder to find a place like the mysterious spirit cave abode. The 2 of them wandered the Stellar Sea for a few more months. Finally, Yi Qinghan had no choice but to take out the communication jade talisman to send a message. The target of the message was Yin Ling. Yi Qinghan chose to trust her, who was also a Fiery Dragon Nation citizen. Although the 2 of them had conflicts in the past, they got along well. Most importantly, Yin Ling, didn't do anything out of line with him in the divine world. Moreover, Yin Ling, was the princess of Rain Butterfly Island. It was very easy for her to find out such information. The reply came very quickly. There were only 2 words, wait for me. Ling started to use the information on Rain Butterfly Island and started to investigate. Yi Qinghan gave up and rested with Wind Emperor in a secluded cave abode. He had been working very hard for the past year. He had to calculate many things. This wasn't a game. One wrong step and he might die. The news came very quickly. A few days later, Ling sent a message. There was a cave abode that was very secluded. The restrictions inside were intact. Even the spirit beasts inside were controlled by Yuduanfei. Yuduanfei was the only one who knew the most important location of this cave abode. Yi Qinghan was very excited. After asking for the location, he immediately went in that direction. This cave abode was millions of miles west of Rain Butterfly Island. It was also a separate myriad god cave. There was a deep sea whirlpool nearby. Ordinary dragon boats wouldn't go there. After 2 months, Yi Qinghan rushed to this cave abode. If it wasn't for Ling giving the location in detail, Yi Qinghan wouldn't have found it. This cave abode was only tens of thousands of meters away from the deep sea whirlpool. Yi Qinghan felt that his body would drift in that direction uncontrollably. The cave abode was very secluded. The entire underwater mountain was surrounded by purple ancient vines. Yi Qinghan searched for a long time before he found the entrance to this cave abode. The cave entrance was very small and could only fit 2 people at a time. As Yi Qinghan moved, origin energy revolved around her hand as she slowly walked in. The deeper he went, the wider the passage became. There were also gems that started to illuminate the passage. Wang! Suddenly, Yi Qinghan was repelled by a nameless restriction in front of him. His evasion technique failed. He quickly retreated in shock and used his evasion technique again. Swish! The restrictive spell suddenly lit up, and a black figure appeared in the passageway. She was wearing a tight black leather skirt, and it wrapped around a voluptuous body that made people's hearts beat faster. Her chest stood erect, revealing half of her dazzling white skin. She had a face that was as beautiful as a fairy from a painting. However, she looked around in confusion. Young Lady Ling, I haven't seen you for many years. You are even more charming. Yi Qinghan quickly revealed himself and smiled faintly. He didn't want to tease Ling. He knew that she liked women. He said this because he needed her help. He was just flattering her out of courtesy. When Ling saw Yi Qinghan, she revealed a strange smile. She revealed her neat white teeth and said, "Oh? Is that so?" Ling is very honored to be praised by the famous city Lord Yi in the Star Sea. Sigh, I am just a stray dog. Am I not here to seek refuge from young Lady Ling? Yi Qinghan's attitude was very humble. Ling was a little abnormal. He didn't dare to provoke her. Ling let out a string of bell-like laughter. She suddenly winked at Yi Qinghan. She turned around and walked in while swaying her plump buttocks. Hee, come in and talk. Don't worry. I am the only one in this 100 Harmony cave dwelling. My Empress Mother built a short-distance teleportation formation. Apart from my Empress Mother, no one can come here. I lied to my Empress Mother to come here for seclusion. 100 Harmony cave dwelling? Yi Qinghan felt a chill. He had a strange thought. Coming to find Ling, this time, was a wrong decision. Chapter 889. The Lily Cave abode was huge, much bigger than the Xianling Cave abode. It was also beautifully decorated. Clearly, this was where Yuduanfei would rest when he had nothing to do. Yi Qinghan placed the dozens of demonic beasts in a small hall. Then, he followed Ling to the left side of the cave abode. There were many small rooms on the left side. Yi Qinghan placed the soul slaves there. When Yi Qinghan released the soul slaves, many of them flashed out with a cat girl. Ling's eyes lit up when she saw these cat girls. However, when she saw them being carried by the soul slaves, she revealed a disgusted expression. Many of the soul slaves' eyes also lit up when they saw Ling. However, Yi Qinghan's eyes turned cold. He immediately found a room and walked in quickly. Before Yi Qinghan and the others could go far, the violent panting of men and the moaning of women could be heard in the room. Yi Qinghan's face turned gloomy. He wished he could castrate these bastards 100 times over. He glanced at Yin and saw her looking at him with a smile. Cough, cough. Miss Ling, this cave abode has a nice view. Yi Qinghan was even more embarrassed. Although these cat girls were trained to be sex slaves, he did not object when the soul slaves captured them on Dragon Tooth Island. After all, these soul slaves' souls were very suppressed. It was fine to let them release some pressure. However, Long Ling did not know about this. If she thought that he was robbing a good girl, it would be embarrassing. Yi Qinghan was a person with principles. For example, on Flying Rain Island, according to the Wind Emperor, he should have killed everyone. However, Yi Qinghan did not do it. Although many of the millions of people in Fiery Dragon City died unjustly, they killed innocent people indiscriminately. They were worse than beasts. He could not learn from them and be beasts. Of course, the Star Army did not actually cause any harm to Yi Qinghan. But Yi Qinghan thinks that since you're here to search for me and kill me, I'm not afraid of you. Then I can kill all of you. This was not some great principle. This was just Yi Qinghan's principle. He liked to do things according to his own principles. Yin Ling didn't dwell on this matter. She led Yi Qinghan to the right side of the cave mansion. The scenery on the right was even more beautiful. Along the way, the gems inside glowed with different colors at intervals. The decorations in the hall were also very gorgeous. Yi Qinghan felt as if what he saw was not a cave, but a luxurious mansion. Young Master Yi, this place is not bad, right? The two sat down in a small hall. Yin Ling lowered her head and poured tea for Yi Qinghan. However, at this moment, Yi Qinghan was sitting opposite her. From this corner, he could clearly see Yin Ling's two perfect balls. He could even vaguely see the two red spots inside. This place is very good, very beautiful, and very big. Yi Qinghan secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva and subconsciously continued the conversation. Yin Ling raised her head to look at Yi Qinghan. Then, she lowered her eyelids and revealed a faint smile. She said with a sweet smile, "How about I show you more carefully?" Ahem. Ahem. Yi Qinghan's face turned as red as his buttocks. He scolded himself in his heart. We're both beautiful, but I'm so weak. Thinking of Yin Ling's eccentric character, Yi Qinghan was afraid of offending her, so he hurriedly covered it up. Well, today's weather is very good. Oh. By the way, Miss Ling, didn't you say you have a spirit beast? Why didn't you see it? This spirit beast must be very ferocious, right? The smile on Yin Ling's face deepened. She looked at Yi Qinghan with a meaningful gaze. Her luscious red lips parted as she said, "This spirit beast was subdued by my queen mother and locked in a cave. It is indeed very ferocious, just a bit more ferocious than young Master Yi." Looking at Yin Ling's beautiful smiling face and her meaningful gaze, Yi Qinghan felt even more scared. He quickly calmly laughed, "Haha. Miss Ling is too humorous. It seems that all the young masters in this world will be charmed to death by Miss Ling. In my opinion, the entire realm of the gods will be alarmed if the Rain Butterfly Island's groom selection is held. Oh. I wonder if it can charm my dear young Master Yi." Yin Ling suddenly smiled. Then, she stood up and put her hands on the jade table in front of her. She put her face in front of Yi Qinghan. Her breasts were exposed once again. Her mouth exhaled a fragrant scent, which made Yi Qinghan's blood boil. The evil fire in his lower abdomen soared without limit. Yi Qinghan was frightened. He wasn't afraid of facing billions of experts from the Star Sea. However, he was afraid of this eccentric Yin Ling. If he hadn't known that Yin Ling liked women and hated men, he would have done it directly. However, he understood this point. The more Yin Ling acted like this, the more afraid he was. A woman's heart was like a needle at the bottom of the sea. What if he got castrated by this woman when he was about to do it while stripping naked? The broken body of a god-level expert could be condensed again. However, if that thing was broken, what if it wasn't as good as before? Yi Qinghan didn't dare to gamble and begged for mercy. He didn't dare to look at Yin Ling's breasts anymore. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said, "Young Lady Ling, I'm afraid of you. I was wrong. Please don't make trouble, okay?" He, the famous young Master Yi in the divine world, is actually afraid of a little girl who has just broken through to the divine king realm. If this gets out, the people of the divine world will laugh their heads off. Yin Ling knew when to stop. She sat back with an indifferent expression as if nothing had happened. This made Yi Qinghan secretly feel that it was a close call. If he had been impulsive just now, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After calming down, Yi Qinghan asked, "When will young Lady Ling return to the Rain Butterfly Island?" Yin Ling raised her eyebrows and said, "This is my place, right? Can't this lady stay here? Are you afraid that I will eat you?" Cough, cough. Yi Qinghan almost spat out the tea in his mouth. He revealed a bitter expression and said, "It's not good for a man and a woman to be alone. It will damage young Lady Ling's reputation." Yin Ling gave him a contemptuous look and said, "I'm not afraid, so what are you afraid of? You, afraid that you can't control yourself? Or afraid that I can't control myself? Moreover, this Lily Cave mansion is not controlled by me. You can't come in at all." "That's right. Young Master Yi, why don't you go back to the Misty Continent? Since you have the ability to come here under the siege of billions of experts from the Star Sea, I think you can go back to the Misty Continent easily, right?" "Go back?" Yi Qinghan revealed a cold smile. Of course, he could go back easily. He even saw the coastline of the Misty Continent several times, but he didn't go back. He stood up and said coldly, "A million people of the Flame Dragon City died because of me. I swore a divine emperor blood oath that I will make the Star Sea pay 100 times the price. If I don't kill 100 million people, how can I go back to the Flame Dragon City to worship the souls of the dead? The destruction of the Flame Dragon City is a slap to the face of the people of the Misty Continent. If I don't get back at them, how can I face the people of the Misty Continent?" Yin Ling's eyes flickered as she leaned forward again. Her chest was faintly discernible. She looked at Yi Qinghan affectionately and said, "Dear young noble Yi, you are so outstanding, so radiant, so chivalrous and tender. You are better than all the other young nobles in the divine world. How can Ling choose a husband in the future? Fall. Here we go again." Seeing the light in Yin Ling's eyes and the teasing smile, Yi Qinghan's expression changed greatly. He ran away while waving his hand, saying, "Young Lady Ling, forget what I said just now. Don't play anymore, or something bad will happen. I'm going back to sleep, don't send me off." Chapter 890. Yi Qinghan planned to rest for a while in the Lily Cave abode. After a year of continuous battles, Yi Qinghan was mentally and physically exhausted. At the same time, he knew that the experts in the Star Sea were all excited. If he continued to stand in the limelight, he would be easily killed by the waves. Therefore, he decided to let the tens of billions of experts in the Star Sea run for their lives for a while to wear down their spirits. Then, when they were mentally exhausted, they would continue to fight. When the enemy advances, we retreat. When the enemy retreats, we harass. This was Mao's tactic again. Yi Qinghan used it happily. Of course. Recently, he had fun with Yin Ling. The soul slaves in the cave abode also had fun with the cat girls. Yin Ling's character was very strange. Rather than strange, it was more like a little abnormal. She was very open with her words and even bolder than Yi Qinghan. Every time she saw Yi Qinghan fleeing, she would let out a rippling laughter, as if she had won a great battle. Yi Qinghan knew her background and had heard Yu Piao talk about it secretly. On Rain Butterfly Island, Yin Linger often played with the young masters on the island until they were half dead. Now, no one dared to approach her. Yu Duanfei was also worried about his daughter's abnormal character. Therefore, Yi Qinghan was dancing on a sharp knife. He was in pain but also happy. Flirting with Yinling was very exciting and erotic. But it was also very stifling. He could only watch but not play. There was no place for him to vent his lust. This pain was a kind of torture. Of course, even if he let Yi Qinghan play with her, he really did not have the guts to do so. He also strongly controlled himself. Miss Ling, I plan to go out to sea tomorrow. I have rested for half a year, and it's about time. It's time to go hunting. Under the pink light, Yinling held a transparent white jade cup and drank a cup of wine that was as red as blood. The wine had a slight viscosity. After Yinling drank it, there was a long line at the corner of her mouth. It made Yi Qinghan feel tempted and disgusted. He thought to himself, this woman is getting more and more perverted. Yinling pulled a snow-white handkerchief over and elegantly wiped the corner of her mouth. She then faintly said, "Oh? Young Master Yi, don't die outside this time, okay? Haha. Yours truly has 9 lives. How can I die so easily?" Yi Qinghan said nonchalantly. Possessing the evading technique had boosted his confidence tremendously. Being able to play with billions of experts in the palm of his hand had made him more and more confident in his evading technique. Over the past year, he had been constantly using evading technique. His speed had already reached its maximum, and he was also incomparably proficient in using evading technique. Yinling waved her hand and giggled, "Hee hee, don't worry. If you die, I will take care of your wife for you. F***ck. Yi Qinghan rolled his eyes. This was Yinling's plan. However, he had been alone with Yinling for half a year, so he wasn't angry anymore. The angrier he was, the happier she would be. It wasn't worth it. Looking at Yinling's smug expression, Yi Qinghan couldn't help but blurt out, "How about Miss Ling, you become my woman? This way, you will have the chance to seduce Qingsheng and the others. Didn't you say that you like to play together?" Huh? Yinling was slightly surprised by Yi Qinghan's sudden outburst. In the past, it was always her who teased Yi Qinghan, but today, it was the other way around? Yi Qinghan had the guts to tease her. Yinling wasn't angry. On the contrary, her face revealed a faint charm. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared at Yi Qinghan. She swayed her plump buttocks and walked towards Yi Qinghan step by step. Her pace was very slow, but her posture was swaying. The charm on her face became more and more intense. Her pearly white teeth bit her red lips from time to time, and her whole body emitted a kind of seductive aura. Yi Qinghan began to swallow his saliva. His body kept retreating. However, since he had already said it, it wasn't in his character to give in immediately. Moreover, any normal man would subconsciously wait and look forward to such an erotic thing. Gulp, gulp. Yi Qinghan's body leaned against the wall, and he had nowhere to retreat. At the same time, Yinling's 2 jade-like arms coincidentally reached out and hugged his neck. Her hot body pressed against his chest, and her plump breasts tightly pressed against Yi Qinghan's chest, causing his blood vessels to swell. Then, he looked at Yinling's face in horror. She slowly moved closer to him, and the fragrance in his nose made his breathing even more rapid. However, Yinling's face suddenly stopped when it was half a foot away from him. Just like that, without any movement, her pair of beautiful eyes widened as she looked at Yi Qinghan's evasive gaze and awkward expression with interest. The corners of her mouth slowly curled up. It was the smile of a cat teasing a mouse. It was the smile of a victor, and it was a kind of invisible mockery towards Yi Qinghan. Mother ***, uncle can endure it, but aunt can't. Yi Qinghan was about to beg for mercy, but when he saw Yinling's smile, he couldn't bear it anymore. He stretched out his hand that was leaning against the wall, and instantly grabbed Yinling's waist with one hand, while the other hand was placed on the back of her head. Then, his hot and wild lips covered hers. Boom! Both Yi Qinghan and Yinling Er's mind exploded at the same time. Both of them were just playing around, and they had never thought of doing it for real. When Yi Qinghan's lips covered hers, both of them were dumbfounded. So soft, so sweet, these were the only words in Yi Qinghan's mind. Since he had already made his move, he might as well say it out loud. Thus, he exerted all his strength to take it. His two powerful hands quietly slid down, and one of them covered that plump and supple butt. His other hand, however, retracted into the black leather clothes. After which, it quietly moved upwards and lifted the thin undergarments. After which, he grabbed a slightly trembling lump of soft and enormous thing. F***ck, so big, so soft. Yi Qinghan's head was completely dizzy. He didn't care about anything else, and used his hands and mouth to greedily take it. Oh, Er's head was also dizzy. She felt dizzy as if she had drunk a few cups of strong liquor. A strong masculine scent was transmitted from Yi Qinghan's mouth through his rough hands, causing her to feel even more dizzy. She was born on the hidden island, and the customs of the hidden island were very promiscuous. She had made love with countless women, but this was the first time that she was played by a man in such a domineering manner. She felt as if there was a strange taste. It seemed that she had never had such a taste when she was playing with a woman. This taste was very special, very stimulating, and very exciting. Wait, a man? Er's eyes suddenly opened wide. Seeing Yi Qinghan's extremely enjoyable face, she remembered the disgusting faces of those men on the hidden island. Her body suddenly emitted a chill, and a dagger appeared in her hand out of thin air. Then, she forcefully stabbed towards Yi Qinghan's lower body. F***ck. Yi Qinghan immediately felt danger the moment opened her eyes. When he saw the dagger in Er's hand, he was so scared that his soul left his body, and his body quickly dodged to the side. But his speed was still too slow. The dagger slid across the robe behind him, and a piece of cloth floated up. Blood splashed out, and Yi Qinghan's shining white buttocks were instantly exposed in the air. It was badly mutilated, and the contrast of red and white was extremely eye-catching. Pervert, crazy woman. Yi Qinghan cursed in his heart with a hoarse grin. But seeing brandishing the dagger and chasing after him, Yi Qinghan quickly ran away. He directly rushed to the room where the soul slaves lived, and kicked open the door. Seeing that the Wind Emperor was making out with a cat girl, he couldn't help but become even angrier, and loudly shouted, "Play, play. Play your sister, you only know how to play every day. All of you, come out, let's go, and follow this young master to kill." Chapter 891. Yi Qinghan was filled with anger. He led everyone and the demonic beasts to hide. He started to look for a suitable target to vent his anger on the Star Army. There were many star armies. They could be found on countless islands in the Star Sea. Before the Supreme Island was sealed, the Star Monarch had great control over the Star Sea. Although the island was sealed, Honorable Li Kong did not recall the Star Army. He only told the Star Army not to care about the Star Sea. As long as they did not provoke the Star Army, it would be fine. Yi Qinghan's target was the Star Army teams that were guarding the countless bases. There were not many people in these teams. Each team only had about 100 people. They were usually led by god emperors and 6th-grade war gods. Occasionally, there would be 7th-grade war gods in important bases. They were not very strong. However, because of the name of the Star Army, no one dared to provoke them. However, it was different now. Yi Qinghan not only dared to provoke them, but he also dared to kill them. He knew one thing. Even if he killed all the Star Army outside the Supreme Island, the Star Monarch would not make a sound. If the people below made a fuss, the Star Monarch would deal with it. He would not abandon his identity and come to kill him personally. Of course, it was different if Yi Qinghan foolishly went to the Supreme Island. Reality proved that Yi Qinghan's guess was right. Yi Qinghan made a fuss in the Star Sea for a year and killed thousands of people. The Supreme Island did not make a sound. At least, they did not show it on the surface. Although Li Tian represented the Supreme Island to a certain extent, as long as the Supreme Island did not make a move, Yi Qinghan had nothing to fear. When they were looking for a cave abode to hide in, Yi Qinghan and the Wind Emperor had already found out a lot of information about the island. They did not think too much and escaped toward the inner sea. A Moon Queen. Yi Qinghan reached the center of the East Sea. He was 100 million miles away from the Lily Cave abode. Yi Qinghan locked onto a small team. This team would wander around the area once every 10 days. It was obvious that they were doing a perfunctory search. Yi Qinghan waited outside the island for 3 days. Finally, the island's barrier opened. Yi Qinghan chuckled and did not attack. Instead, he quietly entered the island. There were a few other people on the island, all of them at the Divine King realm. They were the servants of the Stardust Army. Wind Emperor Tian Chen, prepare 5 people and capture all of these God Kings alive. Remember, seal the divine crystal immediately. A few God Kings sat in the hall and chatted idly. The Stardust Army had gone out for routine scouting, so they had been very relaxed these few days. Hey, did you guys hear? Recently, His Highness has been angry again. After searching for half a year, that devil, Yi Qinghan, has actually disappeared again. Is this person a ghost? He suddenly appeared and then disappeared. What kind of divine ability is this? So many people actually can't find him. I'm guessing that this devil must have obtained an ancient god's secret manual. Isn't there a light god among the 10 ancient god clans? He has an unimaginable divine ability. He can fly up into the sky, burrow into the ground, and is omnipotent. It would be great if I were as powerful as him. Unfortunately, I don't know how long it will take for me to cultivate to the God Emperor realm. The 4 God Kings sighed emotionally. For warriors of their realm, even a 5th-grade war god was so far beyond their reach, let alone Yi Qinghan, who had fought the Star Sea alone. Buzz! All of a sudden, the 4 of them tensed up and sensed danger. They immediately circulated their divine power and wanted to take out their communication jade talismans. They knew that those who could sneak into the island were all supreme experts. They did not ask for anything. They only wanted to send a message. However, although they were fast, the speed of the Wind Emperor and the others was not something they could compare to. In an instant, the 4 divine crystals were sealed. Only then did Yi Qinghan reveal himself and leisurely sat in front of the 4 of them. Then, he smiled warmly and said, "Hello. I guess the 4 of you know me? You are the demon. Yi Qinghan? It's him. He looks exactly like the portrait and can appear in an instant. Spare us, my lord. We are just servants, not the Star Army. I have a family of a few thousand people. My grandfather is still breastfeeding. Oh, no, my grandson is still breastfeeding. My grandfather is hundreds of thousands of years old and can't walk anymore. They all need me." The 4 of them naturally recognized Yi Qinghan. If Tian Litian had suddenly appeared here, they might not have recognized him. However, Yi Qinghan's portrait had been hung all over the Star Sea. Not just the Star Sea, but Yi Qinghan's name and portrait had basically spread throughout the divine realm. In particular, the people of the Misty Continent, the younger generation, all regarded him as a hero and idol. Fighting the Star Sea alone, regardless of whether he succeeded or not, was enough to make the blood of countless young martial artists on the Misty Continent boil and worship him. Moreover, Yi Qinghan had easily killed thousands of people under the hands of 10 billion experts. Yi Qinghan did not care about the gazes of the 4 people, nor would he be happy that he had become a celebrity in the divine realm. He was only doing what he was supposed to do, fulfilling a vow that had to be paid in blood. "Alright, listen to me." Yi Qinghan smiled warmly, but in the eyes of the 4 people, it looked like the smile of a demon. As expected, Yi Qinghan's next words sent a chill down their spines. "You all know that I never show mercy when it comes to killing. I can't even remember how many people I've killed, and I don't like to waste my breath. You have 2 choices, Wu Shan, come out." Along with Wu Shan's appearance were 4 crystal cards. The numbers on the cards were so dazzling that the four of them felt dizzy. Yi Qinghan said, "The first choice is to become his sole slave. I guarantee that within 10,000 years, I will release your soul fires. These are your first payment. If you do well, you will receive 10 times more in the future. The second choice is to send you around the netherworld realm for free. Please choose." The answer was within everyone's expectations. These people were here to do chores for the god stones in the first place. After Wu Shan accepted the four's soul fires, everyone began to swagger around on the island. Several days later, the Star Army returned. They were caught off guard by Yi Qinghan's concealment. Especially when they saw Yi Qinghan's subordinates, they were all scared out of their wits. Not a single one of them escaped. Another row of heads appeared in the open space on the island. "The situation is tense, retreat." Yi Qinghan waved his hand and shouted in an ostentatious manner before disappearing in front of the four God King realm cultivators. Not long after, Li Tian received the news. He didn't ask the venerables from the South Sea to rush over, but only asked the venerables from the East Sea to start searching. He then gathered all the venerables from the South Sea to the Peach Blossom Island. "Yi Qinghan has appeared in the East Sea. I'm sure all of you have received the news." Li Tian's face was very calm, without a trace of anger. His eyes shone brightly from time to time, making everyone feel that the pressure from His Highness was getting heavier. The 20-odd venerables didn't say anything and just nodded their heads. They were all secretly guessing why Li Tian didn't go to the East Sea, but gathered everyone here instead. Li Tian remained silent for a while before he continued, "Based on the information from various sources, I'm guessing that Yi Qinghan has mastered a secret skill that allows him to turn invisible and hide from our divine senses. If we don't think of a way to crack this secret skill, even if we go to the East Sea, we will still be fooled by him." All the venerables still didn't say anything and nodded their heads at the same time. They all understood these things. Moreover, they had already thought of many ways, but they were all ineffective. If they didn't chase after him and allowed Yi Qinghan to kill them, the Star Sea would be greatly embarrassed. If they went after him, at least they would have a chance, right? Chapter 892. So, we're going to the East Sea this time, but our goal isn't to kill Yi Qinghan. We're going to use all sorts of methods to find out more about him and his secret skill. We're trying to figure out a way to break his secret skill. As long as his secret skill is broken, he'll be a toothless beast. We can crush him easily. Oh. Your Highness. What do you mean? What do you need us to do? Venerable Peach Blossom's eyes lit up. All the other venerables nodded with interest. Li Tian became excited when he saw the passion in everyone's eyes. What did this mean? It meant that His Highness Li Tian was very capable. He waved his hand and said, "It's simple. Firstly, we'll spread the net and cover the entire East Sea with our spies. We'll throw memory bugs everywhere. I don't believe that Yi Qinghan can remain invisible for a few months or years. Secondly, doesn't he like to kill the Star Army? Kill him. Let him be arrogant, let him be arrogant. When he thinks that we can't do anything to him, when he's arrogant and complacent, when his mind isn't clear, it'll be his death. Thirdly, we'll set up a trap. All the venerables will conceal their divine power and hide in the base. We won't chase after him, but wait for him to come to us. If we attack immediately, he'll definitely die." "All right. Your Highness's strategy is really good. You're truly the disciple of Venerable Li Kong. Your Highness is right. Let's see if that little bastard is still alive. I want his corpse to hang in the Star Ocean for millions of years." All the venerables stood up and cheered for Li Tian, although many of them were bootlicking him. But His Highness Li Tian's plan was indeed comprehensive. After they became venerables, they were used to solving problems with brute force. They hadn't used their brains for a long time. Once Li Tian's plan was mentioned, everyone started thinking. The more they thought about it, the more feasible they felt it was. Li Tian stood up happily. His entire being was filled with heroism. He naturally exuded a disdainful aura as he laughed. Alright. Let's follow the 3 steps for now. Everyone, go and arrange your subordinates. Remember to keep it a secret. We must use the most trustworthy subordinates to execute the plan. The day Yi Qinghan dies, I will definitely return to the Supreme Island and ask for your reward. His Highness Li Tian waved his hand, and the 10 billion experts of the South Stellar Sea and more than 20 paragons began to rush towards the East Sea. Countless dragon boats and war chariots covered the sky, as if they were going to start a war with a major faction. The dragon boats didn't move very fast, and there was a dragon boat every few dozen miles. They formed a net and swept toward the East Sea. This was Li Tian's usual routine. Of course, Li Tian purposely did this for Yi Qinghan to see. Actually, over at the East Sea, millions of experts had already gone over and started to make arrangements. Yi Qinghan was killing happily. By the time Li Tian and the rest arrived at the East Sea, Yi Qinghan had already attacked more than 10 islands. More than 10,000 Star Army soldiers had died in his hands. Yi Qinghan's name as a demon once again resounded throughout the entire Stellar Sea. In the eyes of ordinary martial artists, Yi Qinghan had already become an 8-foot tall, 8-foot wide, 3-headed, 6-armed Azura king who ate people alive. There were even many residents of small islands who started to use Yi Qinghan's name to scare disobedient children, however. More than a month ago, Yi Qinghan used his blood to leave behind a sentence, and it once again caused Yi Qinghan's name to spread throughout the divine realm. I use my blood to announce to the world that if His Highness doesn't die, or if he doesn't collect 100-fold debt of blood, he will never return. Along with this sentence, there were a total of 100 heads, and similarly, the word revenge was written on it. The meaning was very clear. Of course, this was only for the big families and factions who understood what had happened. Yi Qinghan was announcing his determination to the entire divine realm. Needless to say, His Highness was referring to Li Tian, 100-fold debt of blood. Those who understood what he meant would understand that Yi Qinghan wanted to kill 100 times the number of people to take revenge for those who died in Flame Dragon City. These words were very arrogant. If he used human heads, it would be a provocation to the Stellar Sea, a hidden declaration of war. Then this sentence would be a complete declaration of war. Moreover, he clearly stated that he wanted to kill Li Tian. There were only 3 people who could be conferred the title of His Highness, and they were all conferred by the 10 supremacies of Supremacy Island. They represented the new generation of elites of Supremacy Island. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire divine realm was in an uproar. The morale of the ethereal continent was greatly boosted. With the secret spread of the Soul Devourer Manor and Longyang Manor, Yi Qinghan's deeds were known by everyone in the ethereal continent. To outsiders, this was Yi Qinghan's arrogance. To the people of ethereal continent, this was pride. When Li Tian heard these words, he had already arrived at one of the main islands of the East Sea, Shatian Island. He wasn't angry at all. Instead, he laughed heartily. The guards in Supremacy Shatian at the side thought that His Highness had gone mad from anger, so they quickly consoled him. "I'm not angry, I'm happy. Of course, if it was me 10 years ago, I would definitely go mad from anger." Li Tian stood up proudly, looked at the translucent light barrier in the sky, laughed a few more times, and said, "Yi Qinghan, he's too arrogant. He's starting to go mad. He's been blinded by victory. His death isn't far away." Ha! The people nearby were shocked. Supremacy Shatian pondered for a moment, and his eyes lit up. He slammed the table and stood up, laughing loudly. Yes. His words are very arrogant, and he has sealed his own path. If he doesn't achieve this goal, he can only stay in the Stellar Sea. Haha. He thinks he's merciful and doesn't kill martial artists below the God Emperor level. How long does he need to kill 100 million people? His death isn't far indeed. Yi Qinghan was indeed a little arrogant. He kept telling himself to stay calm, but as he continued to win and kill the stellar army easily, a godly monarch had the entire Stellar Sea in the palm of his hand. A godly monarch had the entire Stellar Sea and dozens of supremacies in the palm of his hand. Unknowingly, a trace of arrogance appeared in his heart. This trace of arrogance slowly settled, and it started to turn into arrogance. Therefore, a month ago, he left a message on the island. There were dozens of spies all over the Eastern Sea. Yi Qinghan had a feeling that he had the entire Eastern Sea in the palm of his hand. The whereabouts of the experts pursuing him were easily discovered. Yi Qinghan also easily snuck away in advance. Before he was surrounded, he would escape far away, and no one would be able to find him. However, what he didn't know was that the countless times he was at the bottom of the sea, when he was exchanging dragon blood stones, had already been secretly recorded by the omnipresent memory god Bugs. He had bought a lot of dragon blood stones through spies, but the rule of exchanging every 10 days had already been grasped by Li Tian. The pattern of his whereabouts had also been deduced. In addition to the supremacies of the Eastern Sea, more than 30 supremacies had snuck out. After guessing the next step that Yi Qinghan was going to attack, they concealed their auras and waited for Yi Qinghan to walk right into their trap. We're almost done. If we continue to play, something might happen. Wind Emperor, let's do it again. How about going to the Southern Sea or the Northern Sea? Yi Qinghan happily transmitted a message to the Wind Emperor, and the two of them came to an agreement. The two of them discussed and prepared to kill another group of troops before returning to Lily's cave abode. After resting for a while, they would start to change locations. He also knew that something might happen if he played for too long. It was better to be careful. In the south of the Eastern Sea, Yi Qinghan had locked onto an island. Recently, he didn't kill the Star Army or the experts who were searching outside. There was a barrier on the island. If he sneaked in, it would be very easy for him to kill. Moreover, because of the barrier, he wouldn't be detected by the people nearby. All the recent operations were targeted at this island. Buzz! The barrier on the island opened, and a group of Star Army flew out. Yi Qinghan didn't hesitate and sneaked in quietly. Then, he flew towards the pavilion in the center of the island. However, he didn't know that in a secret room on the island, a white-haired elder suddenly opened his eyes. His face was filled with cruelty. Chapter 893. Yi Qinghan remained incomparably careful. He concealed himself as he entered the island. It was just that he did not know that there were many small restrictions on the island. These small restrictions did not have much use. Furthermore, the person who triggered them would not know. Because these restrictions ranged from a speck of dust in the air to a leaf on the ground. They were all very natural things. But the moment someone touched them, the person controlling the restriction would immediately know. There were still a few simple pavilions on the island. This was the same layout as any other garrison island. But Yi Qinghan was still very careful. After searching through a few pavilions, he confirmed that there were only a few God King odd-job servants. Only then did he let Wind Emperor and the others appear. He then prepared to develop a few more spies. When Wind Emperor and the others appeared, a white-haired old man in a secret room below the pavilion became spirited again. There was a restriction within this secret room. This restriction was very simple. It could only obstruct the divine senses of a martial artist, but he could clearly see the situation outside. Actually, there were not just these restrictions on the island. It could be said that the entire island was filled with all sorts of small restrictions. Furthermore, the more than 100 garrison islands within a radius of several million kilometers were filled with many small restrictions. Unknowingly, Yi Qinghan had already entered a huge net. And his luck was especially good. He just happened to step onto an island where a paragon was hiding. The expression of Paragon Flying Snow was filled with high spirits. But he did not move. He was clear that Yi Qinghan had fallen into his trap. But he did not dare to act if Yi Qinghan did not show himself. The moment Yi Qinghan showed himself, he would have contributed greatly to the Star Sea. So many people could not kill Yi Qinghan, yet he killed him and captured him alive. What did this mean? It meant that he, Flying Snow, was formidable. Amazing. Captured alive? That's right. The smile on Paragon Flying Snow's face became even wider. Right. He had killed all the subordinates of Yi Qinghan and captured Yi Qinghan alive. Then, they would slowly dismember him in front of all the cultivators in the Star Sea. This would greatly boost the morale of the Star Sea and humiliate the floating continent. Paragon Flying Snow immediately became delighted with his own thoughts. After that, he saw Yi Qinghan's figure faintly appearing through the seals. The light in Zhang Xian's eyes intensified as origin energy revolved around him. Without any hesitation, he teleported away. You have two choices. The first is to become his sole slave. Yi Qinghan smiled warmly and pointed at Wu Shan. He had made up his mind. After finishing this job, he returned to Lily's cave residence. After resting for half a year, he would continue to the South China Sea. After all, he had spies in the South China Sea. It would be a waste not to use them. Just like that, he floated around the East and South Seas until he killed 100 million people. But, halfway through his sentence, he suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. He was very clear about this feeling. It was a sign that a fatal danger was approaching. He didn't think about where this danger came from. His body abruptly emitted many strands of God energy. He was prepared to evade at the first moment before escaping. He had never thought of entering the Combat Emperor Palace. The moment he entered the Combat Emperor Palace, he would be a live target. Since the enemy had come, he would definitely attack the nearby space, causing the space to fluctuate. From there, everyone in the Combat Emperor Palace would be forced out. Yet, his speed was fast, but Paragon Flying Snow was even faster. At such a close distance, Paragon Flying Snow was even faster. If he allowed a minor god king like Yi Qinghan to escape, he, Flying Snow, would be letting down his title as a paragon. Master. City Master. Wind Emperor Tianchen, Wushan, and the others felt danger too. But when their eyes swept over, they discovered that a white figure had suddenly condensed by the side of Yi Qinghan. His hand was grabbing onto the back of Yi Qinghan. His 5 fingers dug deep into Yi Qinghan's back. He was currently sneering at them. See, you are Paragon Flying Snow? Yi Qinghan felt a tearing pain coming from his back. Fresh blood spurted out. At the same time, his deity crystal was sealed. His god energy was too weak. Before Paragon Flying Snow, he could not even withstand a single blow. He was sealed instantly. Haha. Paragon Flying Snow laughed madly. The white hair behind him danced in the air. The smooth skin on his face became even redder. He raised his hand slightly, bringing Yi Qinghan in front of him. He did not care about Wu Shan and the others by the side. The edge of his mouth curled into a cruel grin. He guffawed, "It is this seat, City Master Yi. You should rejoice that you have landed in my hands. Otherwise, others will kill you immediately. This seat will let you live for a few more days. After that, I will let you skin you alive in front of the experts of the Star Sea." Ha 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 ha. Hong. The moment he spoke, Wind Emperor, Tianchen, Wushan, and the other 2 immediately unleashed their attacks. They did not use any weapons. Their hands were surging with God energy as they smashed towards Paragon Flying Snow. They did not care that Yi Qinghan was in his hands. How can a grain of rice compete with the sun and moon? Paragon Flying Snow laughed disdainfully. Now that Yi Qinghan was in his hands, the others could just die. With his left hand holding onto Yi Qinghan, Paragon Flying Snow teleported behind Wind Emperor. He turned his palm into a claw and grabbed towards the back of Wind Emperor. His target was the deity crystal of Wind Emperor. Xiao. Who knew that Wind Emperor seemed to have a premonition that Paragon Flying Snow would definitely attack him? That fist of his was just an illusion. Furthermore, before Paragon Flying Snow teleported, his body had already started flashing towards the left. At this moment, he was accelerating. He dodged very ingeniously, but he did not expect that Paragon Flying Snow's speed was too fast. Even though his deity crystal did not explode, his back was still clawed until it was a bloody mess. Hong. Paragon Flying Snow teleported. Tianchen, Wushan, and the others could only attack in the air. The god energy of the few clashed against each other, causing an explosion in the air. Of course, it also caused the space to fluctuate. A ripple radiated out in all directions from the center of the explosion. Wang. What Yi Qinghan wanted was precisely this spatial fluctuation. When he felt an intense pain from his back, and his deity crystal was sealed, he immediately knew that something had happened. He began panicking. When a person faced death, even a saint would panic. However, there was something strange about Yi Qinghan. He had 2 souls. His 2 souls could be used at the same time or separately. At that moment, he could cause one soul to feel panic, fear, and worry. The other soul rapidly calmed down. He immediately began analyzing and thinking of ways to save himself. His god energy was sealed, and the one who sealed him was even a paragon. How could he save himself? The only way was to escape from the control of Paragon Flying Snow and hide. There was only one way to escape, and that was to cause chaos in the battlefield. How could he do that? That was to let his men and beasts out of the War Emperor Palace. Hence, when Yi Qinghan and Paragon Flying Snow spoke, they immediately asked Wind Emperor and the others to think of ways to make the space fluctuate. As expected, the space fluctuated intensely, causing the parallel space within the War Emperor Palace to fluctuate too. Several dozen soul slaves and beasts appeared. Everyone, don't care about me. Attack Paragon Flying Snow. Otherwise, everyone will die. Yi Qinghan's god energy was sealed, yet he transmitted using his divine sense. In such a desperate situation, he could not care so much anymore. He transmitted furiously to everyone. Wind Emperor and the others were naturally clear how dangerous the current situation was. If they did not save Yi Qinghan, nobody could escape. Even if they chose to escape, without Yi Qinghan's evasive technique and spatial deity weapon, where could they escape to? Since Paragon Flying Snow appeared, then there would definitely be many ambushers rushing over. The life and death of everyone depended on this moment. It depended on whether Yi Qinghan could escape from the control of Paragon Flying Snow. Chapter 894. Xiao. Ao. All the soul slaves and beasts did not hesitate. They charged towards Paragon Flying Snow. This time, neither man nor beasts used energy to attack. Instead, all of them wielded their weapons and claws and attacked with all their might. Since all of you wish to die, this seat shall send all of you to the 9 underworld realm. Paragon Flying Snow was not angry. Instead, he was delighted. This group of fools did not run. Instead, they wanted to rely on their puny strength to kill him. The cruel look on his face became more intense. He carried Yi Qinghan and teleported once again. Chi. Paragon Flying Snow's teleportation speed was very fast. Accompanying every teleportation was the explosion of a deity crystal or beast core. In the blink of an eye, 3 peak grade 6 martial artists and 2 beasts were killed by him. The teleportation and origin energy of a paragon were too strong. These soul slaves and beasts could not even withstand a single move from him. The origin energy could resist against transcendent grade deity weapons. It was indestructible. Paragon Flying Snow had been a paragon for more than 100,000 years. He was incomparably proficient in teleportation and origin energy. His attacking method was simple. After teleporting, he would grab the martial artist beside him with his hand that was imbued with origin energy. He ignored the defenses of the other party. Even when the other party attacked with their weapons, he ignored them. With a single claw, he crushed the martial artist along with his weapon. Old dog Flying Snow, kill me if you have the guts. What's the point of killing them? Watching as the martial artists fell one by one and the beasts turned into a pile of minced meat, Yi Qinghan's entire expression was distorted. His body was struggling violently. Both his hands were hammering and clawing at Paragon Flying Snow's face. He was roaring at the top of his lungs. It's just that Yi Qinghan's god energy had been sealed. How could he deal any damage to Paragon Flying Snow by relying on his physical strength? Ha! Have you ever thought of this day when you killed the people of my Flying Rain Island? Today, I'll let you personally witness all your subordinates getting killed. Paragon Flying Snow merely used his deity energy to form a simple barrier on the surface of his body. He did not care about Yi Qinghan's random clawing. Instead, he became incomparably excited. The more frenzied Yi Qinghan became, the more excited Paragon Flying Snow became. He brought Yi Qinghan with him as he teleported continuously before massacring Yi Qinghan's subordinates. Old Dog Flying Snow, as long as this young master doesn't die, it's only a matter of time before I turn your Flying Snow Island into a river of blood. I swear. Yi Qinghan roared furiously. His voice reverberated through the entire island. His voice was filled with endless anger, endless regret, and endless loneliness. Ha ha ha, even the God of heaven can't save you. I think it's too easy for you to be skinned alive. Don't worry, I'll advise His Highness. He won't let you die easily. He'll definitely let you suffer all kinds of torture in the world. Paragon Flying Snow did not care about the threat from Yi Qinghan at all. At this moment, many paragons were rushing over. His Highness Li Tian had already set off, and many star army were rushing over. Who could save Yi Qinghan? His Highness Li Tian had said that Misty Monarch and Madame Jia Wu would not care about this matter. Even if that Imo Xiao Xiao appeared, he would only die. Escape. All of you, escape for me. Yi Qinghan continued roaring. But these soul slaves and demonic beasts seemed to have eaten a steel heart. They turned into moths, and under the flames of Paragon Flying Snow, one by one, they turned into minced meat and broken limbs on the ground. Many spatial rings floated in the air. Not a single deity crystal was left. Because all the deity crystals had been crushed by Paragon Flying Snow. Today, everyone witnessed the gap between a paragon and a grade 6 or grade 7 war god. They were not on the same level. It was like a huge man wielding a saber and a child wielding a wooden stick. The blood on the ground had already formed a small river, and the nearby buildings had long since been reduced to rubble. The heart formation stone on the island had also been shattered. The barrier in the sky had dissipated, and a few dragon boats could already be seen in the distance. City Master Wu Shan will make a move first. If you can return to the Misty Continent, help me take care of my clansmen. They are in the Shaman City. Wu Shan could feel Paragon Flying Snow appearing by his side with his divine sense. He did not escape, nor did he retaliate. Instead, he transmitted a message to Yi Qinghan. He then felt an intense pain coming from his body. A bloody hand had grabbed his back. But before that hand could grab his deity crystal, he had detonated his own deity crystal. Hong. Wu Shan's combat power was the weakest, but he was still at the peak of grade 5. Under such a powerful explosion, even Paragon Flying Snow felt slightly troubled. But it was just slightly troublesome. He brought Yi Qinghan in front of him. Then, his origin energy revolved around his back and he immediately teleported. Hong. A huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. A loud explosion reverberated in the surroundings, reverberating in the star sea for a long time. Wu Shan. Ah. Accompanying the explosion was the hysterical roar of Yi Qinghan. Wu Shan was the only one present who was not his soul slave. His combat power was not high, but ever since he came from the Rain Emperor Mountain, Wu Shan had been taking good care of Yi Qinghan. After leaving the Sealed God Valley, he had pledged his life to serve Yi Qinghan. The two of them had a deep relationship. Yi Qinghan did not only treat him as a subordinate, but also as a brother and a friend. It could be said that among so many people present, Wu Shan's death was the one that made him the most depressed and furious. Ha ha ha, such an explosion naturally did not affect Paragon Flying Snow at all. With his origin energy protecting his body, even if a peak grade 7 exploded, it would not cause much damage to him. If not for protecting Yi Qinghan, he would be too lazy to teleport. He would just resist the explosion directly. In just a short period, Yi Qinghan had swept through the subordinates of Star Constellation, leaving behind less than a quarter of the warriors and beasts. At this moment, the remaining humans and beasts finally began to escape. They flew in all directions at lightning speed. Humph humph. Want to escape? None of you can escape today. Paragon Flying Snow mocked. More and more dragon boats appeared on the distant sea surface. Furthermore, there were countless warriors rushing over. There were even paragons teleporting over. Even if they were allowed to escape, where could they escape to? Paragon Flying Snow locked his target on the fastest escaping Wind Emperor. Origin energy once again condensed in his palm. He then brought along Yi Qinghan and disappeared from the sky. Venerable Flying Snow teleported and appeared behind the Wind Emperor. Then, he quickly grabbed at the Wind Emperor's waist with one hand. He knew that this person was a 7th grade war god. Just now, he had let him escape, so he used his fastest speed. He also had more origin energy in his hand than before to ensure that the Wind Emperor could not escape this time. Wind Emperor, be careful. Old dog Flying Snow, this young master will tear you apart. Yi Qinghan's eyes were filled with terror. His body twisted even more violently. He used both his hands and feet to hit and kick Paragon Flying Snow. But Paragon Flying Snow had deity energy protecting him. With this bit of strength, Yi Qinghan could not even tear off a corner of Paragon Flying Snow's clothes. Wind Emperor could not escape. Actually, he had never thought of escaping. His body suddenly turned around. He then revealed a mocking smile towards Paragon Flying Snow. The ancient halberd in his hand fiercely chopped down on Paragon Flying Snow's head. He did not care. That fatal claw of Paragon Flying Snow had actually chosen to perish together with his opponent. Fool! Go and die. Paragon Flying Snow did not move. The mocking look on his face was even more obvious than that of Wind Emperor. This little martial artist actually wanted to perish together with him? His brain must have been fried. Paragon Flying Snow did not move the origin energy in his hand. Instead, he revolved the remaining origin energy in his body around his head. With the origin energy protecting his body, even if Wind Emperor's ancient halberd was a transcendent deity weapon, it could not damage his head. Wind Emperor's ancient halberd did not slow down. The mocking look on the corner of his mouth became more intense. His eyes did not look at Paragon Flying Snow. Instead, he turned to Yi Qinghan and transmitted, "Master, I'll be leaving first. If you step onto the peak in the future, please help me take care of the Sky Awakening continent and my clansmen." Chapter 895. The ancient halberd of Wind Emperor was naturally not a transcendent deity weapon. Hence, when it struck the head of Paragon Flying Snow, it merely let out a crisp sound. Paragon Flying Snow's hand easily pierced through his abdomen before grabbing that deity crystal. With a light pinch, it immediately exploded. But at the moment before Wind Emperor died, he suddenly laughed. His laughter was very strange, and it gave Paragon Flying Snow goosebumps. He laughed until his back felt cold, not right. Paragon Flying Snow's eyes widened abruptly. Why would his back suddenly feel cold? At that moment, an intense feeling of danger surged in his heart. He was familiar with this feeling. That was a sign that would only appear when one was facing a life-threatening danger. But why? His divine sense could clearly sense that there was no one nearby. There were no paragons, and there were no spatial ripples. But in the next second, he knew where the danger came from. Because the hand of Yi Qinghan that was constantly hammering him had already entered his abdomen and was grabbing towards his deity crystal. "Yi Qinghan, you dare!" Paragon Flying Snow's expression turned snow white. It was whiter than his hair. He, the other paragons, and Li Tian had heard of the rumor that Yi Qinghan could kill a 7th grade war god. Because there was a lucky survivor who said that he personally witnessed Yi Qinghan killing a 7th grade war god. But they scoffed at this, thinking that it was a martial artist who had been scared silly, because they did not believe that a god king could have the combat power to fight against a 7th grade war god. Especially when he sealed his deity crystal, he was absolutely sure that the other party only had the combat power of a god king. He was completely relieved. So what if this god king was a freak? Wasn't he just a minor god king? But, at this moment, he completely understood that this god king was not just a freak. He was also heaven-defying. Because he could clearly sense that the hand that reached into his abdomen had the same white stream as him. Origin energy. He did not know where Yi Qinghan got his origin energy. He only knew that more than half of his origin energy was revolving around his hand, and a small portion was protecting his head. His deity crystal was not protected by any origin energy at all. Kacha. A clear sound could be heard. The eyeballs of Paragon Flying Snow bulged out. The rapidly revolving origin source energy was forced to stop halfway. Paragon Flying Snow felt his vision turning dark. After that, the world in front of him turned black and white. I was careless and arrogant. You've paid a heavy price, and now you're careless. So, you should also pay an even heavier price. Yi Qinghan looked at the eyes of Paragon Flying Snow, who died with remaining grievance. He coldly said. His expression was incomparably calm. They were not excited about killing a venerable one in a sneak attack, nor did they feel proud of their perfect plan, their beautiful acting, and the fact that they managed to kill a venerable one with their own strength. Because, if it wasn't for his arrogance, Wu Shan wouldn't have died, the Wind Emperor wouldn't have died, more than 30 soul slaves and more than half of the demonic beasts wouldn't have died. Everything that happened today was within his expectations, especially the carelessness of Paragon Flying Snow that gave him an opportunity. That was why he instantly formulated a plan. This plan involved everyone, including Yi Qinghan's furious shouts and powerless fighting. Wind Emperor and the others were fearless at the start, and they were escaping at the end. Even the final attack from Wind Emperor was instructed by Yi Qinghan. His deity energy had been sealed, but the origin source energy in Yi Qinghan's mind wasn't. In the profound spirit cavern dwelling, his deity energy was similarly suppressed, but he still relied on his origin source energy to kill that void-gouging beast. Actually, when Yi Qinghan self-detonated at Wushan, he had already activated his origin source energy. But he did not act because he was not sure if Paragon Flying Snow had the origin source energy to protect his deity crystal. At the final moment, he had no other choice. He could only sacrifice Wind Emperor. In reality, Yi Qinghan gambled correctly. Paragon Flying Snow was careless. That was why he died in the end. Xiao. Those soul slaves and beasts that were escaping immediately turned around the moment Paragon Flying Snow died. They flew towards Yi Qinghan at their maximum speed. Paragon Flying Snow was dead. But the danger had not been resolved. The distant dragon boat was getting closer, and paragons could teleport over at any time. They had to remove the seal on Yi Qinghan's deity crystal in the shortest time possible. More than 10 grade 6 war gods poured their purest deity energy into Yi Qinghan's body. Paragon Flying Snow's deity energy seal might be overbearing. But he did not seal too much. In just an instant, the deity energy seal was removed. Go! Yi Qinghan roared. He grabbed the corpse of Paragon Flying Snow and his spatial ring. At the same time, he kept the corpse of Wind Emperor and the soul slaves and beasts. As for the corpses on the island, he did not have the time to collect them. He immediately rushed towards the distance. Halfway through his journey, his figure disappeared in the sky. The entire battle happened in the blink of an eye. From the moment Paragon Flying Snow appeared to the moment Yi Qinghan ambushed and killed Paragon Flying Snow, only a few minutes had passed. Even though the nearby patrolling star army had rushed over. Even the paragons hiding 500,000 kilometers away had begun teleporting. But no matter how close they were, no matter how fast the dragon boat was, it would still take time. No matter how fast teleportation was, this was the Star Sea. Who dared to teleport too far away? The 7 or 8 dragon boats that rushed over had even seen Paragon Flying Snow fighting with someone. But similarly, they saw a scene that shocked them to the core. They did not dare believe it. Paragon Flying Snow had suddenly died. And then Yi Qinghan disappeared right in front of their eyes. The Star Army came very quickly. But before they could surround him, Yi Qinghan had easily escaped far away. Pung! Tens of thousands of kilometers away from this place, many war chariots flew over at high speed. In front of the war chariots, there were many huge flaming lions. It made the Star Army in the dragon boats tremble deep in their souls. At the same time, they looked at the war chariots in the sky. Their eyes were filled with respect. This was the war chariot of His Highness. Pung! Suddenly, the war chariot in the middle turned into smithereens. The flaming lions pulling the chariot also stopped. Iron shards fell down, and 6 martial artists floated in the sky. Xiao! All the war chariots stopped. Many martial artists wearing the war god robe appeared from the war chariots. They surrounded the 6 martial artists and investigated the surroundings. They thought that someone had attacked the war chariots. But there was one point that left them incomparably shocked. There was a mystical seal within the war chariot that even paragons would have a hard time breaking through. How did this war chariot explode? Yi Qinghan! Yi Qinghan! Yi Qinghan! There was a handsome prince in the middle of the crowd. At this moment, his expression had become incomparably savage. He looked up and roared. His entire body was filled with a violent rage. This rage could even be felt by the martial artists below the dragon boats. The war chariot wasn't destroyed by an attack. Instead, it was destroyed from the inside by His Highness Li Tian. Everyone understood. But what they did not understand was what the Yi Qinghan had done. Why did he make His Highness, who had become very steady recently, so mad? Not many days later, many people understood why His Highness was so mad. His Highness Li Tian had spent a few months and used countless resources and manpower to cast a huge net, inviting Yi Qinghan to fall into the trap. Yi Qinghan had indeed fallen into the trap in the end. It's just that he had killed a famous paragon in the Star Sea, Paragon Flying Snow. Before leaving elegantly, the entire Star Sea was shaken once again. Not long later, the entire divine realm was shaken too. The martial artists of Floating Mist Continent had all gone mad with joy. This matter had even alarmed a few monarchs. They ordered for an investigation of the specific situation that day. As for the specific situation, it did not take long for many super clans and monarchs to understand clearly. Many memory god insects near the island had clearly recorded what happened. But many people had repeatedly examined the scene, yet they could not understand how Yi Qinghan had killed Paragon Flying Snow. This caused countless supreme beings in the god world to be moved. Yi Qinghan did not know what happened in the Star Sea and the Divine Realm continent. At this moment, he did not want to know either. After 8 months of arduous escape, he turned to the North Sea. Then, he killed a small team of Star Army in the North Sea. Then, he stealthily returned from the coastal sea of Floating Mist Continent to a place, the Lily Cavern dwelling. The continuous travel had made his body very tired. But, his heart was even more tired. His expression was incomparably desolate. When Yin Ling saw this person in front of her, she thought that she had recognized the wrong person. His beard was unshaven, and his face was filled with dispiritedness. That frivolous, calm, and confident Yi Qinghan had disappeared. What appeared was a beggar like Yi Qinghan. Chapter 896. All the details of the battle between Yi Qinghan and Paragon Flying Snow were recorded by the nearby memory god insects. Star Sea did not control the circulation of these images. Paragon was killed by Yi Qinghan. This matter could not be concealed. Star Sea also hoped to let the Supremes of the deity world study it and see if they could figure out how Yi Qinghan killed Paragon Flying Snow. Paragon. The name Supremes meant that a grade 5 war god would officially step on the path of an expert. A grade 6 or grade 7 would reach the minor peak of the martial artist realm and could be called a Supremes. But once they reached grade 8, they would turn from a chicken to a phoenix, becoming a Supremes. From Supremes of God Emperors and Supremes of Refiners, it could be seen that the deity world placed great importance on the word Supremes. It represented the highest realm of a martial artist. A grade 9 unparalleled war god was the peak of the deity world. That was a supreme existence. But how many grade 9 unparalleled war gods were there? 2 hands were not enough. Furthermore, a grade 9 unparalleled war god would usually not interfere in the battles of the deity world unless they provoked him. A grade 9 was a supreme existence. Basically, martial artists below the god emperor level were not qualified to know of such an existence. Even among the lower level martial artists, they had become legendary existences, hence, paragons were the peak existences among the lower level martial artists. But, this time, a god king, a common and small martial artist in the deity world, had broken the hierarchy of the deity world and the concept of the martial artists on the continent. Not only did he kill a venerable, but he also killed a venerable by countless levels. This matter was even more shocking than the death of Paragon Flying Snow. If every god king could kill a paragon, they could kill grade 6 or 7 war gods. Then was the ranking system of this world still useful? Was the ranking system of the war god pavilion still useful? Was there a need for everyone to cultivate? This matter had caused many martial artists to doubt if the current direction of cultivation was correct. Hence, the height of this matter had reached a level where the cultivation system of martial artists was overturned. Supreme Island was still sealed, but Paragon Li Kong had urgently gathered all the paragons on the island to discuss this matter. Across the 6 continents, countless paragons and even 2 sovereigns had sent messages to express their concern. Countless images were replicated and circulated in the main cities of the various clans. After several months of research, everyone came to a conclusion. Yi Qinghan was still at the God King realm. Furthermore, he did not kill Paragon Flying Snow with his soul skill or his monstrous combat power. Rather, it was a treasure. Those who had studied the painting knew very well that Yi Qinghan was the mastermind behind this murder. Ever since Paragon Flying Snow appeared, everything that happened to Yi Qinghan was actually arranged by him. Although there was no sound on the screen, the last sentence Yi Qinghan said could be easily deduced by the martial artists from the movement of his lips. I was careless and arrogant. You've paid a heavy price, and now you're careless. So, you should also pay an even heavier price. These words clearly indicated that all of Yi Qinghan's actions were premeditated. He relied on his intelligence to create an opportunity for Paragon Flying Snow to use all his origin energy without the protection of the deity crystal. The painting clearly showed that Yi Qinghan had used a single hand to grab Paragon Flying Snow. Paragon Flying Snow died, yet no deity crystal floated out. This meant that Yi Qinghan had crushed his deity crystal before killing him. But Yi Qinghan's deity crystal was still sealed. How could he break through the protection of Paragon Flying Snow and crush his deity crystal? The scene of a group of soul slaves removing the seal was also clearly recorded. Yi Qinghan's deity energy had indeed been sealed. It's just that after Yi Qinghan destroyed the deity crystal, he had kept his origin energy. Hence, nobody knew how he did it. In addition to the rumor of Yi Qinghan killing a 7th grade war god, all the researchers could only conclude that there was a treasure on Yi Qinghan. There was a heaven-defying treasure, a treasure that could allow a god king to kill a venerable. Even if Paragon Flying Snow used all his origin energy to protect his head and hands, he was still a paragon. Even if a venerable didn't use his origin energy, his divine power was extremely strong. Even if an ordinary emperor god were to launch a sneak attack on him, it would be difficult to kill him. How could you crush the divine crystal with such strong divine power? This answer was acknowledged by many. It also made many experts go crazy. Supreme treasures belonged to the virtuous. If a powerful supreme expert possessed it, then there was nothing wrong with it. However, what right did a little divine king have to possess it? Furthermore, Yi Qinghan was hated by everyone in the Star Sea. Even if he was killed, nothing would happen. Hence, other than the paragons and experts of the Misty Continent, countless experts and paragons from the 5 continents began rushing towards the Star Sea. Many hidden experts also moved out stealthily. Although Yi Qinghan could kill paragons, it was true that he was caught by Flying Snow in the beginning. All the experts were clear that Yi Qinghan did not have the ability to fight with experts head-on. As long as he did not sneak attack, he could easily kill him. The star sea surged again. This was beyond the expectations of Li Tian and Li Kong. They did not care about the arrival of these people. Instead, they offered a reward. A transcendent grade god tool and countless treasures drove the experts of the Star Sea even more crazy. On the other hand, the countless martial artists of the Misty Continent were in high spirits. Yi Qinghan had made them proud. If the destruction of the Flame Dragon City was a slap to the continent, then Yi Qinghan's actions were a deep stab to the Star Sea. This time, Yi Qinghan had stabbed the Sea of Stars with a knife. A slap to the face was painful, but a stab to the face was extremely painful. Soul-devouring city, on that beautiful balcony. Lord, you don't seem very happy. Little Han did a great job this time. Madame Jiu's face was full of excitement after receiving the exact news. Lord Devour had a high status. She did not need to collect this information. Countless people would automatically send detailed information to her. The information had to go through Madame Jiu's hands. However, after Madame Jiu told Lord Devour the news, she saw that Lord Devour was no longer calm. Instead, he frowned slightly. Lord Devour's willow-like eyebrows furrowed slightly. He said faintly, he was too proud, so he almost died this time. Fortunately, he met that idiot Flying Snow. With the power of origin, so many people sacrificed their lives to cooperate with him. If a sneak attack couldn't kill an idiot, then he would be an idiot too. What's there to be happy about? Madame Jiu nodded and said with a smile, Lord. Are you worried about him? Don't worry. He will definitely become more mature after this lesson. Didn't you hear his last sentence? I think the next time little Han comes out, the entire Star Sea will be scared out of their wits. What do you know? If Yi Qinghan doesn't have the power of origin, he's nothing. Even if he becomes more mature and calmer, he won't make any mistakes. However, after this painful lesson, will the people of the Star Sea become calmer and more cautious? Lord Devour stood up, his eyes cold. Moreover, what I'm worried about the most is that, with this strange invisibility technique and the power of origin, he will rely on them too much. He will forget the true meaning of cultivation, putting the cart before the horse. On the path of cultivation, the principle is the king. The others are all wrong. Only understanding the principle of heaven and earth, taking the power of heaven and earth, and borrowing the power of heaven and earth, is the king's way. If he keeps relying on this and doesn't want to improve, he will die eventually. Chapter 897. Madame Jiu pondered for a while and understood. Her face changed dramatically. She knew Yi Qinghan's temper very well. Since Yi Qinghan had stated that he wanted to kill 100 million people or His Highness Li Tian, then if he didn't achieve this goal, he wouldn't come back and would never leave the Starry Sea. However, the situation was getting more and more complicated. There were more and more experts. If Yi Qinghan used his origin power to fight with his stealth technique, his enemies would find his weakness sooner or later, and he would die. If a person had a submachine gun, would he use his weak martial arts to kill his enemies? It was a habit, and it couldn't be changed with just 1 or 2 sentences. Yi Qinghan had used his origin power and his stealth technique to fight for so many years. His battle plan was based on these 2 things. You want him to abandon these 2 things and use his weak soul skills and principles to fight? If he thought these soul skills and principles were weak, he wouldn't be interested in studying them or comprehending them. If his strength didn't improve, he could only use these things to fight. If he took risks, he would be besieged by so many experts and fall. Madame Jiu wasn't stupid. After following Lord Devour for so many years, she had a broad vision. Her way of thinking was also influenced by Lord Devour. After thinking it through, she said anxiously, Lord, you can't just ignore him. If Xiao Han dies, how will you face Xiao He and Yu Qingcheng? Don't you need Yi Qinghan to take revenge for you? You have to think of a way. It's not that I don't want to help him. I can't help him with this. Lord Devour sighed deeply. She slowly walked to the pavilion in the corner of the rooftop and waved her hand to open the protective cover. Her red robe fluttered in the humid sea breeze. After a while, she said, I can't help him. Moreover, I don't dare to do anything in this star. If Yi Qinghan doesn't accomplish his goal, he won't come back even if I ask him to. As for the path of cultivation, it was all about the heart. Yi Qinghan already had a complete and mature mind. Moreover, he had a stubborn temper. It was not possible to change his mind with just a few words. Given his temperament, it was even more impossible for him to cultivate in seclusion for hundreds of thousands of years. If you want to change his way of thinking, the only way is for him to comprehend it himself. Madame Jiao shivered. She understood that Lord Devour was telling the truth. She said bitterly, is there really no solution? Can we only watch him walk towards death step by step? There's a way. After keeping silent for a while, Lord Devour opened his mouth, which made Lord Jiao's eyes brighten. Lord Devour turned around and said faintly, let him stay in the Soul Emperor Pavilion for 5 years. Soul Emperor Pavilion? Lord Jiao said in astonishment, didn't the Soul Emperor Pavilion just open a few years ago? We have to wait for another 10,000 years. With Little Han's temperament, he won't just cultivate in seclusion for 10,000 years. Lord Devour waved his hand. His eyes showed a trace of reminiscence as if he was thinking of an old friend. He said, no need. Yi Qinghan has something that he can break the rules to get in. Moreover, there's a way to fix this thing. In the Soul Emperor Pavilion, there's a woman that Yi Qinghan has been thinking about for a long time. Yi Qinghan might not listen to me, but that woman has a way to help Yi Qinghan walk on the right path. Lord. You mean the soul ring? Madame Jiao asked tentatively. She didn't know who the woman Lord Devour was talking about was. However, she knew that besides Xiao He, the only thing that Yi Qinghan had to do with the Soul Emperor was the soul ring. Yes. Lord Devour nodded faintly, but his brows didn't loosen. He said, the Soul Emperor left the soul ring in the God-slaying mountain on purpose. Since the Soul Emperor is from the Flame Dragon Plain, he hoped that someone from the Flame Dragon continent could get this lucky chance. The Soul Emperor Pavilion is a good place to train him. Inside, his invisibility technique will lose its effect, and he can't use any restrictions inside. He doesn't dare to use the power of the origin, or the Soul Emperor Pavilion will explode. He can only use his soul skills and principles to fight. Madame Jiao was delighted. She said happily, that's good. It's a good idea. Don't celebrate too early. Lord Devour sneered. If he uses the soul ring to open the door of the Soul Emperor Pavilion will be open for 3 months. Anyone can enter even without a divine sword. This is the Soul Emperor's test for his successor. Although only lower 5th grade war gods can enter, with Yi Qinghan's strength, it's not enough to enter. If he can't break through, he'll also die. Ah! Madame Jiao's jaw dropped, her face full of shock. Lord, why did you let him in? If he can't figure out this problem, he won't have the patience to cultivate and comprehend. Since he'll die sooner or later, it's better to die earlier. Lord Devour's face regained its calmness, and his voice no longer fluctuated. He waved his hand, and a figure appeared on the rooftop. It was Imo Xiao Xiao in a green robe. Lord Devour said casually, send a message to Yi Qinghan. Tell him that his soul ring can enter the Soul Emperor Island. Whether he wants to go in or stay outside, it's up to him. The message was sent quickly, but Yi Qinghan didn't reply. It wasn't because he couldn't receive messages from the Lily Cave Mansion, but because Yi Qinghan didn't care about the messaging jade talisman. Even at this moment, he didn't care about anything. Yin Ling was sitting in the small hall, her beautiful eyes gazing at a small room next to hers. Her eyes sparkled with a complicated look. Yi Qinghan had stayed in this room for 1 whole month. When Yi Qinghan sent him a message, she really didn't dare to believe that the person standing in front of her was the incomparably domineering Yi Qinghan who dared to slap her on the hidden island. It was the Yi Qinghan who didn't even bat an eyelid when facing thousands of experts in Flame Dragon City. It was the Yi Qinghan who even dared to snatch the Peach Blossom Venerable's daughter on the Peach Blossom Island. She didn't know what kind of blow Yi Qinghan had suffered. She only knew that Yi Qinghan was dispirited, lonely, and pitiful. After Yi Qinghan entered the Lily Cave mansion, he settled the remaining 10 soul slaves and 20 demonic beasts, then went into this room alone. Yin of course, knew that Yi Qinghan didn't go into seclusion to cultivate. Instead, he went inside to lie down alone, like a wounded lone wolf, silently licking his wounds and healing himself. After waiting for a few days, she returned to the Rain Butterfly Island and learned what had happened. She was once again shocked by Yi Qinghan. At the same time, she also knew the reason why Yi Qinghan was so lonely. He blamed himself for the deaths of Wind Emperor Wushan and the others. He blamed himself for his arrogance, carelessness, and complacency, which led to the deaths of so many people. Yin had very complicated feelings towards Yi Qinghan. Throughout her life, she had only thought that there was one true man in this world, the Hidden Island Master. But today, there was one more person in her heart. Yi Qinghan had beaten her before. She hated him, and killing Yi Qinghan was her goal. After going to the Divine Realm and staying in the Rain Butterfly Island for a few decades, this hatred had faded. But later on, she met Yi Qinghan. She originally wanted to take revenge, but she was stunned by Yi Qinghan's strength, and also, his legendary story. When she saw Yi Qinghan killing Paragon Flying Snow, not only did he not feel happy or proud, but he even blamed himself for the deaths of his subordinates. Her heart was deeply moved. Her heart was deeply touched, and her feelings for Yi Qinghan became even more complicated. This man was so special, so dazzling, so loyal, so pitiful. After drinking the blood-red wine in her hand, Yin stood up and walked towards that room. Even though Yi Qinghan had closed the protective barrier of the room, the restrictions of the Lily Cave mansion were in her hands. If she wanted to enter, she could. Chapter 898. She didn't know what to do inside. She also knew that with her relationship with Yi Qinghan, it wasn't the right time to go in. However, she still inexplicably moved her beautiful legs and walked in. The light inside the room was very dim. She knew that this was Yi Qinghan's control. There weren't any furnishings in the room, only a large white jade bed. Under the dim light, a figure was leaning against the corner of the bed and the wall. One leg was bent while the other was casually placed. His head was slightly lowered and his black hair fell down. It wasn't tidied up and was a bit messy. His chin had a long beard and his eyelids were drooping. He didn't even look up when Yin walked in. Yi Qinghan was very calm. His face didn't show any emotion and his body didn't release any aura. However, Yin felt her body tremble. She only glanced over and a decadent, lonely aura emitted from Yi Qinghan's bones. This man was really injured. Martial artists paid great attention to their appearance. Unless they liked to flatter, no God Realm martial artist would keep a beard. They only needed to use their divine power to clean it. However, Yi Qinghan didn't even have time to tidy it up. Yin leaned against the door with a faint smile on her face. She opened her mouth and said, "Young noble Yi, are you trying to seduce me with that melancholic pose of yours?" Silence. Yi Qinghan couldn't help but remain silent. His body didn't move at all, as if he was in a deep sleep. "Oh, young noble Yi has become so awesome recently. You even dare to ignore your master? Are you planning to defy the heavens?" Yin didn't get angry and continued to smile. She even used the witty words that Yi Qinghan had said to Yu Qingxing in the past, hoping to attract Yi Qinghan's attention. However, Yi Qinghan still didn't move. He was like a rotten piece of wood standing there. Yin finally became angry. She put down her arrogance and came to console Yi Qinghan, but she never expected to receive such a result. Even a saint would get angry, let alone someone with an explosive temper like her. Pointing at Yi Qinghan, he raged, "Yi Qinghan, are you still a man? Why don't you go and die? A little blow like this is enough to make you like this. Yu Qingxing and the others must have been blind to marry a trash like you. Shut up." Yi Qinghan finally moved. He raised his head and shouted angrily. His eyes seethed with rage, and his expression was gloomy. He seemed like a lion that had its tail stepped on. Ah! Er's eyes widened in disbelief. Yi Qinghan was living and eating at her place. If it wasn't the Lily Cave mansion, would Yi Qinghan be living so comfortably? She was trying to comfort him out of goodwill, but he still dared to yell at her. Was this person really going to defy the heavens? Anger rose from the bottom of her heart, and she became bold. A dagger suddenly appeared in her hand. Her body flashed, and she fiercely slashed at Yi Qinghan's crotch. Didn't know any sea drain battle technique. She only learned one move on the Rain Butterfly Island, but this move was enough to make the young masters of the Rain Butterfly Island tremble in fear. As long as was provoked, she would definitely take out her little dagger and cut off the thing down there, including the skin and the egg. The dagger was very fast, and there was a faint air-piercing sound. The Divine King realm cultivation wasn't something to be trifled with. Yi Qinghan's eyes suddenly widened, and his dispirited expression instantly disappeared. He was very clear about Er's temper. Last time, she was almost castrated. Although he knew that divine crystals could be condensed, which man didn't care about his own life? He quickly shrunk his body and rolled to the side. Although his overall strength wasn't a match for 10,000 Er's sudden attack, and Yi Qinghan's indescribable mood made his reaction a bit slower. The dagger ruthlessly slid down his thigh, leaving a long and deep trail of blood. It went from his thigh to his calf, and in some places, white bone could be seen. Crazy woman, I'll sun your mother. Yi Qinghan didn't think that would be so heavy-handed. He immediately revealed a murderous expression and cursed. Was also stunned. She looked at Yi Qinghan's thigh that was spurting blood, and she couldn't help but feel regret when she thought about the reason she came here today. Yi Qinghan was recuperating, but he had given him an extra cut. However, when she saw Yi Qinghan's fiendish expression, became angry again. Her temper was like this, and after knowing that she was the princess of the Rain Butterfly clan, her temper became even worse. She immediately cursed, "Bastard, this young lady, son you." Didn't know what Yi Qinghan meant by son, but she was sure that it was a curse. In a moment of desperation, she followed up Yi Qinghan's words and cursed. "Son me?" Yi Qinghan narrowed his eyes. The pain in his thigh had already faded, and the soul ring and the divine crystal were able to heal it. The bleeding quickly stopped, but his heart was still bleeding. After a month of healing, the wound in his heart was almost healed. He was slowly regaining his confidence and fighting spirit, but Er's disturbance had ignited the hidden anger in his heart. Although he knew that was here to comfort him, his stubborn temper flared up, and he didn't care about anything else. "If you want to sun me, then come at me. This young master will accompany you to the end. Today, let's see if you will beat me to the ground, or if this young master will cripple you." Yi Qinghan reached out and easily grabbed Er's hand. Then, he flung the dagger away. With a forceful pull, was pulled over. His other hand tightly wrapped around Er's waist as he pressed her against his chest. Then, he forcefully pressed his mouth against the dazed Er's jade-like lips. Was dizzy. Looking at Yi Qinghan's previous situation, it looked like he wanted to kill her. How did the situation suddenly reverse? How did he take advantage of her? Yi Qinghan's groan was particularly wild and rough. The wild and masculine aura on his body made dizzy once again. Yi Qinghan's kiss was very rough. His powerful tongue directly penetrated Er's pearly white teeth and wandered inside, chasing after Er's fragrant tongue. He greedily sucked the nectar from her small mouth, and his hands didn't stop moving. One of his hands wandered back and forth between the two voluptuous peaks, especially the two pink grapes, constantly playing with them. His other hand slid down and reached into the peach garden. He found that beautiful stream and gently plucked at it. Boom! Yi Qinghan's flirting technique was superb. At least, it was very advanced in this world. Had made love with many women, but it was just kissing and teasing. However, she had never been toyed with like this by a man. Therefore, her body instantly went limp, and the water in the stream started to trickle. Yi Qinghan was very wild. It could even be said that he roughly tore apart Er's leather clothes. The two breasts that could scare people to death bounced out. Yi Qinghan's eyes instantly turned red. His other hand directly tore apart her leather skirt, revealing a perfect body. When Yi Qinghan saw the white liquid coming out from the beautiful pink fungus below he couldn't bear it anymore. He arched his body and let out a hoarse roar. His clothes instantly burst apart, and he jumped on the horse with his spear in hand, galloping to his heart's content. Yi Qinghan, what are you doing? Your father. When Er's body was penetrated by a strange object, she finally sobered up a bit. She wriggled her body and wanted to break free, but she was firmly held by Yi Qinghan. At this moment, her body had gone limp. How could she fight against the ferocious and wolf-like Yi Qinghan? Then, under Yi Qinghan's violent assault, her cursing gradually faded and finally turned into an incomparably ecstatic moan. Chapter 899. Following a beast-like roar, Yi Qinghan finally released all the hostility that had accumulated in his mind during this period of time along with the surging heat. Who was lying on the jade bed, had a blurry look in her eyes. Her body was as soft as a puddle of water. She could only exhale and not inhale. As soon as Yi Qinghan finished, she seemed to have gotten rid of everything. She let out a long sigh, closed her eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. The redness in Yi Qinghan's eyes regained its clarity, and he became much more clear-headed. When he saw the perfect body below him, and that absolutely beautiful face, his mind once again exploded with a bang. Had he really done He didn't think about why didn't resist. He only knew that something had happened. Given Er's temper, this matter would be difficult to deal with. What should I do? Run. This was Yi Qinghan's first thought. However, he also thought that leaving just like this wasn't his style. However, Yi Qinghan didn't have any confidence in facing such a perverted woman. Moreover, he was in the wrong. Forget it, let's retreat first. Yi Qinghan prepared to leave. He couldn't explain the current situation, so he had to leave first. His movements were very light. Seemed to be too tired to notice. Yi Qinghan tiptoed out of the bed. He didn't bother to put on his clothes as he grabbed his penis and slipped away. Opened her eyes as soon as Yi Qinghan left. There was still a trace of seduction in her eyes, but there was also a trace of confusion. A divine king martialist naturally wouldn't faint from exhaustion. She just didn't know how to face Yi Qinghan. Just now, the two of them had been silent above the clouds and had been very relaxed. However, it was different now. Sat up and leaned against the wall, exposing her beautiful body to the air. She looked at the traces of Yi Qinghan on her body, and the confusion in her eyes deepened. She had always been disgusted with men from the bottom of her heart, even to the point of being sexualized. That was why she liked women, especially beautiful women. She thought that she would never be with a man in her life. However, due to a freak combination of factors, she was raped by Yi Qinghan. Well, of course, it wasn't forceful. After all, she didn't resist. It's not that I don't want to resist, but that beast is too strong, I can't resist. Found a good excuse for herself, but she found that she didn't hate Yi Qinghan at all. Instead, when she recalled the feeling just now, she subconsciously stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. It seemed like that feeling just now was really great. Bah! Spat lightly. The two big weapons in front of her chest rippled, and two bright red spots appeared on her face. She was extremely flirtatious, but her heart was even more chaotic. Yi Qinghan's mind was also in a mess. There were many rooms nearby. He randomly entered one and immediately activated the barrier before he dared to put on his clothes. But Yi Qinghan's heart was only in a mess for a moment before he recovered. He had always been a happy-go-lucky person. Since the matter had already happened, it was useless for him to regret. Could do whatever she wanted. Furthermore, he was still reminiscing about that exquisite body of Yin Ling. Even if there was a next time, he decided to *CK it first. Within the room, Yi Qinghan began arranging the recent matters. The death of Wind Emperor Wu Shan and the others had deeply hurt him. He had been blaming himself for this for a month. But after a month, Yi Qinghan had thought things through. Furthermore, after the disturbance caused by Yin Ling, Yi Qinghan had completely recovered. Rather than feeling sad and blaming himself, why not think of ways to take revenge for them? This debt of blood was getting deeper and deeper. He could not go out for the time being. After this matter, Yi Qinghan became even more vigilant. During this month, he had roughly deduced why he would meet Paragon Flying Snow this time. This was not a coincidence. From the expression and actions of Paragon Flying Snow, and the dragon boats behind him, he could also deduce the dense number of pursuers behind him. More than half of his whereabouts had been grasped by others. At the very least, they had deduced the specific direction. Hence, the previous time, he chose to take a huge detour to the North Sea before turning back. The stellar stone that he changed every 10 days was his greatest weakness. But currently, he had yet to discover a better array heart stone. Perhaps there might be a better one, but he did not have the chance to search for it. Actually, not too long ago, he was prepared to ask Yin Ling to help him purchase one, but now. Yi Qinghan hesitated. He was clear what he had done wrong. That incomparably awesome declaration had left him with no path of retreat. If he did not kill 100 million people, he could not leave the Star Sea. But according to the current situation, he did not know how long he would need to reach this goal. Or perhaps, if he could reach it. He was slightly bewildered. He did not know where he should go from now on. If he were to stay here for several tens of thousands of years, entering closed-door cultivation for several hundreds of thousands of years, he would have to comprehend the laws, his soul reaching the God-Emperor realm, and his overall strength reaching the Paragon realm before going out to kill. He knew that he definitely could not do it, perhaps regardless of whether he could break through after such a long time. If he did not repay this blood debt, Yi Qinghan would always feel like there was a thorn in his heart. He could not calm down to comprehend and cultivate at all. If this continued, Yi Qinghan would go crazy sooner or later, cultivate for a period of time before going out again. He might be lucky to survive the first time, but if he did it too many times, Yi Qinghan believed that he would definitely die. Moreover, his soul slaves and demonic beasts were greatly reduced. The last time he was in the North Sea, he had only killed a small team. Now, it would be very difficult for him to attack the garrison island. Perhaps, even without a paragon, a small team would be enough to kill him. Huff. Yi Qinghan let his imagination run wild for a day in his room, but he still did not come to any conclusion. He stood up and walked to the left side of the Lily Cave abode. The left side of the cave abode housed a small number of soul slaves and demonic beasts. Yi Qinghan did not bring the cat girls with him the last time he went out, so he left them in the cave abode. After entering the room, Yi Qinghan realized that the soul slaves were not having fun with the cat girls. Instead, they were obediently sitting cross-legged and cultivating. Clearly, the previous incident was a huge blow to them. He did not say anything and only nodded faintly before leaving quietly. After returning to his residence, Yi Qinghan subconsciously looked at the room, but he found that the barrier in the room was already open. He pondered for a moment, then gritted his teeth and walked inside, but he still found that there was no one inside. Yi Qinghan looked at the big white jade bed and thought about the night he had with Yin Ling. He could not help but feel ashamed. Since he had done something wrong, he should think of a way to redeem himself instead of running away. A man must be responsible. He then walked toward Yin Ling's room. However, the barrier in Yin Ling's room was also open, and the room was empty. Yi Qinghan walked around all the rooms, but he still did not find anything. He knew that Yin Ling must have used the teleportation array to return to Rain Butterfly Island, which made him feel even more regretful. At this moment, he recalled the details of his time with Yin Ling. He found that Yin Ling was like a fledgling. She was extremely uncomfortable with him entering her body at first, and even felt a little scared. Yi Qinghan had countless women, and combined with Yin Ling-er's background and her usual style, he could deduce that he was actually Yin Ling-er's first man. It could be deduced that he was Yin Ling-er's first man, even though she had slept with countless women. After confirming this, Yi Qinghan felt even more ashamed. He secretly thought that he must have a good talk with Yin Ling the next time he saw her. If she wanted him to take responsibility, then he would reluctantly accept her. Chapter 900. After waiting for 2 days, Yin Ling still hadn't returned. Yi Qinghan didn't care about her. He took out the communication jade talisman and contacted the Carefree Pavilion, asking Yu Qingsheng and the others to come and stay for a while. Then, he would consider cultivating in seclusion for a while. Then, he found many messages in the jade talisman. Most of them were from Su Longxiang, but one message caught Yi Qinghan's attention. It was from Mo Xiaoxiao. After Mo Xiaoxiao had gone back, she hadn't contacted him. Yi Qinghan knew that they didn't have a close relationship. If it weren't for Lord Devour, Mo Xiaoxiao would have ignored him. The meaning of the message was simple. It was to tell him a piece of information. His soul ring allowed him to enter the Soul Emperor Pavilion once. If he entered, he could use the soul ring to get a chance. Of course, it also pointed out the consequences if he used the soul ring to enter the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Moreover, his evasion technique in the origin wouldn't work in the Soul Emperor Pavilion. It also pointed out that it was up to him whether he wanted to enter or not. After reading the message, Yi Qinghan knew that it was Lord Devour's intention. However, Lord Devour had said that he wouldn't control his life, so he sent Mo Xiaoxiao to send him a message. Moreover, Lord Devour didn't dissuade him from entering the pavilion. Instead, he simply explained the situation. Yi Qinghan arched her brows as she was guessing what Lord Devour wanted to do by sending her such a message. Moreover, how did Lord Devour know that he had the origin? The Soul Emperor Pavilion wasn't a stranger to Yi Qinghan. After getting the Divine Sword Book in the God-Slaying Mountain, Yi Qinghan knew about the Soul Emperor Pavilion. After coming to the Divine World, he gradually learned about the Soul Emperor Pavilion, the #1 treasure land in the Divine World. Lord Devour also told him that if he wanted to see Yao Ji and repair the Soul Ring, he had to enter the Soul Emperor Pavilion. There was a time when Yi Qinghan wanted to enter the Soul Emperor Pavilion because there was an incomparably enchanting woman there. Whenever he thought of that little red string, Yi Qinghan's heart would flutter. Yi Qinghan knew about the bewitching tribe's women. They were the women that every man in the Divine World desired the most. In the God World, there was a legend about women from the bewitching tribe. In the past, there had been 2 sovereigns in the Heaven Awakened continent who had fought over a woman from the bewitching race. It even triggered a war between 2 prefectures, and also spurred a few prefectures that were on friendly terms to join in the chaos. In the end, the Apocalypse Monarch, Mo Shanghuang, appeared and suppressed the chaos. He didn't hesitate to offend 2 supremacies and forcefully took away that demon race woman. A sovereign, a supreme existence, had done such a disgraceful thing for a woman. On the one hand, it meant that the monarch was not above the common people. On the other hand, it also showed that the charm of the bewitching tribe's women was unparalleled. However, Yi Qinghan did not have the time to think about this. Elder Lu had sent him a voice transmission. Yu Qingsheng and the other 3 were coming to the immortal world. Yi Qinghan quickly opened the unfettered pavilion's teleportation gate. 4 familiar figures appeared at the entrance of the free and unfettered pavilion. Yi Qinghan could not help but smile. Little Han. Big Brother. Qinghan. Qinghan. The 4 of them had not seen Yi Qinghan for many years and missed him greatly. They all knew that Yi Qinghan was someone who would do great things. Only by staying in the immortal world would he be able to soar higher and give them a better, safer, and stable life. However, they still felt a bit sad. This was especially so for Yi Yaorao. It could be said that she had no relatives in the Flame Dragon continent. Although Yu Qingsheng and the others were very good to her, she still felt an indescribable sense of loneliness. Thus, although the spirit chi in the Flame Dragon continent was very thin, Yi Yaorao would often go into seclusion by herself. You all have suffered. Yi Qinghan also felt a wave of sadness in his heart. He stretched out his hands and hugged the four of them tightly. He did not explain to them about the immortal world. As for the lily cave abode, he only explained that he had found a safer place. This time, the four of them stayed in the lily cave abode for a long time, a whole year. During this year, Yi Qinghan did not cultivate. He spent all his time with the four of them. The reason he had them stay for so long was because he had made a decision during this year. He would either go into seclusion and cultivate for a long time, or he would go to the Soul Emperor Pavilion. No matter which decision he made, he would not be able to see the four of them for a long time. After a year, when Yi Qinghan was trying to persuade the four of them to go back, Yi Yaorao suddenly said, "Qinghan, can I stay here and cultivate?" When Yi Yaorao said this, Yu Qingqing's eyes also brightened. The flame dragon plane spirit chi was too thin. Moreover, the material plane and the immortal world seemed to have some kind of invisible magic. It was much easier to comprehend all sorts of profound mysteries in the immortal world than in the material plane. Yi Qinggu and Yi Qingyu had already refined the God Emperor's God Crystal. This was the limit of their cultivation realms in this lifetime. However, Yi Yaorao and Yu Qingqing were different. One of them had the cold ice jade body, while the other had comprehended a special divine sound law. They had a lot of room for improvement. If he continued to cultivate, he might even become a supreme expert. The two of them were also full of passion for cultivation. They were also full of desire to become experts that could help Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan fell silent. He also knew that the two of them were full of passion for cultivation. If the two of them went to the Flame Dragon Plane, it would be extremely cruel to face them. But then he realized that this lily cave abode was not only hidden but also incomparably safe. It might not be a bad thing for the two of them to cultivate here. However, he had to ask Yin Ling about this. He had no choice but to send a message to Yin Ling, asking her to come over. In the end, Yin Ling did not come over. Yin Ling did not object to Yi Qinghan's request for Yu Qingsheng and the others to cultivate here. She only replied that she understood. "Oh, right." Yi Qinghan thought for a while and took out the unfettered ring. He then sent a message to Elder Lu. Yi Qinghan had long refined the core control mechanism of the unfettered ring. He could let anyone he wanted in. Of course, he could not give the unfettered ring to anyone he wanted. With Elder Lu's cooperation, Yi Qinghan removed the soul connection with the unfettered realm. He then threw the ring to Yu Qingsheng, asking her to refine it. Yu Qingsheng understood Yi Qinghan's intention. She did not say anything. With Elder Lu's help, she quickly refined the ring. Yi Qinghan had the War Imperial Palace, so the unfettered realm was dispensable. The most important thing about the unfettered ring was that Lord Devour had refined 2 gates. With the unfettered ring, he could travel back and forth between the divine world and the flame dragon continent. He had given the unfettered ring to Yu Qingqing to let her control this gate. She could let Yi Qinggu and Yi Qingyu wander around the divine world. If there was any danger, they could return immediately. He decided to cultivate in seclusion for a long time or go to the Soul Emperor Pavilion. No matter what he decided, he had no time to take care of the 4 of them. He was relieved that they could live a more relaxed life. After several days of consideration, Yi Qinghan made up his mind. He would go to the Soul Emperor Pavilion. His character was not suitable for a comfortable life. He needed to surpass himself and break through his limits in the constant life and death trials. Since Lord Devour wanted him to go to the Soul Emperor Pavilion that much, and the Soul Emperor Pavilion could help him repair the soul ring, meet the woman who had locked his soul in his dream, and find a great opportunity, Yi Qinghan sent a message to Yin Ling, telling her about his arrangement. Yin Ling didn't show up yet. However, she just sent him a message, saying that she would take care of the Lily Cave Mansion. She asked him to be careful. For the first time, Yin Ling, asked him to be careful. Yi Qinghan was bewildered. Then, he forced a smile. First, he went to the other side of the cave abode and collected all the soul slaves, the cat girl, into it. Then, he told the 4 that he wanted to cultivate in seclusion until his death. This time, it could be 3 to 5 years, or even tens of thousands of years. If he didn't come out, they shouldn't disturb him. Although the 4 women were resentful, they didn't object to Yi Qinghan's decision. However, after Yi Qinghan entered the room, he quietly disappeared. He looked at the 4 of them, then turned around resolutely, running out of the cave mansion. He knew that it was a path of no return, but he didn't regret it. Warriors cultivated to go against the heaven and change their fate. If they wanted to go against the heaven, they had to be prepared to be punished by the god of heaven. They had to be prepared to fall. Chapter 901. This time, Yi Qinghan was even more cautious when he left the cave abode. He had thought carefully about the route he would take. It was better to stay close to the Misty Continent's coastal waters. Yi Qinghan had announced that he would not return to the Misty Continent unless he killed 100 million people or annihilated Li Tian. Li Tian and the rest would definitely investigate his character. Based on his character, he would definitely not return. Therefore, there were fewer people on the Misty Continent and fewer spies. Moreover, every time Yi Qinghan replaced the dragon blood stone, he would not wait until it was about to explode. Instead, he would look for a place a day in advance. Every time he replaced, he would hide in the blind spots of the rocks at the bottom of the sea. He would try his best to choose a place with dim lighting. This way, even if there were spies, the memory bugs would not be able to find him easily. The first place Yi Qinghan went to was the South Sea of the Star Ocean. He knew that the spatial artifact in the Soul Emperor Pavilion could not hide anyone. Moreover, martial artists below grade 5 could not enter. Therefore, he had to settle these soul slaves properly. If he did not die, these soul slaves and demon beasts would not jump. But what if he died in the Soul Emperor Pavilion? It would not be a good idea to keep these soul slaves in the Lily Cave abode. Therefore, he went straight to the mysterious spirit cave abode in the South Sea. 5 months. This time, Yi Qinghan was very careful. Therefore, it took him 5 whole months to reach the mysterious spirit cave abode. He looked around and found that nothing had changed inside. Moreover, some of the small restrictions that he designed were still there. Only then did Yi Qinghan feel relieved. Tian Chen. You guys stay here. It will probably be a long time before you go out to battle. You guys can cultivate in seclusion here. Arrange for people to take turns to guard this place. Yi Qinghan released 13 soul slaves and 20 demon beasts. Tian Shen was the only peak grade 6 soul slave left. Yi Qinghan naturally looked for him to report. Yes, master. Tian Shen was very respectful towards Yi Qinghan. One could even say that he was in awe of him. Yi Qinghan's strength was not great, but his methods convinced him from the bottom of his heart. After all, wasn't he able to kill a venerable one? Yi Qinghan asked Tian Shen to lead the group away, but he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he went into seclusion in a small hall. He could use the soul ring to open the Soul Emperor Pavilion at any time, so he wasn't in a hurry. He needed to increase his strength. Fortunately, he would be able to protect himself in the Soul Emperor Pavilion. If he could hide himself in the Soul Emperor Pavilion and use his origin energy, then he would be able to kill a group of peak 4th grade war gods without any fear after entering the Soul Emperor Pavilion. He would be able to kill them easily. However, all the restrictions inside would be ineffective. Evading technique was not a secret skill, but a secret technique, so it definitely could not be used. Furthermore, he could not use his origin energy. Once it was revealed, the entire Soul Emperor Pavilion would explode. At that time, he would also be torn to shreds. In that case, he could only rely on his soul skills and body fusion battle skills, so he wanted to increase his strength. Yi Qinghan had something that could increase his strength in a short period of time. First, the Dragon Source Battle Saber. This battle saber was obtained in the mysterious spirit cave abode and was originally given to the Peach Blossom Venerable as a betrothal gift. However, the Peach Blossom Venerable chose Li Tian and returned the saber. Of course, Yi Qinghan also kept it. In the past, with his origin energy, Yi Qinghan never thought of completely refining this transcendent grade divine weapon. Now, it was different. This saber was more than a level stronger than the Slaughter God saber. Although Yi Qinghan also knew that the Slaughter God saber was definitely a transcendent grade divine weapon, it did not have a weapon soul. Or perhaps, he had not awakened the true power of this saber. Therefore, the power of the Slaughter God saber was no longer something that Yi Qinghan was interested in. This was why he thought of refining the Dragon Source Battle Saber. Second, it was the secret technique he obtained from the Battle Imperial Hall, the Battle Sage secret technique. At that time, Yi Qinghan had casually glanced at this secret technique. When he saw that it was not a soul skill, Yi Qinghan did not pay much attention to it. Now, he intended to study it thoroughly to see if this secret technique could be of any help to him. After all, it was a secret technique collected by the Battle Emperor. How could he look down on it? After entering the Battle Imperial Hall, Yi Qinghan went to the treasure room. After sweeping through the room, he realized that there were a lot of treasures in a mess. With a wave of his hand, a few fiery red battle armors were taken out. He stared at the Fire God War God for a while and sighed. This Fire God battle armor was definitely a treasure. However, he did not know where to find the remaining leg guards and helmet. After putting the Fire God battle armor back, Yi Qinghan grabbed the Slaughter God saber again. He felt the baleful aura in the Slaughter God saber attacking his soul spirit again. His eyes turned red again. However, his soul spirit level was very high now. The baleful aura in the Slaughter God saber could no longer make him lose his rationality. This was also the reason why Yi Qinghan gave up on using the Slaughter God saber. If it could not even affect himself, how could he use it to attack a strong enemy? One had to know that God Emperors had the ability to form a defense around their soul spirit. Not to mention the Slaughter God saber, even Jiang Yi's soul-destroying attack would not be effective. The Slaughter God saber's origin was very mysterious. All the 5th grade war gods in the Battle God Pavilion knew of its origin. Furthermore, it was very famous. Yi Qinghan did not go to the Battle God Pavilion. If he did not use his origin energy, he would not be given the honor of being a 5th grade war god. Of course, he would not be qualified to know the origin of this saber. He secretly decided that when his overall strength reached the 5th grade, he would definitely go to the Battle God Pavilion to apply for the title of 5th grade war god. He wanted to thoroughly understand the origin of the Slaughter God saber. He knew that the Slaughter God saber's power was definitely not just on the surface. If he knew the origin of this saber, he might be able to unleash its full power. Finally, Yi Qinghan picked up the Dragon Source Battle Saber. He had used some simple restrictions to seal the saber. Actually, it was just a jade box. When he opened the jade box, the greenish-black saber was revealed. The Dragon Source Battle Saber's outer appearance was similar to an ordinary saber. The only difference was that the blade was slightly longer. The blade above the hilt was straight and not wide. The higher the blade, the wider it became. When it reached the tip of the blade, a small arc appeared. The blade also became twice its original size. This made the saber's outer appearance look exceptionally majestic. Buzz! Yi Qinghan removed the restrictions on the jade box. After that, he used his origin energy to hold the saber hilt. After the restrictions were removed, the entire saber seemed to come to life and let out a soft hum. When Yi Qinghan held the saber hilt, the saber started to vibrate. An ice-cold aura was emitted from the saber and rapidly congealed into the phantom image of a strange beast. This saber was like a poisonous snake that was being held at its weak point. It tried its best to resist Yi Qinghan and warned him not to even think about subduing it. Kiki. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly and did not mind. He knew that before the saber was refined, it was like a wild horse without a master. As long as he refined it, it would become a divine steed. Chapter 902. The origin energy continued to envelop the hilt of the saber. Yi Qinghan did not make a move, allowing the saber to move and the strange beast to roar in the air. The light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter. He knew that in order to refine the saber, he had to convince the strange beast tool's soul. Once the beast tool's soul was convinced, everything else would be easy. In order to convince the beast tool's soul, he had to possess great strength and an indomitable will. He had to fight it out until it was convinced. Ao, the strange beast rolled around in front of Yi Qinghan, but it did not make any sound. However, Yi Qinghan could feel an incomparably powerful ancient beast unleashing its aura at him. It roared in anger, and its cold eyes were like the eyes of an Azura king from the Nine Hells, terrifying and bloodthirsty, causing one's heart to turn cold. Evil creature, why don't you submit? Yi Qinghan's eyes revealed a chilling glint. Under the deterrence of the soul skill, he gathered his aura. The Yi Qinghan of today was not the same as the Yi Qinghan of the past. He had personally killed countless 7th-grade war gods, and had even killed a venerable not long ago. Amidst the limitlessness, Yi Qinghan's aura was no longer inferior to that of a seasoned expert. At this moment, he and the strange beast's invisible aura clashed, and they did not lose in the slightest. The man and the beast continued to compete. Yi Qinghan held the saber motionlessly. He had stood in the treasure room for 3 days and 3 nights. His legs had begun to tremble, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. However, the light in his eyes did not diminish, and the aura he gathered grew stronger and stronger. After a while, the strange beast tool's soul quietly returned to the saber, and the dragon source saber also stopped moving. An excited smile appeared on Yi Qinghan's face. He knew that he had refined the saber by more than half. He had defeated the ancient beast with his own willpower, and the saber finally belonged to him. Although he was extremely excited, his body was unbearably tired. He sat down on the ground and retracted his origin energy. Instead, he covered the saber with his divine power and slowly seeped into it, beginning to refine the core inside. 2 days later, Yi Qinghan suddenly opened his eyes. His body flashed and disappeared from the treasure room. He then appeared in the largest hall and waved his hand to open the barrier in the hall. He brandished the saber in his hand a few times. Finally, the divine power in his hand shook, and a strange beast's roar sounded out of nowhere. Then, a shadow accompanied by the saber light whizzed out, slashing at the shield on the wall. This phantom was very different from the original phantom of the strange beast, because it was very hazy, but now it seemed to have substance. This was a strange beast that looked like an ancient Taotai. It had the body of a lion and the head of a qilin. There was long fur on its head, and it had a ghastly big mouth. Its appearance was ferocious, and its dark green eyes were even more frightening. Boom! A huge explosion sounded out, and the hall shook. The 7-colored light on the shield flickered non-stop. Yi Qinghan's heart was beating non-stop. This supreme-grade divine weapon was indeed extraordinary. It was actually so powerful. This attack was definitely comparable to the full power of a peak god king. Moreover, Yi Qinghan had a vague feeling that when young Master Tu Xia used the god-slaying sword in Dripping Spring City, it was definitely not as powerful as his dragon source saber. Of course, it was still different from when Emperor Yu used the fury of the butterfly dance outside Fiery Dragon City. But, Tu Xia was a peak god king, and this saber was completely powered by divine power. Why was it that his supreme-grade divine weapon was more powerful than his? Actually, Yi Qinghan did not know. The god-slaying sword was Supremacy Evil Moon's weapon, and young Master Tu Xia was only borrowing it. This dragon source saber was completely subdued by Yi Qinghan's origin energy and indomitable will. Since it had already recognized him as its owner, it could only unleash its greatest power with limited divine power. After toying with it for a long time, Yi Qinghan let Tianchen in to test the power of the saber. Tianchen looked at the saber enviously. If he had this saber, he would definitely be able to fight against Emperor Feng. The two of them studied it for a day, and finally concluded that with this saber, if Yi Qinghan were to launch a sneak attack, he would be able to kill a peak god king with just the saber and divine power. A supreme-grade divine weapon was not just for show. After letting Tianchen go back, Yi Qinghan kept the saber and began to study the Battle Saint's secret technique. Just from the name, one could tell that the Battle Saint's secret technique was a physical attack type of secret technique. Therefore, Yi Qinghan did not pay much attention to it. But, after Yi Qinghan looked through it carefully, Yi Qinghan's entire body trembled. The Battle Saint's secret technique was a method to circulate divine power. This method was very complicated, and it was very tedious to cultivate. Moreover, this secret technique was an ancient secret technique. Currently, there were only 3 stages. It was said that there were 5 stages, but this secret technique manual did not mention it. The first stage, after successfully cultivating it, had a chance to unleash an attack with twice the divine power. As for the chances, it was very small, only once in a few hundred attacks. The second stage had a chance to unleash an attack with 3 times the divine power. The chances were even lower, only once in a few thousand attacks. The third stage had a chance to unleash an attack with 5 times the divine power. The chances were 1 in tens of thousands. Martial artists' attacks were divided into 2 types. Divine power attacks could also be called physical attacks. There was also soul skill attacks, also known as soul attacks. Yi Qinghan had always been proficient in soul attacks, such as body fusion combat techniques and soul skills. Among them, divine power attacks were very complicated. Pure divine power attacks were not very powerful, but attacks that were mixed with profound mysteries were much more powerful. If one's law was a very powerful offensive profound mystery, then the power would be even greater. Profound mysteries had always been Yi Qinghan's Achilles' heel. Offensive profound mysteries were very rare for Yi Qinghan, or rather, none. Every realm of divine power was about the same. Without a breakthrough in laws, one's divine power would at most reach the peak of that realm. For example, Yi Qinghan's laws was only at the first level of divine power. Even if he cultivated his divine power to the extreme, he would only be at the peak of the God-King realm. Although Yi Qinghan did not deliberately cultivate his divine power, after cultivating in the soul realm for so many years, his divine power had been constantly growing. His divine power had long reached the 3rd level of the God-King realm. Using Yi Qinghan and young Master Tu Xia as an example, Yi Qinghan's laws was at the 1st level of the God-King realm, and his divine power was at the 3rd level of the God-King realm. His laws and divine power had both reached the peak of the God-King realm. If the 2 of them fought with divine power attacks, even 10 Yi Qinghan would not be a match for young Master Tu Xia. This was because young Master Tu Xia's law's cultivation was many times higher than Yi Qinghan's. In addition to the difference in divine power, he could easily kill him. However, with the Battle Saint's secret technique, things would be different. Although the probability of activating it was very low. Would a God realm expert's attack speed be slow? He could swing his blade hundreds of times every second. In other words, if Yi Qinghan cultivated the Battle Saint's secret technique to the 3rd level, every few seconds, Yi Qinghan would be able to activate an attack with 5 times the divine power. 5 times. Yi Qinghan did not know what realm he would reach with 5 times the divine power, but he knew that it would at least be the divine power of a 6th-grade war god. Although attacking with divine power was like attacking with brute force, it was still extremely terrifying. When a person's brute force reached a frightening level, it would also be extremely frightening. If the attacks of laws were compared to all kinds of fancy and strange sword techniques, the sword techniques would be very powerful and ferocious. However, no matter how fancy a sword technique was, it would pale in comparison to pure power. One could defeat 10 people with brute force. Good stuff, good stuff. At this moment, Yi Qinghan's eyes were like peach blossoms. His speed was very fast, and with the help of his soul skill and the Battle Saint's secret technique, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. The things that the Battle Emperor obtained were indeed not trash. However, it was a pity that he did not have the last 2 levels. The 3rd level had already reached 5 times the divine power. He wondered if the 5th level would be able to reach 10 times the divine power. Immediately, he activated all the restrictions in the hall. Instantly, the natural energy in the hall became terrifyingly dense. Yi Qinghan immediately entered a state of spiritual stillness. He believed that once he comprehended the Battle Saint's secret technique, his divine power would definitely reach the peak of the God-King realm. Chapter 903. The Star Sea was very lively, especially the East Sea. Experts from all walks of life had gathered. Everyone was looking for one person, Yi Qinghan. Li Tian offered a high price. A transcendent-grade artifact and several other treasures, tempting countless experts. Of course, what tempted them the most was the treasure on Yi Qinghan. A treasure that could allow a trashy god king to kill a supremacy. When a martial artist cultivated, the most important thing was to comprehend the laws. As long as they could comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, they would be recognized by heaven and earth and be bestowed with the ability to use the power of heaven and earth. Everyone understood this logic. But how many people could comprehend the ultimate mysteries, break through to grade 9, and obtain the recognition of heaven and earth? There were only 9 in the entire divine world. There were countless martial artists in the divine world. There were hundreds of billions of martial artists in a single continent. How many martial artists were there in the entire divine world? The divine world had existed for billions of years since the ancient times. Only 9 grade 9. One could imagine how difficult it was to break through. Many people knew that it would be hard to break through in this lifetime. Therefore, they set their goal on increasing their own strength. Although supremacies all had the power of origin and teleportation, it seemed like everyone relied on these for a living. But actually, supremacies were also divided into 3 levels. The amount of power of origin, the secret techniques that one mastered, and the laws that they comprehended would make a huge difference in everyone's strength. There was a very important reason. Treasures. A supremacy with a transcendent grade artifact would have a huge increase in attack power. Because only a supremacy could fully unleash the power of a transcendent grade artifact. Therefore, this treasure of Yi Qinghan made countless supremacies covet it. Countless low-grade supremacies fantasized about obtaining Yi Qinghan's treasure and reaching the peak of the supremacy realm. There were 10 publicly recognized supremacies in the entire divine world. For example, the number 1 supremacy of Ethereal City, Supremacy Li Kong. These 10 people had the highest status under the Overlord. But Yi Qinghan disappeared again. Many years had passed. Yi Qinghan was like a rock that had sunk to the bottom of the sea. But countless experts did not give up. To them, a few hundred years was just a blink of an eye. It was worth it to spend tens of thousands of years to obtain a treasure. The Eastern Sea was turned over several times by countless experts. Even the Lily Immortal's cave was accidentally discovered by a venerable. However, there was a terrifying spirit beast inside the Immortal's cave, and it was within Rain Butterfly Island's territory. Just as the supremacy was about to attack the restriction inside, Yu Duanfei appeared with his men and resolved the danger. Of course, Yu Qingcheng and the others could go back to Flame Dragon Continent through abode of supremacy of the world. The soul slaves and demon beasts were already there. However, when Yi Qinghan received Yin Ling's message, he was a little surprised. It seemed that Yu Duanfei already knew that he was in the Lily Cave residence, but he pretended not to see anything. Supremacies of Dragon City. CC. Yi supremacies of sect of the of Yi of world of beasts. Furthermore, he didn't attack anyone. He was just, coincidentally, discovered by a dragon boat that he was exchanging dragon bloodstones. As a result, the majority of the Eastern Sea forces headed towards the Southern Sea. Flying Snow Island had even reached the highest state of alert. Paragon Flying Snow had died. Yi Qinghan had clearly mentioned, on the memory god insect, that as long as he didn't die, he would make rivers of blood flow in Flying Snow Island. A large number of spies were sent out, and countless memory god bugs were scattered throughout the South Sea. More than 100 supreme experts were hidden in the South Sea, waiting for Yi Qinghan to go crazy and attack the island again. But Yi Qinghan disappeared again. He disappeared without a trace. To the southwest of the Star Sea, at the border between the Blood Night continent and the Southern Ridge continent, there was a very famous island. There was no one in the divine world who did not know of it. Soul Emperor Island. Soul Emperor Island was huge. The scenery inside was picturesque, and it was like spring all year round. This was not like the Sealed God Valley, which was controlled by restrictions. Instead, it was formed naturally. Everything here was filled with a kind of natural aura. It was very comfortable and pleasant. Yi Qinghan frantically sprinted all the way. Even though his body was invisible, he didn't have any misgivings. He understood a little about Soul Emperor Island. There were 8 paragons guarding it, and fighting was strictly prohibited on the island. Otherwise, the 8 of them would attack together. 8 paragons might not be considered much, but these 8 people represented 8 sovereigns. The island was huge. After Yi Qinghan sprinted for several hours, when he flashed out of a secret forest, Yi Qinghan's vision abruptly widened. A tall ancient pagoda ahead shocked Yi Qinghan. The ancient pagoda had 9 levels. The top of the ancient pagoda was sparkling with a faint white light. It gave off a dignified aura. One look and one could tell it wasn't an ordinary item. And when Yi Qinghan circulated his god energy in his eyes, he looked towards the top of the ancient pagoda. He was a little confused. Above the ancient pagoda, there were 3 large words, Soul Emperor Pavilion. Yi Qinghan always thought that the Soul Emperor Pavilion was a treasure, a spatial divine tool. Since it was a treasure, it shouldn't be too big. Since it was a spatial divine tool, shouldn't it be in a parallel space? At most, there should only be one entrance. Who knew that the Soul Emperor Pavilion was a real object? However, wasn't this Soul Emperor Pavilion too small? It was only the size of an ordinary pavilion. So many people had entered over the years. Perhaps the first 7 levels had already been searched, right? What kind of treasure could there be? Which level was the enchantress on? Could it be on the 8th level? Although there were many things he couldn't figure out, Yi Qinghan still rushed forward. In less than an hour, Yi Qinghan approached the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Looking at the Soul Emperor Pavilion from such a close distance, he could feel that it was different. This Soul Emperor Pavilion seemed to have a special aura that made one feel that it was different from the masses. It was like a transcendent grade divine tool, and one could see that it was extraordinary at a glance. There were 8 people sitting near the Soul Emperor Pavilion. All of them closed their eyes and sat in meditation. The last time Soul Emperor Pavilion had opened, it had only been a few years. The next time would be nearly 10,000 years later. None of the 8 of them believed that there would be anyone who would set foot on Soul Emperor Island for no reason. Yi Qinghan's footsteps were light and he wasn't careless at all. Even though the 8 of them wouldn't make a move on him, but it was better to be careful. On the first floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, there was a large blue door. However, it was tightly shut without the slightest crack. Yi Qinghan circled around the area but did not find anything special. Eventually, he gritted his teeth, walking towards the Soul Emperor Pavilion's gate. If Lord Devour said that the Soul Ring could trigger the Soul Emperor Pavilion, he could only let the Soul Ring approach to try. Yi Qinghan was extremely nervous. He used his eyes to observe the 8 of them. He didn't dare to use his soul consciousness or leak any of his god power. Relying on the strength of his physical body, he gently walked towards the door of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. When he saw that the 8 people didn't have the slightest reaction, Yi Qinghan didn't hesitate. He stretched out his hand and brought the soul ring closer to the white streams of energy that revolved around the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Buzz! All of a sudden, the soul ring on Yi Qinghan's finger radiated the same white light as the surface of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. The white light on the Soul Emperor Pavilion was several times brighter, illuminating the surroundings. At the same time, the 8 venerables opened their eyes and locked on Yi Qinghan, who appeared out of thin air, standing in front of the Soul Emperor Pavilion's gate. The Soul Emperor Pavilion was accidentally triggered. Within 3 months, all warriors below the 5th grade war god level can enter without the Soul Emperor sword. The difficulty of the 7th floor and below will be increased by half, and the difficulty of the 8th floor will be reduced by half. At the same time, the treasure hunting time of the Soul Emperor Pavilion will be increased to 1,000 years. I wish you good luck. A cynical voice came from the Soul Emperor Pavilion. At the same time, the Soul Emperor Pavilion's gate opened, and Yi Qinghan's figure disappeared from the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Swish! The 8 venerables' faces changed. They stood up at the same time. They were familiar with this voice. It was the voice of the Soul Emperor, the master of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Every time the Soul Emperor Pavilion opened, his cynical voice would come. The Soul Emperor Pavilion was accidentally opened? Moreover, the difficulty of the 8th floor was reduced by half. But the difficulty of the 7th floor and below was increased by half. No one knew what was on the 8th floor, but 7 or 8 transcendent grade divine artifacts were unearthed on the 7th floor. Wasn't the 8th floor even more amazing? No one had ever entered the 8th floor. The 8 venerables instantly took out their communication jade talismans and sent the news back to their respective continents and forces. Then, the news instantly spread throughout the entire divine realm. The entire divine realm was in an uproar. Moreover, the appearance of the person who triggered the Soul Emperor Pavilion was also sent back by the 8 venerables. Countless people easily knew who it was that triggered the Soul Emperor Pavilion. This time, the divine realm was completely shaken. Countless family clans, countless forces, and countless pinnacle 4th grade experts all began to swarm toward the Soul Emperor Pavilion. The master of the Soul Emperor Pavilion said that as long as a warrior was below the 5th grade, they could enter. Many 4th grade war gods did not hesitate to use their years of savings to teleport over at the fastest speed possible. The Soul Emperor Island's position was very good, located between the Blood Knight continent and the South Ridge continent. The Star Sea could not teleport, but the Blood Knight continent and the South Ridge continent could. Countless venerables also began to gather at the Soul Emperor Island. No matter what Yi Qinghan obtained inside, he had to come out, right? They could not attack the Soul Emperor Island, but they could surround it, right? For a time, the entire divine realm was in turmoil. The Soul Emperor Island became the focal point of the divine realm. Hundreds of thousands of 4th grade experts rushed toward the Soul Emperor Island. 3 months was a short time, but there were still countless experts rushing in. When the door closed, there were more than 30,000 experts in the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Among them, there were more than 5,000 pinnacle 4th grade experts. In the distant Soul Devourer city's balcony, a woman dressed in fiery red, with a peerless appearance and figure, gazed at the distant wandering sea. She sighed and said faintly, "Whether I'm a dragon or a worm, whether I live or die, it all depends on this time. Yi Qinghan, I hope you don't disappoint me." Chapter 904. Soul Emperor Island was huge, but it was currently filled with countless martialists from the 6 continents' stellar sea. Countless martialists looked at the tightly shut gates and sighed helplessly. There were countless precious treasures in the Soul Emperor Pavilion. There were also countless supreme treasures that would make even supremacies envious. In the past, no Soul Emperor sword could enter. Each sword could only bring a few people in. But this time, it was open to everyone. However, 3 months was too short a period of time. Only those martial artists who received the news quickly and acted quickly went in. The warriors of the Star Sea were the most pitiful. Why? Because warriors from other continents could use their own continent's transportation arrays to go to the South Mountains continent and the Blood Knight continent. It only took a month to reach the Soul Emperor Island from the northwest of the Blood continent and the southeast of the South Mountains continent. As long as one had divine stones, they could arrive in half a day. But the Star Sea was different. One could only use dragon boats. But the super forces and families with war chariots sent many people in. For example, Princely Tian led thousands of warriors in. Actually, the distinction between peak grade 4 and grade 5 had always been vague in the divine realm. According to common sense, anyone who reached the celestial the Arch realm was considered a grade 5 war god. But the Battle God Pavilion valued a warrior's potential. Therefore, even if one reached the celestial the Arch realm, one might not be given a grade 5 title. One had to be a celestial the Arch warrior who had comprehended 3 high-level nomological mysteries to be given the title. The Soul Emperor Pavilion's restrictions would automatically distinguish the difference between grade 4 and grade 5. This was exactly the same as the Battle God Pavilion. If one comprehended 3 high-level nomological mysteries, one's power would reach a certain level. Such a warrior would be rejected by the restrictions. If one tried to force their way in, Sorry, but the 8 supremacies outside would kill them immediately. Countless great families had researched for many years and discovered this rule. Therefore, the best candidates to enter the Soul Emperor Pavilion were those who had comprehended 2 high-level nomological mysteries and some mid-level nomological mysteries, and thus broke through to the Celestial Arch realm. After reaching the Celestial Arch realm, one's power would be far beyond that of a Celestial Arch. Therefore, in the past, the great forces with divine swords would usually send a few peak grade 4 celestial thearchs and a disciple with great potential to enter to search for treasures. This way, they could search for treasures and train the disciple. But this time was different. People could enter indefinitely, and the time was short. Therefore, he didn't have that much time to choose carefully. As long as they were at the 3rd level of God King realm and above and below grade 5, these big families would send all of them. The more the merrier. Even some trashy god emperors were sent in. Why? This was because the opening of the Soul Emperor Pavilion this time was very special. It was triggered by Yi Qinghan's strange actions. This meant that Yi Qinghan had a token of the Soul Emperor on him. The difficulty below the 8th level would be doubled, and the difficulty at the 8th level would be halved. This meant that it was likely that the Soul Emperor was testing his descendant. At the same time, there was a high chance that someone would be able to enter the 8th level. Since it was a test. This meant that if Yi Qinghan couldn't enter the 8th level, or if he was killed, then the Soul Emperor's successor would be changed. Whoever possessed Yi Qinghan's keepsake would have a chance of obtaining the approval of the Soul Emperor. Only then would he be able to obtain the true treasure. Other than that, Yi Qinghan had a unique treasure on him. It was a unique treasure that could kill paragons. This made many envious. Yi Qinghan was very strong. If those above grade 5 war god could not enter, then what could they rely on to compete with him? Numbers. Paragon flying snow could easily capture Yi Qinghan. This meant that Yi Qinghan's overall combat power wasn't strong. It was just that his attacks were exceptionally strange. He wasn't afraid of strong attacks. He might be able to kill 10 or 100, but could he kill a few thousand? Hence, Li Tian didn't hesitate. He immediately sent a message to the 9 Guardians Island. All the qualified martial artists were transported over using war chariots. Just the number of people that Li Tian had brought in this time was 4,000. Xiao. Li Tian entered the door of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. There was a flash of light, and the scene in front of him changed. What appeared in front of him was a continuous super-huge mountain range. They were standing on a piece of empty land at the foot of the mountain. Facing a completely unfamiliar place, Li Tian wasn't too surprised. The Soul Emperor was a refiner supremacy in the divine world. His personal attainments in seals had reached a terrifying stage. Even though he had entered the Soul Emperor Pavilion a few times, the scene he encountered was different every time. He didn't move recklessly. Instead, he brought his men and ran towards the empty land on the left. At the same time, he got his subordinates to transmit a message to the martial artists from the Starry Sea, telling them not to fly and to come closer to him. At the same time, he began observing the situation around him. The empty land was huge. At this moment, there were several groups of people standing in several directions. They didn't move. They stood there quietly, waiting for more people to come in. Li Tian casually looked around and recognized many people. Because there were several teams around him, and the leaders were all the leaders of the younger generation from their respective continents. He had seen these people in the past few times he tried to barge into the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Clearly, these people were the same as him. They were waiting for the doors of the Soul Emperor Pavilion to close. They would gather all the martial artists from the various continents before setting off together. This time, it wasn't like before. The situation was incomparably complicated. The more people around him, the better. In the past, few people came in. The space within the Soul Emperor Pavilion was vast, and it was rare for them to meet each other. Even if they met each other, they wouldn't act. But this time, it was different. The Soul Emperor Pavilion had opened unexpectedly. The treasures this time would probably dazzle everyone's eyes. Moreover, with so many people, there would definitely be constant friction. When the time came, there would definitely be a large-scale battle royale. The strength of the people that came in was about the same. Then, the only thing that could be compared was the number of martial artists from each continent. Swish! Martial artists were constantly being transmitted in. Many of them were in small teams. After they entered, they didn't move around randomly. Instead, they searched for the teams from their respective continents. Then, they would start to gather under the signal of their own people. Of course. There were also some independent martial artists. When they entered and saw so many people looking at them, they got anxious. They immediately used their divine power to the fullest and fled into the distance. There were also some who flew directly. As long as a martial artist flew above a few hundred meters, they would end up with the same outcome. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning would descend from the sky and turn them into dust. Because Li Tian was in the Starry Sea, he entered late. Hence, after a few days, no one else was transmitted in. It was clear that the doors of the Soul Emperor Pavilion had closed. Li Tian frowned slightly. This time, the Soul Emperor Pavilion was unexpectedly opened. The closest continent to the Starry Sea wasn't the one with the most people. Fortunately, he made a prompt decision and used all the war chariots in the Nine Guardians Island to transport over 5,000 people. Otherwise, the number of people in the Starry Sea would be the least. The ones with the most people were naturally the martial artists from the Blood Knight continent and the South Mountain continent. There were more than 8,000 people. What made Li Tian a little depressed was that the Misty continent was actually well prepared. This time, there were more than 7,000 people. Looking at the situation, there were many Celestial Arch Realm martial artists. There were at least 1,000 peak stage grade 4 martial artists. In addition to Li Tian's manpower, the martial artists from the 4 factions made up 2/3. The other 3 continents didn't have many people. There were less than 10,000 people in total. Let's go. When the number of people reached 0, Li Tian waved his hand and led everyone to the side. In this terrain, there were many large mountain ranges. There were also many paths that led to these large mountain ranges. The various factions didn't choose a path. They randomly picked one and advanced on their own. Because their leaders had entered the Soul Emperor Pavilion before. They were very clear that this was the first level of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. No matter which path, it would lead to the entrance to the second level. Of course, no matter which path, it would be very difficult. The difficulty was doubled. The more people entered, the more difficult it was. However, everyone was fearless and incomparably excited. They began a treasure hunting journey that they would never forget in their lives. To many people, it was also a journey to hunt down Yi Qinghan. Chapter 905. Soul Emperor, can't you change your tricks a little? As Yi Qinghan drilled through the entrance of a mountain peak, he saw a barren desert. His head swelled up and he raised his middle finger to the sky. Yi Qinghan had already been here for 3 months. On the first level, Yi Qinghan wasn't sure, but as he killed monster beasts along the way, he finally reached the end of the road. At the summit, he saw a dark cave entrance and began to have some doubts. Now that he saw the scene change again, he was thoroughly enlightened. The Soul Emperor Pavilion's 9 levels of pagoda represented 9 checkpoints, and each checkpoint was a floor. This thing gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. This was because he had once rushed through a similar checkpoint, Fallen God Mountain. I should have thought of it. This was all designed by the Soul Emperor, so how could it be different? Xiao He, I wonder how your father will play with me this time. Although Fallen God Mountain had more checkpoints than the Soul Emperor Pavilion, and although Yi Qinghan had successfully passed through Fallen God Mountain, it could be said that he had some understanding of the Soul Emperor's designs. But the more it was like this, the more worried Yi Qinghan was. The Soul Emperor was simply too abnormal. Last time he had been toyed with until he wished he was dead. This time, he didn't know how he would be toyed with to death. Xiao He certainly couldn't hear Yi Qinghan's muttering. In order to prevent his actions from disturbing Xiao He, Yi Qinghan directly closed the war beast's space. If Xiao He didn't take the initiative to send him a sound transmission and he didn't open the war beast's space, then Xiao He absolutely wouldn't know what was happening outside. Without staying for too long, Yi Qinghan raised the dragon source saber and rushed forward. The moment the Soul Emperor Pavilion opened, the Soul Emperor's words were clearly heard by Yi Qinghan. 3 months wasn't a long time, but it was enough for many people to come in. Yi Qinghan was alone and had no way to hide. Once he encountered a large force, his fate wouldn't be good. The sky was clear and cloudless, but Yi Qinghan's eyesight was different now. After comprehending the fundamental restriction study, he could easily sense that there were countless small restrictions in the air. These small restrictions were very obvious. Even though Yi Qinghan didn't know what they were for, he was still very careful. He didn't dare to fly, and instead quickly ran forward. The first floor was very easy to pass. Of course, this was only for Yi Qinghan, because the first floor was filled with demonic beasts. They were all Class 5 demonic beasts, and their strength was basically at the Divine King realm. The Dragon Source Combat Saber was like cutting through a watermelon. Furthermore, the path leading to the first floor was very direct. Once one reached the end, they would reach the entrance. However, the second floor was a desert. This made Yi Qinghan a little depressed. If they stayed on the second level for too long, it would be really troublesome if the large group behind them caught up to them. After running for half a day, the wind actually started blowing. The wind brought up the sand on the ground and swept it up into the air. The sky suddenly darkened, and visibility became very low. My divine sense is actually being restricted? Yi Qinghan suddenly stopped, and his divine power surged. He extended his divine sense as far as possible in all directions. However, he wasn't nervous. He was very clear about the Soul Emperor's routine. This was definitely because a monster had appeared. This was only the second floor, so it shouldn't be so abnormal, as expected. Not long after, a series of slightly familiar footsteps came from all directions. These footsteps were very loud, and every time they sounded, the ground would tremble. Even Yi Qinghan's heart would beat along with them. Heaven-shaking Qiongqi beast? When he saw the huge demonic beasts rushing towards them under the blurry sandstorm, he felt a chill run down his spine. Yi Qinghan felt a little dizzy. Yi Qinghan wasn't unfamiliar with the heaven-shaking Qiongqi beast. In fact, it could be said that he had a very deep impression of it. This was because when Yi Qinghan first came to the divine world, he was completely frightened by this heaven-shaking Qiongqi beast. However, this heaven-shaking Qiongqi beast was only a 4th-grade demonic beast, and it didn't have any special demonic skills. It was just a pure physical attack. There were dozens of heaven-shaking Qiongqi beasts in all directions. However, Yi Qinghan didn't seem to care. He was just curious. The first floor was filled with 5th-grade demonic beasts, so why were there 4th-grade demonic beasts on the second floor? It should be known that 4th-grade demonic beasts weren't equivalent to 4th-grade demonic beasts, and 7th-grade demonic beasts weren't equivalent to 7th-grade demonic beasts. For example, the Demon Emperor. Yi Qinghan was used to treating him as a 7th-grade demonic beast because his strength was comparable to a 7th-grade war god. Actually, according to the classification of demonic beasts, the Demon Emperor was a 9th-grade demonic beast. 9th-grade demonic beasts were existences that could transform into humans, and their intelligence was comparable to that of humans. Furthermore, the highest-grade demonic beast that appeared was 9th grade. For a 9th-grade demonic beast like the Demon Emperor, its overall strength was at the 7th grade, and it was considered a peak existence among demonic beasts. Yi Qinghan didn't let his guard down. He stomped heavily on the ground, causing the sand to tremble. However, his feet didn't sink into the sand. Holding the dragon source saber with both hands, he slashed at the nearest heaven-shaking Qiongqi beast. He was in mid-air. Yi Qinghan realized that something was amiss. He injected his godly energy into the dragon source saber and activated the weapon soul within. Then, he would use the saber to release a blade light that blended with the mutated beast's soul to kill the demonic beast. However, this time, the saber didn't release a surging blade light like in the first level. The mutated beast's soul also didn't come out. The Dragon Source saber had lost its effectiveness. The reason why transcendent-grade divine artifacts were called transcendent-grade divine artifacts was because the weapon's soul inside was powerful. For example, the Slaughter God's saber didn't have a weapon soul. Therefore, it couldn't be considered a transcendent-grade divine artifact. However, there was a strange baleful aura inside, which made the Slaughter God's saber much stronger than a high-grade divine artifact. If a transcendent-grade divine artifact didn't have a weapon soul or couldn't release its weapon soul, it would be no different from an ordinary high-grade divine artifact. Furthermore, it couldn't even release its godly energy. This was a serious matter. No wonder the second level was guarded by this heaven-shaking Cheongchi beast. The difficulty of this level wasn't any lower than the first level. In fact, it was even more monstrous. If one couldn't rely on weapons and couldn't release their godly energy, many mystical attacks would lose their effectiveness. The only thing they could do was compete in strength. The toughness of their godly energy. Yi Qinghan's mouth curled into a smile. He reckoned that this level would eliminate many people. Of course, to Yi Qinghan, it wasn't difficult at all. In the blink of an eye, Yi Qinghan was stunned in midair. His speed increased again, and his body reached the highest height he could reach. After that, he quickly descended and slashed heavily at the heaven-shaking Cheongchi beast's horn. Yi Qinghan's slash was very skillful. The speed at which he swung his saber was very fast, so fast that ordinary low-grade martial artists wouldn't be able to see it clearly. However, when he swung his saber earlier, he only used 5% of his godly energy. This way, the rebound force wasn't as strong. Although the rebound force wasn't strong, the heaven-shaking Cheongchi beast's strength was not to be underestimated. As Yi Qinghan slashed at it, his body kept retreating. This was the result of the rebound force of the gigantic beast. However, Yi Qinghan only retreated a few meters. 2 seconds later, the situation suddenly reversed. Yi Qinghan's Dragon Source saber suddenly emitted a green light. This time, Yi Qinghan used 100% of his godly energy and slashed at the gigantic horn. Boom! An unimaginable scene happened. The heaven-shaking Cheongchi beast, which was dozens of meters tall and was like a small mountain, was sent flying like a rubber ball. The 5 or 6 gigantic beasts behind it were also sent flying. The speed at which they were sent flying was so fast that in the blink of an eye, they couldn't even see the shadows of the heaven-shaking Cheongchi beasts. Wow! This battle sage secret technique is too powerful, right? Yi Qinghan looked at the beasts that were sent flying like toys with a stunned expression. He knew that the battle sage secret technique was powerful, and he was indeed testing its power. However, he didn't expect it to be so powerful. Chapter 906. Although he was stunned, Yi Qinghan was not stupid. He hurriedly used imminent skyline and rushed forward. The encirclement had been broken. He would not foolishly wait to be surrounded again. After running for hundreds of thousands of meters, he finally saw the sky-shaking Cheongchi beasts. The sky-shaking Cheongchi beast that Yi Qinghan struck had already turned into a pile of meat. The few beasts that were lying on the ground were also injured. However, when they saw Yi Qinghan rushing over, they let out a strange roar. The third level of the battle sage secret technique, 5 times the divine power, was indeed powerful. Yi Qinghan thought to himself. If this hit a martial artist, even if the other party had the legendary supreme armor, their internal organs would also be shattered. Strangely, after Yi Qinghan escaped the encirclement, the nearby sandstorm stopped and the sky became bright again. However, not long after, Yi Qinghan was once again surrounded by a group of sky-shaking Cheongchi beasts. Moreover, there were more this time, reaching hundreds of them. This was not the least bit of pressure for Yi Qinghan. He directly slashed out a bloody path. However, he was secretly puzzled. How did the Soul Emperor find so many beasts? These beasts were not puppets. If one died, there would be one less. Every half a day, Yi Qinghan would be besieged by sky-shaking Cheongchi beasts, and the number was increasing. However, Yi Qinghan's mood became increasingly happy. The more sky-shaking Cheongqi beasts, the better. This way, he could eliminate or kill more martial artists behind him. When Yi Qinghan encountered the ninth sky-shaking Cheongqi beast, the number of beasts besieging him had reached tens of thousands. Yi Qinghan spent several days to kill out a bloody path. When he killed his way out of the encirclement, a dark and gloomy hole suddenly appeared in front of him. Yi Qinghan touched his nose. This kind of breakthrough reminded Yi Qinghan of something in his previous life. Games. Online games. Yi Qinghan had a faint doubt in his heart. Whether it was the Fallen God Mountain or the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Yi Qinghan always felt as if he was playing an online game. Although this was a place where real people fought with real swords and spears, and if they were not careful, they would die. However, the systems and rules were very similar. When the sky-shaking Cheongqi beast appeared, there would be a sandstorm nearby. Divine sense would also be obstructed. This was clearly to prevent the challengers from running around and could only wait to be surrounded and killed. No matter where he went, it seemed like he would encounter groups of monsters. And each time, the number was much higher than the previous time. The restrictions and monsters here were similar to the system in online games. This made Yi Qinghan suspicious. However, after thinking for a while, Yi Qinghan still couldn't figure it out. Paying it no heed, Zhang Xian thought that it might just be a coincidence. With the Dragon Source Combat saber in hand, he walked through the entrance to the third floor. Ha! Kill! Thousands of miles away from the entrance to the second floor, there were figures of martial artists everywhere. However, the number of sky-shaking Cheongqi beast here was countless times more than what Yi Qinghan had encountered. Damn it! Double difficulty, how is this just doubled? Li Tian stood in mid-air and looked at the countless sky-shaking Cheongqi beasts in all directions. Li Tian's brows were tightly knitted together. If this continued, it would be good if 10% of these thousands of people could survive after reaching the 5th or 6th floor. However, what else could they do? Everyone was dying. For the treasure of the 8th floor, for the sake of killing Yi Qinghan, any price was worth it. However, there were still many people who started to have thoughts of retreating after witnessing this scene. The entrance to each floor was also an exit. If one entered the exit, they would be teleported to the grassland where they came from. That place was absolutely safe. If one stayed there for 1,000 years, they would be able to teleport out of the divine world safely. Half a month later, Li Tian led his subordinates and defeated 9 encirclements. When he saw the entrance to the 3rd floor, he revealed an excited smile. Although 700 of his subordinates had died on the 2nd floor. Along the way, he saw a small number of corpses of demonic beasts. The corpses had been eroded for a period of time. There was only one person who could kill demonic beasts faster than them. Yi Qinghan. Everyone, advance. Our target is the 3rd floor. Li Kong had just entered for 2 hours when teams of experts rushed over. If Yi Qinghan was here, he would have noticed many familiar faces. For example, young Master Meng Lang, Li He's son, Li Shaosha, Viper War God, Ilong War God, and countless famous young masters of the Misty Continent. Hurry! We have to find City Lord Yi as soon as possible. If anything happens to him, there's no need for us to return. Let's all commit suicide in the Star Sea. The first young master of the Misty Continent, Yi Qinghan, wasn't in the team. The previous first young master Tu Xia, was still missing. Therefore, there wasn't a particularly powerful person leading the Misty Continent's team. However, the Misty Continent's team was much more united than any other team. Because each family had given a death order. This mission wasn't to snatch the treasure, but to find Yi Qinghan, protect him, and listen to his orders. It was said that this was a decree from the Misty Continent's sovereign. But whether it was a decree or an order. In the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Yi Qinghan represented the glory of all martial artists in the Misty Continent. In other words, he represented the glory of the Misty Continent. Of course. Other than the 7 legions, there were also some small teams. Some were formed by small family alliances, and some were descendants of hidden experts. They came to the Soul Emperor Pavilion with all kinds of goals. Swish! Not long after the Misty Continent people entered, 5 martial artists ran over from afar. These 5 martial artists were all wearing the war god robe, but they wore black helmets that covered their bodies tightly. The leader of the group was a martial artist. His entire body was like a sword. One could feel his soaring arrogance from afar. He held a sword in his hand. If the young masters of the Misty Continent saw it, many of them would recognize it. God-slaying sword. As the 5 of them stood at the entrance of the 3rd level, the martialist with the god-slaying sword stopped in his tracks. He stared at the huge, gloomy hole and laughed loudly. Yi Qinghan, I'm here. I'll definitely take back the glory that once belonged to me. Let's go. Boom. Boom. The 3rd level was an underground world. There were more tunnels than the one below the Phoenix Dawn mountain range. Moreover, each tunnel was incomparably huge. In one of the tunnels, a green figure was swinging a mighty battle saber. He was constantly killing demonic beasts with lion heads and bull bodies that surged towards him. On the 3rd level, Yi Qinghan discovered that he could use the dragon source battle saber again. However, the demonic beasts here were all peak godly monarchs and 6th-grade demonic beasts. If Yi Qinghan didn't have the dragon source battle saber and the battle sage secret technique, he would already be dead. It's getting harder and harder. If there are still demonic beasts on the 4th level, it will be troublesome. Although 6th grade and 7th grade demonic beasts have some intelligence, their intelligence is very low. They can't use their soul skills at all. Yi Qinghan's expression was very calm. However, he was feeling a little anxious in his heart. He couldn't use his origin energy. Although the Soul Devourer could definitely kill these demonic beasts in a second, the Soul Devourer needed a long time to recover after it was used. Against so many demonic beasts, it was like trying to put out a cart of firewood with a cup of water. Spiritual confusion was useless against these low-intelligence demonic beasts. As for soul skills, they weren't of much use either. This was because the soul skills that Yi Qinghan learned were all single-target attacks. They couldn't be used in a group battle. This made Yi Qinghan feel a little regretful. If he had known, he would have used the soul poison jade saber that the Rain Empress had given him. It was just that he was in the cave abode at that time and didn't have any place to purchase the soul poison. Furthermore, he had origin energy at that time and completely forgot about this matter. Bang! After killing the last demonic beast, Yi Qinghan rested for a moment before he continued forward. After walking for a short while, Yi Qinghan suddenly stopped and narrowed his eyes slightly. His divine senses detected 7 to 8 martial artists in front of him. Furthermore, these martial artists had detected him at the same time. Swish! Yi Qinghan didn't hesitate and immediately fled for his life. He knew that Li Tian had offered a shocking bounty. Even if these people didn't have any enmity with him, they definitely wouldn't mind taking his head in exchange for the bounty.